Everyone, Saranai, my dear friends, sorry for being late. Uh, so, as usual, we are starting the Buddothpado session at 9 p.m. in Sri Lankan time. Um, so, as we discussed in the previous sessions, now we know uh, what does this world mean. The world can be known as, or can be defined as, a projection of our own mind. The projection of our own mind can be defined as the world. So, that's why Lord Buddha said, "Chitte niyati loko." So, chitta means mind. Loka means world. So, your mind represents or projects or creates your own world. So, the own world, the so-called own world, is made by thoughts. So thoughts are the building blocks of our own mind. So if you investigate more on thoughts, so it will be not very difficult for you to understand that the thought, each and every thought which contribute to formed mind has more or less similar kind of a structure. Uh, in other words, the way how these thoughts have been formed, irrespective of the way that the point it get originates, it constitutes a same kind of a structure. So all the thoughts would be originated from the senses that you have. So as we all know, we have basically 5 senses. The stimuli that received through these senses are get combined each other to form a thought. So that thought per se then can act as another, then it start to act as some kind of a trigger point for the subsequent thoughts. So one thought is capable of generating or giving rise to another thought. So that particular moment can be seen in your mind. That particular way of behavior can be demonstrated in your mind. So because of that, Lord Buddha defined the mind itself behaves as another kind of a sensor. That's why we say, as human beings, we just we do not possess only 5 senses. We have 6 senses. As the sixth one, the mind behaves as another kind of a sensor. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. Salayatana means 6 senses collectively function as one to form a world for you. So what are the composition? What is the what are the constituents of the world? So in your world, just think what are the things that are there in your world. So if you take your own bedroom, so you can see the walls, windows, curtains, bed, furniture, and the ceiling, lights, lampshades, fans, and all these things are there. So collectively, these things will make you a world. So, and also there's some kind of a thought hidden beneath your mind. Am I the one who is living in this room, in this moment? So there is certain kind of a hidden notion that is there, uh, living living under each and every thought. So am I the one who is living in this room at this moment? So that kind of a notion is there deep within your mind. So if you analyze that particular thought, it is just a thought. It is also just a thought. So when you see the fan, ceiling fan in your room, so you take it as a separate kind of an object which is there in the outside from you. So whatever the things that you perceive as objects or the living beings are found at the outside. So who is this internal one? Internal one is you. So you have a certain kind of a feeling that a person within me, a self kind of a thing within me, consider the rest of the things as outside. So that is the world. In the, so the so-called world has two major compartments like things. One compartment is situated outside, the other one is situated within you. So what is there internally is the notion of the self. So I am living within me. The rest of the other things will be included, are included in the external world. So that is the way how this Ajanta Bahija concept is brought about. So whatever the animals, whatever the animal, whoever the animal who live in this world has those two components. Oh, those two major kind of uh, two different entities. One is internal, the other rest of the other things are automatically put into as external things. So that is the way how your identity, self identity, build within you. So you think a living being is living within me, that is internal environment, and the rest of the other things are external to that. Oh, so it is the nature, the creation of this Ajatta Bahija concept is the is how the way this nature behaves. That is the way how your mind gets created. Your mind, so again, your mind says that there is a living being within you. The rest of the other things are found outside to you. They are external for you, to you. So it is also there in your mind as another kind of a thought. So everything, whatever the thing that you are thinking using your mind, it is a thought. So as I said earlier, you believe that there's a certain person living within me, inside my body. It is uh, for that person, I call he is living in an internal kind of environment. It is another kind of a thought. So collectively speaking, it is just a thought. So you are thinking that there is somebody there in my mind. They are somebody is there within my body. So he has certain kind of a consciousness. That's why he tend to perceive the external environment. So it is a thought. So again, as such, he himself thinks that the rest of the worldly objects and the worldly uh, animals and the other rest of the things are there externally. They are there externally to me. So it that kind of a notion is also there as a thought within your same mind. It is also a thought. So each and every animal who lives in this world has these two kind of thoughts in their mind. That's why he or it, those animals try to protect himself from the external environment because he wants eventually automatically it comes as a feel. I must protect my internal feel of a sense of I-ness by any means. Anyhow, I have to protect myself first. That is the reason why people or the animal show so scared of for their death. They don't want to lose this feel of the existence. So they don't know this feel is brought about from only through a thought. So, as I said earlier, we are thinking that we are living. So, the the notion of the living is there in our mind as a thought. So that thought can give you certain feel of your existence. So as feeling, we have been feeling this feeling since our birth. We don't want to stay away from that feel. We don't want to lose it. That's why we are scared of our death. That's why we don't want to die, because we don't want to lose this alive feeling, even for a short while. We are afraid of, we are scared of staying away from this alive feeling, because we have never been lived so far without this feeling. But Lord Buddha said a very nice, very beautiful thing. Even though you think that you can't live without that without that so-called life feel, but there is no such a life feel as you think. That is the message that was given by Lord Buddha. We are thinking that we have certain a feeling of aliveness, a live kind of a feeling. We are just thinking. Just because we are thinking, we do feel this, that we are living. Just because we started thinking that from the thought that we are living beings. That's why we started to feel this, the live feeling. So we have, so since then we have been living with that living alive feel. But what Lord Buddha said is, it is just a thought. The thinking of that, the thought of you are a living being is just a thought. So there is another kind of a feel without this living, the live feeling as well. But we never have experienced it so far. We didn't know. We haven't lived even a shorter period of time without this living feeling, live feeling. But Lord Buddha said, dear monks, there is another kind of a feel without this living feeling as well. When there is no kind of a living feeling, there is another kind of a blissful feeling. But unfortunately, yet you have never felt it. That is the feeling of the truth. So it is so beautiful. This Dhamma is very, very nice and so clear and very beautiful kind of Dhamma. So as you realize the truth, as you become thorough with this truth, you tend to feel this non-soul feeling gradually. This is the point. This is the, so that means your self identity starts to dissolve as you become thorough with this understanding. The notion of the self, first you say goodbye to this notion of the self, because as you start to understand this, as you begin to understand this Dhamma, you definitely realize the notion of the self is another kind of a thought. So thought has been made from your sensory inputs. So the sensory inputs that have been created within our senses are not sort of real kind of things. So then the thought of the notion of self, or thought or notion of the self, should not be a true kind of a thing. It is also a false kind of a belief. So, if the notion of the self is a belief, false kind of belief, the feel underlying, which was there within you, has to be a false kind of a feeling as well. So, we have been feeling as self is a false kind of a feeling. There is no such a feeling called aliveness. There is no such a feeling called it the kind of feeling. As because we believed in a self, it gave certain false perception, false kind of a feel of a self. So that kind of a feeling we thought it is living within ourselves, so-called body. Well, from that day onwards, we start separating the external and internal things. So internally, I live, myself is there. The rest of the other things are external to me. So this is the way the worldly things have been formed. But once you realize this Dhamma, you get to know this. You will understand there shouldn't be a self here. So I have been tricked by this mind because I was believing. I kept. I was believing that there is a self kind of a thing. So I believed on a thought, but now I realize these thoughts are not real. So whatever the thoughts come into my mind are made up of these sensory inputs. The sensory inputs that are being created within my generated within my senses are not real as well. So there is no way of becoming a real kind of a thought in the mind. So there is no way of establishing a real kind of a thought in this mind. So the mind now you will understand this mind as a impermanence thing. This thought of I, the notion of the I is not real as well as the mind. So there is no way of becoming an existence of a self. Then what about the feeling that we felt as alive, as we are alive? So it is also a false kind of a feeling. So we have been feeling a self for such a long period during our lifetime, but we have been feeling a false kind of a feel. There is no such a feeling called alive feel. Just because we have been cheated from our own mind, we got trapped into that feeling. We got caught into that feeling. It has not been done by anybody else. It has not been done by you also. That is the way how this nature behaves. Nature wants to keep this cycle moving forwards. So nature always tries to keep this uh, this cycle moving forward. So that is the anisotagami way. That means it goes with the current, with the stream. The going with the stream is the nature's wish. So nature wants to keep these worldly things moving forward. So that's why it keeps um, it keeps on creating different mental projections. So as long as you believe these mental projections are true, the feeling of the self will be there with each and every mental projection, mental perception. So so there won't be any kind of uh, backward movement. So that is the intention of the nature. But once you understand this entire thing is a thought, the me my mind concept, now you understood as another kind of a thought. So there is nothing to be taken as real in this thought. Thoughts are false kind of perceptions. So the way how these thoughts are formed, now you know the mechanism. So the sensors collectively create thoughts. So your bodily the perception of the taste, the perception of the feel of the taste, the feel of the smell, the feel of the uh, auditory simulations will be there, but the rest of the other things are thoughts. So you think that you are here, you are listening to this Dhamma. So Dhamma, listening, all these things are your thoughts. Only the feel is the pure kind of a feel. But even if the feel is there, in the absence of a self, would it be a feel that is happened to you? No, it won't be taken as something that has happened to you, because with the understanding, you know, there is no way of uh, staying a self within me. So I have never been born. There is no such a person called me here. Just because you have been thinking that there is a person within me from a thought, a kind of a consciousness had been established within me that gave me some kind of a living feeling. But once you understand that for sure that there is no person here, so this the live feeling will also be not there. And also when you hear some sound, the feeling that carries along with that, there won't be any place to place on. That is the point where the vinyana, anidasana vinyana state, there will be a certain kind of a feel, but no place to sit upon. This vinyata has no place to sit upon. So that is the state where Lord Buddha showed us this anidasana vinyana state. The consciousness has no place to sit upon. But these feelings will be there, but the perceiver will be not there. How this perceiver got vanished? Only through the understanding this truth. According to the Lord Buddha, in that particular state, also there is some kind of a feel, some kind of a perception. Perceptions would be there, but here, what you lost in this particular instance is the self. Feeling of the self will be not there. That's why Lord Buddha said, Ditte ditta mattam, sute sutta mattam, mute muta mattam. Once you see that that particular that is limited for just a seeing. Once you hear something, that will be limited to just a hearing. Once you feel something, maybe as a pain, maybe as a tactile stimulation, maybe as a pressure or a temperature or warm or coldness, there will be kind of a sensation, but the perceiver here will be lost. There will you can't find the perceiver once you understand this Dhamma. So as I said, this anindasana vijnana state can be felt, can be experienced actually. That is the state of Nibbana. So once you realize this Dhamma completely, do you have to say goodbye to your loved ones? No. Do you have to give up your own occupation or career or job? No. You can do them as usual, as previously, as you did them previously. So whatever the things come to you, from that day onwards, you won't take them as these things has happened to you. You know the way how this nature behaves. So nature always wants to, as I said earlier, keep it going towards the along with the current. But once you understand the uh, mechanism of the nature, then you don't want to move along with that particular current. Yeah, you stay still. The stillness will come, and you just become an observer of everything, of the nature. So you don't want to obstruct. You don't want to stop everything. You just let everything to move as they intend to happen. So you let everything to happen. So this letting go will automatically happen from you, because in the absence of the self, in the absence of assigning ownership to each and every perception that is received to you, what else could you be can you be doing? Nothing. Just be an observer, with a peaceful kind of mind, with tranquility, with awareness. So you become very much aware what is happening. So you can now see how this system functions. The way that system is functioning is very visible for you, because your mind is not now very hazy. Your mind is so clear. You just keep watching what is going on, and you don't want to intervene with that. You just let them to happen. That is the letting go stance. So in the absence of the self, it is just think whether it is worth of intervening with these things. No. So you don't feel any value of intervening with these things. So you don't want to interrupt. As always, you don't feel like enjoying whatever the things happening, and also you don't feel like regretting with the things that is happening. So no regret, no happiness. This moderate kind of feelings will be there. That is the upeksha state. So all these things comes as a result of realizing this Dhamma. Dhamma is the system. So even with the even if you used to understand this Dhamma, if you use Pali terms to understand this Dhamma, even you realize we this Dhamma in your native language, it doesn't matter. The understanding would be a same thing. So understanding Dhamma has no uh, self identities. So even though your mother has become to this state of understanding, even though your child become into the same understanding, even you yourself became to this understanding. So all these people see the same thing. So they are in the same state. So they all become observers. So what enables them to observe these things? This awareness. Once you understand everything, the awareness will happen or will begin to uh, grow within you. It is not the so-called awareness the as people who are doing concentration meditation usually refers to. It is not the awareness. So they keep aware of their own thoughts. So that is the usual thing that happens when you do the concentration meditation. You are the mindfulness practices. Through the mindfulness practices, they practice to be awakened to the thoughts, or in other words, to your mind. So they keep watching how the mm, thoughts come into their mind and how they vanish, and how next the subsequent thoughts come into mind and how they also vanish. And those from the awareness they try to from the mindfulness practices they try to uh, practice these things. But at each point you will see the self will be there. So as long as you keep on focusing into these particular thoughts, you know that you are the one who is focused. Keep concentrating towards these thoughts. But here it is very different. Once you achieve this understanding, once you realize that there is no doer here, no person here, no self here. So as I said earlier, you eventually become an observer state. In that particular observer state, that will enable enable the awareness to grow within you. That awareness is not the awareness which is that comes when you do the mindfulness practices. This awareness is kind of a super awareness. Everything can be seen very well. What I am referring to, this everything. Everything means the way how your mind creates. The, the whatever the thought comes, you know these thoughts are not valueless. The, there is nothing to be taken in each and every thought. In every thought will be a similar kind of so you do not assign any value for the, any thought. So you just go away. You just let them go. So the peaceful, blissful nature that carries along with that particular stillness is unmatchable, is uncomparable. You have never felt that kind of a freedom, that kind of a blissful feeling during your entire life. That is the feel of the Nibbana. So you are seeing this Nibbana, you are attaining this Nibbana in this very moment. The only thing that you have to understand this Dhamma. This the rest of the thing will be happen to you automatically. What you have to intentionally do is try to understand the Dharma at the very early stages. So the rest of the things will automatically happen to you. The fading away of the self, the arising of the awareness, the becoming the static nature of this super awareness. So all the things will come along with this understand. How much you become thorough with this Dhamma, that much you will become closer to the blissful state. So nothing can be taken forcefully. Nothing can be taken um, mm, mm, forcefully. Yes. So everything has to happen. Let it, let the Dhamma play within you. Let the Dhamma, let the understanding act upon you. The rest of the things will be done by Dhammas. So then you won't feel you are separate, the knowledge is separate. So everything become the same thing. Whatever the thing you think, whatever the thing you see, whatever the thing you hear, whatever the thing you feel, all these things become into one single kind of a feel. That is the feeling of Dhamma. You tend to feel, you get a certain feel that you merge with these feelings because you have no self identity by now. You have no self. The self has been lost. So the blending with the feel will automatically happen. So once you hear a sound, you become the sound. Once you hear, once you feel a pain, you will become the pain. So you don't feel like certain demarcation in between. So if you meet a friend with a happy mind, you will become the feel of the friend. So that is the what is that? I don't know the English word for that. This is the irdi. The irdi. I don't know the sorry. I don't know the English word for that. That is the irdi. That is known as irdi. So the ability to uh, read someone else's minds. It is not by acquiring some kind of extraordinary power. This understanding of Dhamma will let you to feel the other's feelings as well. Because in the absence of a self, you become the rest of the world. You become the friend. You will become the tree. You will become a friend. You will become the uh, teacher. You will become a father. So likewise, it's like a state of water. So water has no particular shape. So when water is poured into a cylindrical glass, so it takes the shape of the cylindric shape of the glass. So if it is poured into a flat surface, it will be spread out. So according to the plane, so it gets the shape of the uh, surface. So likewise, you will become just like water. So water has no shape. As you don't have certain shape, so you will become the rest of the world. So you merge with the world. You merge with the sound. You merge with the feel. You merge with the pain. You merge with the sorrow, and you merge with the happiness. So this kind of a state is achievable in this very moment if you understand this Dhamma, if you realize this Dhamma. So in order to do so, what you have to do, first you have to learn what Lord Buddha said. Then you have to practice, and that will enable you to, that will facilitate you to experience this Dhamma. The experience is like that. The ultimate experience is like that. You during the realization process, once you start to apply this knowledge into the day-to-day practice, you tend to feel, you start to feel that your self is dissolving, because you had certain craving towards worldly things earlier, but now once you come across with the same incidents, you don't feel like just retaining those things to you, towards you. You don't want to keep those things uh, closer to you, especially when you deal with your loved ones. You feel so, earlier you had so much of worries about them, but You now also you do whatever the best thing that you can do for them, but without such kind of a clinging towards them, without such kind of a attachment towards them. So same things will happen as previously, but only thing that you lose is the amount of ownership that you declared earlier, now getting reduced. Earlier you tried everything to uh, keep attracted towards you, but now you don't feel like keeping these things attached to you, because you know these things are only thoughts. These things are my own mental fabrications. So what is the purpose of trying to retaining with me? So eventually what will happen, they you let them go, you let the thoughts to fly away. So whatever the thing happens to these thoughts, you you don't bother with them. You don't bother, because you now you understand this dhamma, the way how this mind has been formed. So the liberation of the mind will happen gradually. The amount of the liberation happens that uh, in the same proportion, the freedom that you feel will also be with you. It is so very proportional. The amount you get away from the thought, the amount very uh, proportional to the uh, amount the freedom that you feel. So ultimately, what will happen? The complete liberation from the mind. But it does not stop the formation or creating the mental formations. So the nature is intended to do it. The purpose of the nature, the the functionality, the function of the nature is producing more and more thoughts, but you are not anymore engaged with that. Let you eventually let them to happen. So that is the way how this letting go thing takes place once you realize this dhamma. So that those feelings can be felt. The dissolvement of the I-ness can be felt. So that in other way it will prove that you are on the correct path. In Pali terms, it is known as your defilements are fading, your I-ness, your self-identity is fading, or that that can be felt. That will prove you that you are in the correct path. Until you achieve a permanent state of blissful feel, you will be moving in this path. So once this feel becomes so permanent, that is the state of arahathood. So we can describe these things using these uh, different realms, the is how these three major realms, karma, form world, formless world, and um, the sensual world, form world, and formless world, how these transformation occur, and all these things can be explained using Dhamma terms. So it is not very essential here. Only thing is the permanent liberation of the mind is achievable if you understand this Dhamma. So I think this is enough for today. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. Until then, stay safe and goodbye and good night. Therwan Saranai to all of you.
We worship Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, all Dhamma friends. This is the English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado channel, and this will go on until 4 o'clock, from 2:45 to 4 o'clock. We will be discussing some of the Dhamma facts. Sometimes the simple ones, we start with the simple Dhamma facts. Sometimes we discuss the things that were disclosed by our Aryan Mahasi in the recent Dhamma discussion. So more or less same factors are being discussed again and again, because when it comes to true Buddhist teaching, the spirit is the same, and we are trying to look at it from different angles, because this is something like swimming upstream, where opposite of what we have been doing all this time, not only in this birth, but throughout our samsara journey, birth cycles, we have been going downstream. So what Lord Buddha understood was unique and very special, not something which was discovered or taught in any other language, any other religion. So I will start with some simple facts until our other Dhamma friends join. Any person who is listening from the YouTube is mostly welcome to join the Zoom. And if you have any questions to ask, we can try in our best to explain. And if there are any things that are not clear enough for us, we can always ask our Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, and then give you the reply. So what is the true Buddhism? What is meant by the Buddhist philosophy? It's not a belief. It's Lord Buddha always said that you don't have to accept simply because I am preaching it. Uh, if you understand it the way, and if you feel that your defilements are getting less and less, then you can accept it. And it's always something that is understood by the self. So you can't do it by force, and there is no way of doing it by an external uh, resource. The person has to understand the Dhamma himself. It's like, I mean, you can take the horse to the water, but you can't get the horse to drink. So, like that, we can explain the Dhamma facts, and also out of our RN Vahanse's nearly more than 10,000 Dhamma discussions which he did over the last 5 years. Uh, you can pick up many things, many important facts, but knowing it as a knowledge is not the thing, but it is the internal transformation, or your wisdom which will bloom and understand what is being discussed. It's called Dhamma Chakshusha in Pali. That means uh, the Dhamma eye. It's not the eyes in the physical body, but it is your wiseness which uh, clears many clouds, and then uh, uh, give you the clear picture of what is really happening. Uh, I will just brief what we are talking on most of the days. Actually, in Buddhist philosophy, or the true Dhamma teaching by Lord Buddha, the basic facts are that uh, the physical body is manipulated by the thoughts, uh, and thoughts are a part of the process. Uh, and the process, the flow of thoughts, is called the mind. And the biggest pitfall here is that uh, there is no concept called myself. That is the biggest pitfall, and everything else is around that point where there is a misconception about uh, a figure called myself or me. And automatically, every action, every word, and every thought is centered around this misconception of myself. So in Buddothpado Deshana, uh, it's beautifully explained how the thoughts are formed. How is this concept of myself comes up, and uh, and also the fact that there is no responsible figure, or there's no responsible authority uh, to this me or myself concept. It's a part of the system, part of the process, spontaneous process. Uh, so therefore, uh, there is no one to be blamed about. Now, simply if you take things like getting angry or feeling sad, always that tend to be tied up to the so-called misconception of myself. I got angry, or I feel sad, or I am very happy. So these things are automatically tagged to this so-called self misconception. What we understand by listening to this Dhamma teaching of our Aryan Mahansa is that this is part of a process. These thoughts or these feels are also part of that. Uh, but there's no way that you can stop them because it is a part of this natural process. There's no one to be blamed about it, and you do not have to uh, feel disappointed about self. Why am I getting angry? Why do I feel sad after listening to all these Dhamma discussions? I'm still feeling sad and I still can't control my moods or my anger. And that guilty feeling doesn't occur when you realize that this is a part of a process. So we actually welcome people who are listening from the YouTube to join us, because if there are any questions, it's easier to conduct the discussion, and we can always start from the basic facts depending on the question. Otherwise, what happens is we tend to select some topic that we feel it is maybe interesting. Sometimes they may be too deep because we are taking some topics that were discussed recently in R.N. Mahanse's Deshana. So therefore, you are welcome to ask any questions. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and Surangika. Uh, I was just giving a small
Thiruvan Saranai.
introduction. We can start on some topic uh, unless somebody comes up with a question. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, it's actually what we were trying to discuss yesterday. Actually,
Mm.
R.N. Mahanse's sermons have become a bit more focused
Deep.
now, kind of
Mm.
deeper now. So it is good, in a way good, because it answers a lot of questions that um, that a person who has listened to this Dhamma for a long time. I think that there was a sentence that you use, like very practical point. Why do I feel sad? Why do I feel happy? Actually, when there is no self view, which is the most important factor here, when there is no self view, the happiness or the sadness uh, is there. But it doesn't really matter whether it's the sadness or the happiness, because sadness and the happiness is a innate feature of the mind senses. So we can talk about that today. I think last night, Surangika, did you listen to sermons? I think I listened to the one before that, which we were trying to discuss yesterday. I think we touched most of it actually, and what R.N. Hansi is trying to actually push people who actually can feel this Dhamma to kind of non-vibration. So that is good. But we can actually discuss today about this mind sensor without the view. What do you think, Surangika? Do you think you can add something? Or we can
Thiruvan
develop
Saranai.
a discussion actually. Yeah.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala. I didn't actually get what you said. So mind sensor without
About
the
the,
view.
yeah, about the mind sensor works. The happiness that Ranvatse use, what is the word he uses in
Oh, the
Sinhala?
Akmeti lookup thing.
Yeah, that thing. So actually, when the view is not there, when the self view and the self perception is dissolving, self view will not be there anyway. And when the self-perception is dissolving, the mind sensor will still work. So we have to get around this idea how to, because this is very practical, very practical. So, but at one point, when the other sensory organs are also covered, there would be no much situational crisis like that usually. But in the beginning, someone in the path will just feel about this because the happiness or the sadness is kind of an early feature in the mind sensor. So because there is a mind sensor, there are like an output, like emotions, where we call them as sadness and happiness. So just trying to talk around what R.N. Hansi is talking these days, actually. So going to go in parallel with R.N. Hansi's sermons. So he was trying to discuss this yesterday, and it was, the දෙයක් නොවන සතුටක් දෙයක් නොවන දුකක්. How do you say that? Do you have a better vocabulary, Surangika?
Well, I think how one can say that is.
That's why I said the happiness without the self-view, the mind sensor without the self-view. But there must be a better way of saying that.
No, I think you used that earlier also, and that seems appropriate, Dr. Pokeda, because as we've discussed several times, this language, and the English language particularly, doesn't do justice to the wisdom that we are trying to express, isn't it? That comes with the dissipation of the self-view. So one has to use, unfortunately, the words. So in that sense, the vocabulary can be limited, but also I suppose it can be limited by the degree of understanding or lack of or limited understanding as well. So if I think the more the understanding is there on about the sense faculties, how they function, and that is all there is, and that each of those senses have a function, and it is that function that actually activates itself, or is basically that's what's happening. Then there is a relegation of everything or anything through the senses. What has happened all this time due to ignorance is that now you just mentioned a few minutes ago about I feel sad, or somebody said, why do I feel sad? Why do I feel depressed? In that sentence itself, we can see that through ignorance and this wrong self-view coming into the picture, we try to own the happiness, isn't it? We try to own the sadness. The realization that happens when one is on the path and through the true Dhamma is that the understanding of the sense faculties becomes complete little by little until it is 100%. We can say that just for the sake of discussion. And I mean, the Buddha has said that the world that is created is only through the sense faculties, and understanding that itself will bring the cessation of the so-called world, because the so-called world gets created through the senses, and if one understands, if there's a complete understanding of the senses, then there is the confidence, even as R.N. Vansi also said, the confidence to let every experience, relegate every experience to a sense of function. And that is what is difficult to do. That is what is challenging to do for anyone who still holds on to or has any kind of self-vibration. I mean, it's a process, but as long as the process is not understood as a process, the ownership, we always try to put the ownership into it, isn't it? We always try to attach the self-view to it, attach the ego, attach the I into it. But the more we understand how this mind works and how the thought creation works, and then gradually, as Aryan Master has tried to do over the last so many months, he says that the burning, earlier we kind of separated the burning and showed that as that is the self-perception. It's not that that's wrong, but that was actually quite easy to be able to identify, this is Atma, or this is self-perception, isn't it? By taking that burning thing separately and then analyzing it. But then gradually, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Kokila, then gradually he turned the analysis very subtly and said, can there actually be a burning without the senses? If all that is experienced is the senses, and that is also manifesting through the speed of vibration, shouldn't that so-called burning also then emanate from the senses? So, gradually he very subtly turned it, isn't it, in the last so many months. And now he's slowly bringing it to the fore. So coming back to the mind consciousness, or the mind sensor, or the mind consciousness, we've talked about emotions in the past, isn't it, on these Zoom discussions, and the understanding that the emotions is part and parcel or a feature of the mind sensor. And if one then is completely relaxed, as you have told me, told me also several times, Dr. Kokila, if you understand it truly, right through and through, then you relax to the point where you relegate that emotion or whatever, the burning or the value or whatever that you put to the thought, to the functioning of the mind consciousness. And once that is done, to the extent possible for every sensor, then one realizes that that burning doesn't exist without those sensors, isn't it? Is that correct? Did I put that right?
Yeah, I think the last sentence, just the one last one, I think we can actually highlight that if someone is fully able to become the sensor, that is how I can say. I mean, we have so many difficulties in this trying to give the message, because any sensor, we have that kind of duality in a very subtle way. So once you become the output of that sensor, there is no entertainer or no person who senses it, or Vindinna, or in the Sinhala word. So the actually the sensor function is there, yes, but the kind of duality is not there. But to that to happen, actually this whole understanding, that this is only with Satyajnana, that is the truth, that it is only the sense of function, is really needed here to actually feel this change, I would say. Anything to add to that?
Perhaps Dr. Sakuntala? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you were talking about that now, a taste which is not a thing, smell which is not a thing, like that. The thought.
Yeah, it becomes very theoretical when we say that, but we have, you all have to bear with us, because we also struggle to say this
Mm.
in any language, even in Sinhala language. There's always a catch because this is something you have to feel. Because when there is, when we say deyak nona, the taste without a thing, kind of that.
Actually, it doesn't give the exact meaning. I mean,
No,
it's not the direct translation, but I think the word thing, we have to use several sentences and explain what it means, isn't it?
yeah,
When we say, yeah.
that's where I am trying to say the duality
Mm,
part, because
mm,
we always feel that that everything is happening here, but like if the sensor is only there, in the sense light is there, sound is there, yes, the taste is there, but if it is not felt as here, um, what is the problem with that? There's no problem at all. Is there a problem? So the sadness is there, not the gross sadness though. This is not like that. It's just a subtle changes of the mind sensor, because no, not like when you cry and all that. These subtle changes of the emotions, if it is the only thing that is there, and there is no feeler, I mean, there's no word like feeler, I don't think so. There's no one feeling it. There's no problem. Is there a problem? No. That is the thing. This has to be felt. So when someone says, like, the Aranwanse uses these different examples different times, try and say these things, like so much similes, like you become the sound. How do you become the sound? That doesn't mean there is you and you become the sound. That's not what it means. Actually, what it means is the feel that you have, that had always this sidedness, like the duality, that it's feeling here, and but then that is lost. When that is lost, there's no much story. There's no much story that it is happening here, and so story anyway. If you feel this only once, it doesn't matter. The story starts to die down from the very beginning. If you feel this change at least once, it will start to die down, because this is a breaking of this samsaric feeling of self vibration. Because the self vibration, any moment, any sense of function, you vibrate to the self vibration. It's very easy. Then and there, it is there's no gap in between that. Just like it happens. It's kind of simultaneous, but when the satyajnana, or the truth, is really practiced, and this takes time, there is a bit of timing and practicing. So with the practice, if you feel this, the sense of faculty, as soon as whether it's a mind sensor, whether it's eye, ear, nose, tongue, or skin, the difference will be really remarkable, and because it's felt as that it's not felt as here. The same thing that Aranon says, trying to incorporate into everyone, because it is a full practical thing, like when you say sadness, there's no ownership to that theoretically, when we say this, it is easy, but to actually experience this can be demanding. isn't it?
Yeah. Can I ask a question? Actually, question looks sort of simple, but the answer will be more detailed one. If a newcomer to listen to this Deshana, or maybe a Buddhist who is by birth a Buddhist person might ask, what is why are you so worried about this self-concept?
Like the cessation of that self. We have a continual feeling that we are existing. We can't doubt this. We have no competition about this. If we say this in whatever the language, everyone would say, yes, I feel alive. I feel as existing. Yes, I can see things. I can hear things. I'm sitting down here. I'm looking at a tree. Yeah, you know. So this story and the feel underneath is continuous. What the danger is in that is not knowing. Danger of not knowing is as soon as your respiration stops, there would be a last stimuli. Whatever, doesn't matter. It can be anything, any stimuli, any thought. It can be, when we know a lot of stories from Lord Buddha's time, how one monastic, thought about his valuable the what is it called? Silver?
Robe, I think.
Yeah,
His
robe.
robe. Yeah.
So something like that. It was the last thought. So this everything happens in one thought. Everything happens in one stimuli. Why we are saying that is the last stimuli, last thought. Actually, there's no continuum of life from there onwards. But what happens is that residual vibration. Why there is a residual vibration then? That is the problem. That is where we have to question from how on earth is there a residual vibration which can telepathy into another or co-synchronize into, like a synchronize into another zygote. It can be a zygote, it can be anything, it can be any being. How come that this happens? This is what our journey is, understanding this. So that is what Lord Buddha was trying to understand too. That is what Aryan Mahansi was trying to understand too. How is this happening? We have heard about people talking about their past lives, and they were fully accurate. How can this happen? Before the new life settles in, the memories of the past lives, there are people who talk, babies who talk about the past lives, and they match so well. So how can this happen? And there are so many instances in the world that these are discussed. And so how does this happen? How does this cycle of birth happen? That is the question that this answers. That is why you should actually do this research. That is why if you understand this, you will actually try and see what is the way to get rid of that vibration. Is there a way to get rid of that vibration? Yes, that is what Lord Buddha Dhamma is all about. So cessation of suffering is related to now, not after death. It is related to now. And Lord Buddha didn't try to achieve something after death. He achieved it now. So how do you achieve it now? Is trying and understanding how this self vibration works now. So when you say now, that means the thought now, whatever the stimuli now. So if you're not born in that stimuli, there's nothing to die. So that what happens is this self vibration, or because there has to be some form of vibration which can't be seen for this to happen. So but it doesn't actually go anywhere, because a lot of the time people believe that something must be flying. No, nothing is flying, nothing is going, and nothing is happening like that. Actually, synchronizing of the vibration, what happens there. So the why there's a residual effect if the whole sensory functions are gone here. Why there's a residual vibration there? That is the vibration which has nothing to do with the sensory vibration, because it is a vibration which happened due to ignorance, that the that when the sensory functions work, we get a perception that it is actually there, and that is actually what is that vibration which is the having this effect, synchronicity. That effect is actually from that, and this develops into the self perception again. It can be subtle in a worm. It's very subtle, but still it's there. In a human, this is massive because it goes into the level of thinking. So I'm not sure whether I actually answered the question properly. Do you think you can add something more?
Yes, it's as I said, the question is simple, but explanation is going to be sort of uh, much more complicated. I think you touched most of the areas that is important, because as you said, it is the current, or the so-called self-perception, or the Sakkaya Ditthhiya, Atmasanya, whatever the word which is used, that is the culprit of everything. I mean, there is no guarantee, there is no kind of insurance or guarantee about the future uh, uh, births. Whatever good things you are doing here in this life, there is no guarantee what will be the outcome when this physical body collapses on this side. So that is why it is important
And
to.
Lord Buddha has said the main problem
Mm,
is wrong vision.
yes,
And
yes,
when there
that's
is
right.
wrong vision, anything can happen. Because even if you're doing good things, imagine now from today onwards, I'm going to keep doing good things. Just imagine, with
Mm,
wrong vision, you have that kind of the wish that this is going to do good to me. I'm a good person. So the Lord Buddha has once told that the Sakkayaviti, Mithya Dushti, or the wrong vision is the
mm.
worst one. How did he say that in Sinhala? You know, the
බරපතලම දෘෂ්ටිය මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටිය, is that how you can say?
yeah, I mean, it was in a different scenario. I can't remember
Mm,
now. Lord
mm,
Buddha expressed it in a different scenario where he said, we know killing is not good. We know so many things that is not good, not good, not good, not good. But then the most problematic thing here is the wrong vision, because when the wrong vision is there, whatever the good thing or the bad thing, this vibration which we talked about just now
mm.
is going to be high. So this, the 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 tanha, or the craving for something good, is also the same. And yesterday, the beautiful thing was told by Yaren Hanse. I don't know whether you both caught it, like about the, the Vibhavatanha. I don't know what to say it in English. Actually, I'm not sure at all. It's a craving for nirvana kind of, but he actually put it in a very subtle way about the craving for the non-vibration. It was so beautiful. I thought it's so beautiful. I think these things should be discussed so that everyone's eyes open, in the sense, not eyes, the eyes open to the truth, yeah. And because how we get trapped, how this self vibration works, how tricky this self vibration is, how it's fights for survival. It's really interesting and funny in a way, because this is kind of a long journey we are talking about. How we hear this Dhamma is really miraculous, I would say, isn't it? What do you think?
Yeah, you mentioned a beautiful sentence. I mean, feeling or the self vibration uh, fights for survival, you said. Yes, that's true.
Yes.
Sometimes it's in very fine ways. Now, what Aranhase mentioned as Vibhavatana also was, as you said, that feeling of this relaxed sort of feeling or light feeling, which you experience at some point in this Dhamma pathway, and you have a fine craving or like to have it, like to maintain it. That again is another different phase of the self vibration.
Yeah,
Similar thing can happen about the nirvana also. Yes, if somebody is aiming at nirvana and trying to get at it and
yeah,
having it as a
that
goal.
is in gross way. Like when
Mm,
we target nirvana or target non-vibration in a
mm,
thought, that is really gross. We can
yeah,
have this in a thought also, but it is so subtle. When Naranwanse said this last night, I can't remember what time, but he discussed this in a very, very simple sentence or two, that how this in non-form world, because there's no story there. It's just
yes.
a fight. It's just a fight. It's
Mm,
just a fight. Actually, you can't even use the word fight here, but I'm just saying as a simile, um, how this survival mode works. How the craving works. Craving is everywhere, and Lord Buddha has told everything, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how to worship Lord Buddha anymore now. It's so difficult to even get around the wisdom of Lord Buddha, and even Aranvansi in that sense, because it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. I mean, the word beautiful has no meaning here. But I just use that. What do you think, Sarangika? Do you think anything to add? Because we can talk, but when we touch the how subtle these things are going to be, is really interesting.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Sakunta.
I think what happens is the craving, the gets so refined that we talked about stagnation yesterday, about people stagnating in particular points, And that is even unknowingly, unerringly, the sense of feel of comfort, isn't it? In the non-form or the formless world. If you got what I said, it's, you know, that sense of the that system is comfortable in that spot. So what is
System
not
feels
realized is that that is also a very, very fine form of craving. Except I don't know if you can call it craving. It can be something beyond that actually, because I remember some time back Aryan talked about Raga Desa Moha, and you know the example of the parallel railway tracks. So the defilements cease from one side, and then the inner awakening arises in parallel to the fading of the defilements. But even after the fading of the defilements, there is still the self vibration in its finest form, which still needs to gradually dissolve. And it is somewhere there that thing that Aryan is trying to bring out, saying you all seem to be stuck somewhere there, being happy with this so-called sukha or supra happiness. We can't use that word happiness because happiness, the word happiness feels as if it's very like obvious, whereas here it's
gross, isn't
like
it?
superficial or something like that, but it's not. So because it's not, and it is that sahalu or that inner sense of, I don't know what to call it, that calmness that is there within, no matter what kind of thing that happens in the superficial level, the senses are still functioning, the emotions are happening, and so on and so forth. But because that there is that inner calmness, like the waters in a pool, you know, at the top there can be ripples, but the water at the depths of the pool or the whatever can still remain calm and unperturbed, undisturbed, isn't it? So it's like that super happiness or the sukha. So there is that sensing that is there, and there can be even a notion coming very even unknowingly. The thoughts are very deceptive, that it almost gives the sensation that this is good enough kind of thing. So that good enough thing is the thing that Aryan is trying to say, that the good enough part is also a form of being stuck on that formless realm, isn't it? Is it the formless realm?
Yeah. In the formless realm, there's no story, but actually, if someone has come to the path with actual getting rid of the wrong vision, or with the right vision, samadhi, then there's no risk. Actually, there's no risk, because he or she will definitely will understand the status, or understand this deceiving, will keep on not there and there, with the help of the noble friend, the actual this will go on. And in the field level, I don't think even the I don't think the thoughts are going to help it. But I think still because it started with the right vision, right? The Arashtangika Marga. Aranwansa has also joined today. Theruwan Sarnai Aranwansa. Not sure whether he's free to talk. Anyway, so when the right vision is there, there's a very less chance of deceiving. But still, it's a long path because deceiving happens in very subtle way, as Ranka said, isn't it? So, is there anything to add anymore? I think the most important part is to understand the sensory organs, because when we keep understanding sensory organs, how mind sensor work, how the eye works, how ear works, there's nothing much left, because they are just functioning until your respiration is there. And because the self view damages, the damage that self view does is really high, and that is not, when that is not there, when the right vision is there, right view is there, then everything aligns well. Everything aligns well. I think that is the important thing, and no one is really guessing there, even though there is a little bit of that in every step. So yeah, there are caveats everywhere, there are pitfalls everywhere, we kind of get into trouble, but that is, I think, the beauty of these Zoom discussions is how Aranhansi keeps talking about these pitfalls, I would say, isn't it, Suranka?
Yes, that's true. It's it becomes more and more difficult to grasp because it becomes so so refined, that sensation or the feel of being able to, but I think that is where this mind sensor, the mind consciousness is the thing that the more the understanding, as you said, of the sense faculties and particularly the mind consciousness, that is where there is that understanding how the burning arises through the thought and the thought alone, and that there is no burning separate from the thought. That I think is absolutely key, which if one is explained that aspect earlier, one wouldn't even grasp, as we discussed earlier, because you almost feel that no, that is separate and that is the self view, and the thought is separate kind of thing. But the more there is that understanding, the linkage is clear, gets clearer and clearer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think maybe Aranhansi is busy. Anyway, the morning, as we
Yes,
said,
Aranhansi
Therwan
is here.
Sarna.
Yeah,
Therwan
what's the
Sarna,
question?
Aranhansi. There was no
Yes,
question, Aranhansi. We were actually trying to go parallel with your discussions last few days, and it was so beautiful, and it's so nice, and we were trying to go parallel to your discussions. Not that we can do much, but still we try. And yeah, nothing much, Aranhansi. And we were just discussing about how these senses work, and how your discussions are going to fine level. And yeah, we are also in English language, we are trying to deliver it in the kind of similar way. We have been trying to do that throughout, like almost go parallel with your discussion, so that to so that we kind go in hand with the Sinhala Zoom discussions. Yeah. Anyway, you haven't had much time to join English Zoom discussion at all, and with the whole Padayatra thing, which was so beautiful, and there's no much question. Is there, Surangika? Do you have anything?
No, I think the last few days, particularly, even through the talk at Kelaniya and various other places, are advanced. So you have been bringing out very fine points of not just those on the path and what does being on the path mean, but what is your experience? You have asked us, what is your experience, and trying to make that quite clear as to what the experience means and how the sense faculties, particularly the mind sensor, how to understand where the burning is and whether the burning sensation or the self-view, how that arises. So that was what our discussion was about. I think yesterday's discussion at the Andolnatmaka Desana was also really good, Aranvams, with Maharishi Kavinda and Swarnamali. Those points were very, very important. That was brought out in the discussion between yourself and all those people. It's very important to understand those experiences so that then one can, there is a resonance with those experiences, because as you said, some people have that experience but don't know what that is. They can't figure it out. So it is, in that sense, it's quite important.
Yeah. Varanasi must be in a busy place anyway. So
Even that point that Swarnamali mentioned about even if there is an, the impulse to say something, it doesn't, no, even if there is a thought to say something, the impulse doesn't follow, isn't it?
Sorry. Sorry, yeah. I mean, out this heat wave, she's coming. That is why I'm in silence. Yeah,
that's okay.
but yeah. I've not heard that clear what you said. Yes, Kokila, what is going on? Discussion.
We were discussing about the mind sensor and how these sensory functions work. Similar to your discussions these last few days,
Yeah,
they were
very
so
important.
good.
Yeah, I think you heard that, no?
Yes,
Yeah,
100%. Yeah.
It's very important. What is that LIF? How is LIF coming? No, it's very important. Who are you? Is the question. Body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? That's the power. No, that's the otherwise it's a feeling. No, it's a craving or like that. That's the power. Otherwise, no? That's the existent feel. I'm talking about. How is calming existence feel? Otherwise, who are you? The question is not the mind, not the body. It's a power. It's it's, how is the understand this? How is feel this? What do you think about Kokila? That's the existent feel. Otherwise, the life feel.
Yes.
That's a soul, no?
Yes, distinction between these is the Dhamma, I think Arana said. That is the thing that everyone should feel.
Yeah, it's very important because that's the we want the Dhamma. No, we want perfect one. We want to introduce in the others. It's, anybody can research this. Anybody can realize this. What we are talking about. It's very important, no? Who are you?
Yes.
The question is very important. It's not a mind. It's not a body. It's a power. But this Dhamma, someone understood the truth here. How is this power is coming? There's a power is fading. That's the defilements are fading. No, okay, that's a I feel also fading. It's very important. This final tranquility is coming. How is tranquility is coming? Power is zero coming. No, neutral. No, power is fading. It's very important. This one. How? What is the experience? It's very important. The experience. No?
The truth is calling, it's whispering loud, a path unwinding through the darkest crowd. Seek the light, let go of the fear, and find the peace that wipes away each tear. Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the way. loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind. In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It turns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpado. Awake, humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Let awakening begin.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai Aren Wahanse. May I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone. So now we know that the world is created by our senses. Eye creates the seeing world. Ear creates the hearing world. Tongue creates the taste world. Nose creates the world of smell. Body creates the feeling of hot and cold. And mind creates the thoughtful world. So we know that the world is created by our senses. Lord Buddha said, I is your world. So even though we think this is a simple message, it gives a vast meaning, isn't it? We know that the baby in the cot, though his senses are working, still the thoughtful world is not created for him, isn't it? But he also feels when hungry, feels the pain if a needle pricks, or he feels an insect bite. And when he's happy, he smiles. When he's sad or uncomfortable, actually, he cries. So we say he has a radiant mind. What is this radiant mind? Radiant mind is pure. It's pure like a white sheet. No defilements whatsoever. But he also feels the light. He also feels the sound, the smell, taste, hot and cold. He feels that something is there. But still, he can't identify it, isn't it? So, if someone is interested to know how the mind is created, he can go back to the radiant mind, the baby in the cot. So then we can observe. So baby in the cot, he does not have any suffering, isn't it? So even though the war is going around, he has some disaster in the family, he actually has no idea. So what does he want? He wants only some milk when he is hungry and to sleep, isn't it? He only needs food, protection and some place to sleep. So there is no suffering. So even if he is taken to another country and raised by a different type of parents, will he know? No, he won't know it. So we can see that all are perceptions. In other words, if we go deep and see, all are vibrations. Vibrations in the senses. But we know that babies do some actions later in life, isn't it? Like turning to sides, lifting the head, crawling, moving the hands and legs, sitting down, also standing up by holding to something. Though he has not given any names to these actions, he does it automatically, isn't it? So where does this power come from? There should be some power, isn't it? So this power is the Shastrava power, the vibration. So now we can see that for the baby, we can't actually implement a world. So Lord Buddha said, the birth of your eye is your birth. So how does this happen? So this means the child has to identify the things to implement a world for him. For example, say we keep a phone near a baby in the cot. He will not even look at it, isn't it? But if we give it to his hands, what will happen? He will obviously grab it with both hands. He will turn it around, put it in his mouth. So if there's a music, he will listen to it. And once you try to take it back, he will definitely hold into it tightly, isn't it? And he might even cry. So that is the Shastrava Swabhavaya, or the glue for the attachment. But he does not give any value to it. And he does not know what is it. He does not know what is it at all, isn't it? So say the phone is given to a 1-year-old child. He now knows something about this. He knows actually what about toys. So he might think it is a toy. And he might play with it. Sometimes he might try to talk to it. So he also will cry when someone tries to take it back. But still, he does not give any value to it, isn't it? So he might even hit it on the ground and break it. So what will happen? The father or the mother will be very angry because they have given a value to the phone. But the child, he does not have any value. But if we take an older child, he knows that this phone, he knows this is a phone, isn't it? And he might know that his father is using it. But still he does not give much value. Maybe his toys, maybe a toy car, is more valuable for him. So what happens if he breaks it? The father or the mother will shout at him and say, "Don't break it, it is very valuable." So now the child knows it is something valuable and must protect it. So what happens at the Montessori level? At the Montessori age, he is introduced to colors and sounds and shapes. So the colorful world is created. So the color vibration, sound vibration, and also smell, taste, feel, all the vibrations merges into make a new vibration, a thought. Likewise, the thoughtful world is created. So more and more repeated thoughts makes a powerful self. Self who sees, hears, smells, tastes, feel and think. I see, I hear, I smell, I talk, I feel, I think, I taste. So the self is created. So here we can see that the world and me are created at the same moment. Moment to moment, this world is created by one of the senses. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aranwahansa explains that this happens due to a speedy vibration. So now we know that if we take the radiant mind again, so even the speedy vibration happens, it does not merge together. So if we take the radiant mind again, so the baby did not have any suffering. Now we know why he did not have any suffering. But he felt hunger, he felt pain, and felt that something is there, isn't it? The light is there, the sound is there, he felt something. But he did not have a world created by thoughts, isn't it? But what happens once he grows up? So once he grows up and the mind sensor is created and the self also is created then and there. So then his world becomes real. He has this alive feeling. The world is there and I am here looking at trees and houses, cars, mother, father, everything. But it is very important to understand that there are no two different entities as world and you. You are the world and the world is you. Which means whatever the stimuli that comes through any of the senses. If it becomes a thing to you, or it's become real to you, you are born in that thought. So if someone does not know how this world is created due to this speedy vibration, the suffering is inevitable because the world is real to him. Say example, you see a flower. If the flower becomes real to you, so the self also created. Here what we should know, how this self is created. If somebody gets the feel of the burning sensation or the fire within, so he might go into thought strings like I should pluck that flower, or I have to buy another pot like this. So it might go on and on, isn't it? So this thought, the thought power towards the flower is your samsaric journey, the fire within. You feel it. So, for example, before I listened to Buddothpado sermons, I had this experience. I used to maintain a garden. So I had this habit of collecting beautiful flowers. And I used to buy it. Wherever we go, I used to buy some plants. So if I was interested in a particular plant, I would search for it. And somehow I will buy it. But after listening to Buddothpado sermons, slowly but gradually, but steadily also, this kind of habit disappeared. So likewise, everyone has these habits. Actually, when we talk about the mind is a bunch of habits, isn't it? So, for example, some have the habit of waking up early. Some like to study continuously or do a job continuously, even after retirement. Some have the habit of reading. So you must have seen in other countries, usually in the train or the metro, they usually read a book or a paper or a magazine. And some have the habit of being healthy, eating healthy food, walking, exercising, going to gym. Likewise, some work to a timetable. So it is like a routine for them. Without this routine, they won't do anything. Some, as a habit, they are untidy. Some like to keep the places tidy and neat. So some like homemade food, a healthy meal. So likewise, we can go on and on, isn't it? And sometimes these habits interferes with other people's lifestyle also, isn't it? So if we talk about parenting, some parents are very strict they are very strict to their children. So maybe their parents were strict to them too. So they were brought up like that. So as a habit, they do the same thing. So actually what I wanted to highlight is that once you understand this Dhamma and see that there's actually nothing in a thought, this power for the thought will start to diminish. If we further analyze how this power is created to the thought. So for example, if we take a wall which is in front of me. So I see the wall. With the wall, me is also created. Me who sees the wall. There is no other me. So in this example, the wall is me. So we take another example. There is a sound of a radio. So this moment, that radio is me. Likewise, if we take smell, I get the smell of jasmine flower. So at this moment, jasmine flower is me. So say I am thinking of the war now. So the war is me. So what I wanted to say is that what you see, what you hear, what you smell, what you taste, what you feel, what you think, it is me, the self. Me, my mind is born in one thought, in one vibration. Say if the particular thought becomes a thing, say the sound of the radio became a thing, and you feel a burning sensation within. So because it is disturbing, it is so loud, it is noisy. So likewise, if it becomes a thing, that is the power, the self-vibration. So if we further analyze, if there is a thing, there is also a me. Both creates at the same time. It's like the two sides of a coin. Me who sees, me who hears, me who smells, me who tastes, me who feels, me who thinks. Likewise, the me also creates. So Lord Buddha said, if there's a thing, there is you. Which means there should be something relative for me to be born. So likewise, if there is something to see, then there is me who sees it. If there is something to hear, then there is me who listens to it. If there is something to smell, there is me who smells it. If there is something to taste, then there is me who tastes it. If there is something hot or cold you feel, then there is me who feels it. So likewise, if there is something to think, then there is me who is thinking. So how much value you give to that thing, there is a powerful me as well in the other side. In other words, if the world is real, to you, there's obviously me there. So this Satya Jnana part is very important. How this me is created, how the soul is created. So if you take something as real and give it a value, that is me. We should know this. This is very important. And actually there is no separate entities as outside and me. It is the same. So we have to contemplate on this. Otherwise, one can't attain Nibbana. Because Nibbana is not something one has to go and find somewhere, someplace. It is within you. At this moment, a moment-to-moment creation. So if there is an outside world, there is a duality always. So the tree is there, I am here. There is always two sides. If there is two sides, there is no Nibbana. Etang mama in Pali, which means I am there. So for example, if we take the tree, we know that the tree is created with sound and colors. And if we analyze further, sound vibration, color vibration, taste, smell, feel, everything merge to create this thought of tree. And the same moment, the me is also created. So what I wanted to highlight is that the world is a thoughtful world, which means whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel, or think, it is the world. So the mind consciousness is such that it always creates this duality. It is the illusion. So to see through this illusion, one needs wisdom. Because this mind consciousness creates this duality always. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa explains that as long as there is a duality, there is a current, which in other words, it's the power. So in every vibration, there is a power. So if there is no fire, no burning to a particular vibration, me also not born in that particular vibration either. So we have to contemplate on how this me is created, isn't it? How the alive feel is created, and why we don't imply a soul to a tree. Say if we plant a mango seed, for after some time it will grow into a tall mango tree, isn't it? So it happens naturally. It also needs food and water. It gets water from the roots, food by photosynthesis. Old leaves falls down, new leaves comes up, flowers blooms. It also bears mango fruits. If we see, all this happens naturally, isn't it? It's a natural phenomena.
Is it there?
So even if we pluck the mango fruits, or even if we cut the mango tree, nothing will happen. It does not have a mind consciousness. It does not have a soul. But in humans, we know how the mind is created through senses, how the power is created. So as we know, the vibrations of the senses merge into create the new vibration called the mind sensor, which means the mind power. So the me or the soul is created. We have the alive feeling because of this speedy vibrations. So this power gives the feeling of liveliness. So there is a living me. There is like a current. So this feeling that I am living, it is the current which runs underneath. So that's why we feel that everything is existing. So how this power gains? We were small. We didn't have a child, husband, or anything, isn't it? But now we have a child, a husband, or a wife. So when it repeatedly comes, it gains more and more power. So we want to keep it. That is the power of the soul. Actually, all these creates naturally. It's a natural phenomena. So if we further analyze, and as our noble friend explains, this me is none other than the current itself. So actually there is no soul, it is a current. So we know that Lord Buddha has preached a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? That is cause and effect Dhamma. So if the things we see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think becomes real, becomes a thing, it means that moment to moment the cause and effect Dhamma is creating. Cause is the thing, effect is the bhava or becoming. In other words, if it becomes a thing, automatically the samsaric circle is creating then and there. In other words, as long as the current, the power is there, the circle of birth creates. So it happens naturally and no one is doing it. And also no one can stop it. So the Sabbha Sankara, all the volitional formations created by words, actions or thoughts creates this power. So what can we do? We can only understand this process. How this mind is created due to speedy vibrations, how the power is created, how the soul is created. It is only a creation. Actually, there's nothing called me. It is a moment to moment creation, a current. It is the soul. So we feel like we are living due to this power, which happens due to the speed. So every vibration has this power. So we feel that the light, sound, smell, taste, feel, all are existing. So we feel like the trees, houses, mother, father, children, husband, books, cars, sun, moon, all are existing. Imagine you are in a deep sleep or you were given general anesthesia. So all your senses are numb, isn't it? Senses are, you can say, sleeping. So does the world exist then? The world does not exist to you. So where is this me? There is no me. Imagine somebody meets with an accident and was unconscious for a long time. If he wakes up, sometimes he forgets everything, isn't it? Including his name, his immediate family. Even he forgets the time. Anything, his name, everything he forgets. So what happens? He has to learn from the beginning, just like a child in the Montessori, with colors and sounds. Say he is a soldier who was found in another country, say in China. So he has to learn the Chinese language, isn't it? He will be given a new name, a Chinese name. So can we find a me there? No, we can't find a me. So just like the child, he has to learn everything from the beginning. So something very important that our noble friend Buddothpado highlights is that how the light and sound is creating. So light and sound also creates due to this speedy vibration, then and there. No one is doing this. So nahidan attakatam bimbam, nahidam parakatam agam, hetum paticca sambhuta, hetubhanga nirujjati. If there is a cause, things get created. And if there is no cause, there won't be a creation. No one is doing it. It is a natural phenomena. So like the creation of 4 seasons, creation of action and effect, creation of a germination of a seed, and the creation of the mind is a natural phenomena. It is a system, a process. So when we contemplate on this, we can feel that there is nothing called soul, but it is only a current or a power. Because of this current, we feel that things are existing and we are living. It is the self-vibration. It is a natural phenomena. So this me is a current. So once you deeply concentrate and see through insight meditation, you will know, like everything else, the wall, the tree, the book, the phone, dog, animal, anything, me is also a creation, a current, which creates moment to moment. Actually, there is nothing called me. If there is a thing, then the me is also there. So what we have to understand is that there is no separate me. If the tree feels existing, then me also they are alive. Otherwise, the tree is me. So when we talk about the senses again, the eye sensor sees, the ear sensor hears, the nose sensor smells, the tongue sensor tastes, the body sensor feels hot and cold, the mind sensor thinks. So that is their duty. So imagine we are eating a mango. We have the taste. We get only the taste. But the thought comes as, I am eating the mango, which is a sound and colors, which is a thought. I am eating mango is a thought, isn't it? So likewise, whatever we feel, say, those are thoughts. So to any thought, we tie this me as well, which becomes I see, I hear, I taste, I smell, I feel, and I think. So if we have eyes, we see. If we have ears, we hear. If we have nose, we smell. If we have a tongue, we taste. Likewise, if we have a mind, we think. So it all are natural phenomena and a system working. So imagine one is blind. He can't see. So he does not have the world created by the eyes. Say someone is deaf. He can't hear. So the world created by ears is not there. So imagine if someone's nose is blocked. So the world created by the nose is not there. If someone's tongue is burned, he can't taste. So the taste world is not there. Likewise, if someone is unconscious, the world created by thoughts also not there. All the senses are not working. So this also shows if there are no senses, the world is not created. And also a me also not created. In other words, as long as the senses are working, only that current, the power, is generating to function, isn't it? So where is this me? There is actually no me, isn't it? So one has to understand this through wisdom, that there is no self at all. So what happens once somebody sees that there is no self? So then the power which was created by the senses, through the senses, it will start to dissolve. And once you truly understand this, the illusion, the thoughtful world begins to break down. But actually it happens slowly. The power becomes less and less. And the wrong visions that everything is existing also breaks down. Also, the thought of wanting to keep things also diminishes, which means the self vibration diminishes. In other words, the me, my, mine, or the soul also diminishes. The mind power becomes less and less. So we know that to have a power, there should be two different ends, isn't it? So once the wrong vision of self is identified, then one becomes a stream enterer, which means he no longer has the thought of existent feel. But yeah, this is not easy. So the example Lord Buddha has given is that one can find a needle in a pile of soil. But it also could happen, but then this is not easy to see the non-soul angle, to feel that there's no one existing. So this is very subtle, isn't it? So how do we identify this practically? So how to identify this practically? The excitement which was created by the senses starts to diminish. So for example, the things which you did repeatedly to enjoy life, or to keep you alive, or keep you going, that fades away. The habits, we talked about habits, the art you had, that also fades away. Maybe you were very strict about some things, or very particular about things. Maybe you were overthinking about things, or you had inside talking or vitakka. Maybe you used to call friends often. Maybe you were restless, nervous, depressed, irritable, angry, jealous of things, jealous of other people. These things begins to diminish, and you feel it. The thought strings which was created for one thought also gets diminished. So as I said, the desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, the defilements starts to fade away, and you feel free of thoughts. But thoughts comes as usual, but there's no one to get attached or disattached to that particular thought. Also, the fire, the burning sensation you had also disappears gradually, but it happens gradually. So these are the things. So once you are in the path, and with that internal transformation, especially you feel that the burning within is fading away. So what we have to know is that all these are happening naturally, not done by anybody. It is a system. What one has to do is to show the truth to the system. So you feel the power of the soul is getting less and less. So in the mundane world, it is actually the other way around. There are desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, because the world is real to them. There is a powerful me. So the vibration is so powerful, the ego is so powerful, to keep them satisfied, they might even kill people, start wars, destroy everything. But if somebody understands this wonderful Dhamma, that there is no self there to stimulate, all will be peaceful, isn't it? Now we know that with concentration meditation, one cannot practically experience this Dhamma. One can experience only through insight meditation, and can practice in any position, either sitting, standing, walking, or lying down. So this is insight meditation. So once you start insight meditation, the concentration meditation will also add itself. Yeah, automatically it will happen, which means samatha vipassana yugandan. What happens in concentration meditation, actually the self gets more powerful, because usually the outside world is real. But insight meditation, it builds up with the knowing of the dependent origination Dhamma, with Four Noble Truths, which means it shows that the outside world is a thought, and that thought also not real. So first, you have to know how these thoughts are created. First, to apply this to one thought. And you will know that all the thoughts are created the same way, with colors and sounds. The example our noble friend Buddothpado gives is the mango's fruit. Once you cut open, you will know that the inside is white, isn't it? And after that, you don't have to cut all the mango's fruits. Likewise, you have to see the truth of only one thought. Then you will know that all the thoughts are created the same way. If we talk a bit about the three worlds, the sensual world, form world, and the formless world. The sensual world, where everything is happening. Everything has a value. the thought power is more. There are desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, and all the defilements are there. The duality is there. The form world. Form world is where we know that the world is created.
The meaning of the real life. Because in this chase for money, people really get lost and they lose the purpose of living. Animals are at peace, but humans are not, because people are entangled in making plans and having hopes. True peace cannot be achieved. There is no rest, no peace, because they do not understand what peace and tranquility truly mean. They cannot enter the spiritual path. If someone correctly follows the spiritual path, he will attain liberation from this mess. What is this world? Are we truly advanced? We are always thinking of how to attack another person. People are lost in the illusional world created in the mind consciousness. Illusions are not real and cannot be found in the outside world or the sensory world. So if we compare this humanity to other realms, even animals are at peace compared to humans, because the mind, this sophisticated mind the humans have, is capable of thinking endlessly. Therefore, they're always entangled in thinking about stuff, making plans, having hopes, dreams. So they're chasing something. With this mind comes the desire, and there's always something to be achieved. Therefore, the peace cannot be achieved. No rest, no peace. And before we stumbled upon this Dhamma, we had no idea of what real peace and tranquility means. If someone really follows this path, he will get to the liberation of mind. We think we are advanced, but we are advanced in the sense that we are capable of making more money, making plans,
creating things, creating sophisticated things. We're capable of attacking and killing other people and other animals. So to say that we are truly advanced is to be lost in this illusional world, this mentally constructed world. And illusions are not real. And all these thoughts that we have, all these things that we assume that exist, they do not exist. It's just a mirage, an illusion. It's a sensory world that comes into existence moment to moment. Mentally constructed world that we assume that exists outside. And assume that there's a self that exists with respect to that so-called existing world. Our concept has clarified this for you. Peace and tranquility can only be found by recognizing the truth about the illusional world. There's no end to this either. We call this phonobhavika, this nature of the mind to get entangled, to create more and more thoughts. According to what's created, the soul disappears and reappears with the next creation. It is due to this changing nature that we feel alive. It is also this change we explain as speed. The changes that occur due to vibrations create these differences. This occurs because of the chitta-niyama, the natural occurrences of mental formations, the natural order of mental formations. But within the power of reconstruction or recurrence or volitional formation, abhisankarane, the notion of a self appears. These are the reasons for the notion of feeling alive. So today, during the controversial discourses sermon, 7 p.m. Zoom discussion yesterday, an important question was asked: what is the truth? So people answered that question based on where they are in their own understanding. What they understand as truth. Some of the answers were only partially true, partially correct, because that is how much they have understood of this deep dharma. All of us have heard that this is an illusion. There's no reality about this so-called world and the so-called self. It's easily said in a sentence or so, but it's not that easy to understand it. After listening to these sermons for many years, even to just realize for yourself that the external world is not true, which is the first karma sthana or first unique meditation instruction that's given in the practical approach, the practical program. it takes, for someone, it might take about a couple of years, because this something said so simply has to be explained so deeply, because our minds are crowded with layers and layers and layers of thoughts. We, as we discussed yesterday in the Buddothpado youth sermon, we see that these children at the age of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, they understand this Dhamma much easily. So this truth is, in a way, we can say that all of this is an illusion. The so-called external world and the so-called self, all that is an illusion. But how does it come into existence? Saying that is just not enough for someone to really understand it, really see it within themselves, to realize it within themselves. So we know that there's no continually existing world or a so-called self. When we say the world, even for one, there's no continually existing world that's coming from some past moment in time to this moment in time, and that continues to exist from this moment in time to some future moment in time. What we think about right now is the world right now. And what we think about right now is just a thought in this moment. And in that thought, let's say there's my son here, and I like my son. That is, if that is the thought that's running through my mind, that is my world right now. The son or the daughter or whoever or any object, that the fact that the sun exists means I exist. For a person who's in ignorance, I exist with respect to the sun. So if we kind of zoom in on this, the mental object of sun, the thought, the world that comes into existence in the moment, that is an emergence of, when you think about your son, there's an image to your son. Even if he's not around, you can still, in the mind of the eye, see the image of the sun, which is, if you really focus on that image, how it appears, it's a bunch of colors, varying colors, different shapes. And the idea that it is your son or the name of him is also embedded in that mental image, which is a sound. A sound is a vibration. Human ear is capable of detecting the sound frequencies, which is between 20 to 20,000 hertz. And the image of the sun is also a manifestation of a vibration. That is, whatever the colors you see, they are in the visible range of colors, the 7 colors on the rainbow. If there's a smell to that, smell of your sun, if you can kind of think about it, that is also, you can get an idea about it in this moment. How it feels to touch him. In that mental object, everything is included. They're all vibrations of manifestation, smell, taste, touch. different ranges are detected through different faculties, and kind of they come together to create the idea that there is an existing sun out there. So these vibrations, they come into existence as a result of two opposing polarities. When there are two opposing polarities, negative, like in the case of a positive and a negative terminal, running electricity through the two ends of a wire, there's always a spark, there's always a vibration. And that vibration cannot exist without a power that generates that. So these opposing polarities creating this vibration and the power, this happens so fast that itself becomes the image, that itself becomes the sound, smell, taste, touch. And it happens so fast, it feels like the sound exists, the image or the light exists, the smell, taste, touch, they all exist. Even the baby, who has the radiant mind, before his mind is developed into a mind with language, he's able to see things. And we know that in the cot, I can't remember the name of the toy that's kind of hung above him or her, and it's rotating and it has multiple colors, and kids always look at that and laugh, and when it stops moving, they begin to cry, because even though they do not have a label for it yet, the fact there's a feeling that something is out there and it's continuously moving, and there's some sort of an indulgence in it. Once it stops moving, the baby doesn't like it. Not that he knows it to express it in terms of thoughts or whatever, but the response is he will start crying. Same goes with if you give a mobile phone to an infant. Once it's taken away, he will start crying. So there's some sense of something is out there. That sense is, it feels like the sounds are out, the light is out there, the sounds are out there, smell, taste, touch, they're out there. And this feeling is the one that gets the labels, that gets labeled. With the introduction of label, as the baby grows up, the labels are introduced: the mother, father, dog, ball, tree, all that. So the fact that something's out there now gets the names. Now earlier it was just sounds, light, smell, taste, touch was out there. Now with the developed mind, the child has the tables out there, the chairs, the mother, father. And then automatically by the system, the thought is created: if that is my father, if that is my mother, there should be a self to whom they belong to. And that is labeled as the self, but that is the feeling, that is kind of the same vibration vibrating so fast. Due to that speed, it feels like something's out there. The table is out there, chair is out there. It continues to vibrate because of that speed. The feeling of the self, the self-perception is also created then and there. There's no duality here. The feeling that the chair is out there, the mother is out there, it is the same feeling that's kind of extended to feel like I am seeing the mother, I am talking to the mother, I am listening to the mother. But when labels are introduced, the duality is introduced, something exists now in the form of the mind. The chair is there. In reality, there's no chair. There's a vibration. There's a sense of something, the sense of something out there, and with the introduction of the labels, there's a sense that table is out there, which through the vibration becomes the feeling of self, perception of self. So that is the truth. There's no mother, father, dogs, boy, house, sons, wives, husbands. Out there, they just come into existence in the moment as a result of a vibration, as a result of two opposing polarities creating the vibration and the underlying power. And this may sound like words, but as you understand this truth, even though it's said in few sentences, it's much deeper truth we've been talking about. There's been talking about different aspects of it. How this is the case, how it is so, and when it gets confirmed to you within you as your own direct knowing, as your own direct truth, what happens is when this mind that comes into existence moment to moment assumes the existence of an external element, external object, and the fact that there's a notion of a self that is experiencing that external object, that begins to dissolve and diminish. We call them defilements. If something exists out there, there's either you like it, you don't like it, or you have a neutral feeling about it. Either way, either you like it, don't like it, or you have a neutral feeling about it, the thought itself assumes the existence of something. When that assumption is there, when that notion of existence there, automatically the notion of a self is created. So that becomes the center of your own world, your own universe. I see that, I see this, I hear this, I smell, taste, touch. That gives rise to suffering. Buddha talks about, compared to any other spiritual teacher or any other person who has talked about, Buddha has talked about suffering, because people think it's a negative kind of a religion or negative kind of a teaching, but it is not the case. The suffering is a very pragmatic teaching, very realistic teaching, because the suffering, we don't like to accept it, but the suffering is everywhere. Even when life is seemingly going well for someone, the suffering is everywhere, because as the mind assumes something that exists that is not really existing in reality, that itself is suffering, because that mind tries to draw pleasure from it, assuming these external things exist. The mind tries to draw pleasure from these external objects, but they do not exist. They just come into existence in the moment. Moment to moment. And that is the suffering. And even when everything's seemingly going all right, especially when seemingly everything's going all right. We don't see the suffering in even just a single thought. But like if someone has gone through many tragedies or unfavorable situations, and as one begin to question about the reality of things, or why certain things happen a certain way, when someone truly questions into the truth of these matters, and fortunately if he stumbles upon this Dharma, he or she sees that even when even in the absence of these seemingly grand unfortunate events, even the weight of a thought is a lot. The suffering that is carried by a thought is a lot. That is something that could be experienced within us as we walk this journey, as one advanced into the journey, as one has already dealt with the biggest attachments one would usually have, such as, it could be anything for anyone, but that person has walked this path for some time, and the mind is much less, it's less dense, and he or she begins to see how ego works, how the so-called the notion of the self tries to, in very subtle ways, these are very subtle things that one would notice, how the so-called self wants to be a bigger, better person, or tries to show off, or things like that. So in that effort to see the mind in these subtle occurrences, one can see how heavy a single thought could be. So I think we have Randima and Dr. Sakuntala joined with us today. Randima and Dr. Sakuntala, we can start.
Thiruvan Saranai Harshi, thank you so much for your very insightful review of what is the truth. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, please accept our humble worship. So I think what is the truth? So I think that conversation was very interesting, but unfortunately I couldn't listen the whole thing. But that really kind of gave some opportunity for everyone to understand: are they in the truth, like, or are they seeing the truth, like? So as you very correctly pointed out, the answer to that question came up based on each one's experience of what it is. So so that really indicates so the truth, the real truth is not a kind of a thinking. The truth is seen within. So the right answer for such a question, in a way, like a bit of it's not easy to put out as well, but as long as if the path is clearer, like if it is felt like, So it is the feeling that is converted to words and put out. So truth is a feel. So truth is a feel, because until the feel put out, there is no guarantee that truth is seen. So it is not a question about whether someone put into words or not, because each words sort of carry different meaning, and people interpret the words also in their own mind words. So it is actually internal transformation, inside transformation. Inside transformation is the truth. So it is very nice. I think it could have been. I think it may have been a very wonderful discussion. So actually, the people, so-called people, in this human world, the human world sort of believes in a permanent world. Permanency is a field. There is a field of permanency everywhere. That is the thing. So that field of everything is real. So this is the endless samsaric travel, where things becoming real. So any sight, any sound, any taste, so all that becoming real. Sometimes when someone try to understand this Dhamma also, like they stand in the permanency side and then try to interpret it. I think that is the error. Because for example, let's say, I seen, mind recognize. So I seen occur and mind recognize. So now in that situation also, one can sort of, you see that as this I is real and so-called me real, and you see, and so we know very clearly I is a misconception. I is not true. Mind is not true. But when try to understand this, sometimes one stand on there and try to interpret this. So then what will happen? It is already in the drushti. It's already in the misconception, and then it knows, it get to know like it is not real life. So in that situation, that become a thinking. So then it become another drushti, and nothingness is taken as a thinking, and then that misconception strongly continues, and whenever the sight sound occur, that comes, and then there is a strong nothingness, but there is no real inside transformation. So this is the kind of error that can happen, because sometimes in some Dhamma forums, like we have listened to some speech, there is no sort of explanation about how these defilements are seen and how these defilements are minimized in the system. How it got liberated, how these defilements seen and liberation occur. But the speech is more or less on the nothingness side. So that is the problem. If someone is very speed, or someone is very hurry for something, so hurry to say, okay, now it is done, I am done, like so. And then someone hurry means it really listen the Dhamma for its own mental consolation. Now there is someone happy about the tranquility, someone happy that it is now in control of the worldly things, like as soon as this nothingness applied, it gets squeezed, like pressed. But no, but all the time what we try to say is, I think as Harshi mentioned, that ego. Because while having an ego, any tranquility or liberation, what you are talking, can be in the mind. So actually it is the ego is the one which needs to disappear. Ego is the power. Ego is the current. Ego is a strong, valuable someone is there who doesn't want something to happen, who wants something to happen in some way. So this is the problem. So ego, it is all the time happy as and when everything is very calm, tranquil, nice. Everything is happening according to what I say. But when it is not in the process, the ego damage. I mean, the ego sort of attacked. So that is the problem. So this Dhamma, why so much of discussion into this Dhamma? It is because the problem is there. Problem is this ego or the power. Because this is a power. It is not just squeezing or pressing the power. Pressing the power is also possible. There are some nice guys who are well in control their mind. So this is not, even at your deathbed, if this ego is there, you are still, yourself can be attacked again. You are helpless. So therefore it is better, rather than trying to have a very temporary comfort from the Dhamma, try to get the permanent solution. Permanent solution is what? It is that the impermanency of the everything, including the self, needs to be seen. So that is the insight. That is the insight. So this, what is the soul? Soul is not a permanent thing. It is just the composition of vibration change from time to time. That is the soul. Just like music. Now there are so many beautiful piece of music, isn't it? So from various composers from various countries have developed so many tunes, musics. So can anyone say now so many have developed and nothing? I mean, there won't be any beautiful music blends of these vibrations of compositions in future? No. That is the thing. So maybe another few months time there can be a strongly hit another version. Why? Because these are different compositions of vibrations. So these vibrations, compositions, you see, it's different. So it can be a totally new thing, totally new, totally unexpected, different composition. So something like that. This power is also the next moment composition, how it can arise. It really is not in anyone's control. So it is happening. So, so therefore, the real liberation or the real freedom is not here, not in this wave. So beyond wave is the realization, or it is the feel of the truth. Now we are coming to the truth, feel of the truth. So the truth of every moment. So the truth of unreality of worldly thing has to be felt. So as long as it's felt, now it has become the truth. So just now, if we take now this mind, you see, you listen to someone. You listen to someone. When you listen to someone, you see, can you listen it continuously? Is the question. Can you listen it continuously? You try your level best to listen someone continuously. You put your full effort now and try to listen somebody. Is it possible? No. Why? Because this mechanism is not in anyone's control. Because even though the sound vibration continuously occur, this is a signal system. So anyone will feel like mind rotate, mind drives, like it's a different, some sensor functionality happening here. The sensor variation is happening. So some part really not felt in the whole conversation. That's why when you listen, maybe someone's explanation or speech for the second time, you will hear a totally different thing which was not heard like minute before. So this is the thing. So it's like a monkey mind. So there is a power of, you see, taking it here and there, like, and even though the whole body sensor system spark, like the mind feel that variation sort of turns into different senses. So in that moment, your world is not the sound world. In that moment, your world is something else. Because in a way, like, there is some stress in the sensor itself. Continuously, it's not just one sensor. Those sensors are sort of variation. Now, if you stand in a flower garden, there are so many beautiful flowers there, some leaves there, some ponds there, some birds tweet. So just see, without your invitation, your eye rotate like a camera. So it's not done by anybody. This is the signal system, because that drives the next one, like. So we have to understand there is some process is happening here, but what is the purpose behind that process? It is to drive the power. So its power driving mechanism is nowhere. It is in these sensors. So it is the sensor driving power system, like a machine. So therefore, it is very important until your last breath, there is some kind of review is happening here, because it is the ego is the power, and this power scene liberation has to happen. and what is really happening is seen sort of until the last breath. So there is no sort of end here. There is no sort of right mark here. There is no sort of full stop here. So, so the pratipada or the practice, this practice is also at some point is a happening thing, and it will happen until the last breath. So I think, yeah, so that's all what I want to add, Harshi, Teran Saranai.
Yeah, Teran Saranai, Randim, I think Sakuntala also can add. Thank you very much for your valuable explanation. And I thought the music, the vibrations, the composition, that is a good kind of analogy to talk about the vibrations that's created in the moment. Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, we would like to listen to your feedback on that as well. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, I pay my homage to R.N. Mahanse. Teruvan Saranai with our friends. Yes, I think both of you were talking, sort of giving various examples, more or less pointing out towards the feeling of existence or self-feeling. Actually, that is the essence of this teaching, the importance of identifying the self-feeling and the self-existence, because that is the main root of this tree, where, trimming the branches even up to the level of soil and cutting the trunk up to the level of the soil is not going to help, as long as the self-feeling or the self-perception or the ego, I-ness, whatever the name used, is not identified and uprooted. Because at some stage, this is what is happening with concentration meditation, and most of the Dharma preachers that we listen nowadays, this is what is happening, because you are not uprooting the whole tree, but you are cutting it at different levels up to the level of soil, but it will grow by somehow. Maybe the time that to grow again will vary from system to system, but that is what will happen at the end. So identifying and this self-feeling or I-ness and how it happens is the way to get rid of it, get rid of that misconception. So I think you can do it now. If you take the practical side, you can go backwards in the reverse gear. You can experience various, now following certain incidents in day-to-day life. A system will experience a feeling in the sense it might be kind of heavy feeling. It can be interpreted as a fire-like burning sensation, fire or current, or we use various names. So that is what you feel actually. That is the feel where you have, the system gives a value to the sense of faculty, sense of information, or the sense creation. So if you go backwards, if once the system identifies this current, it can be investigated. How did the current happen? So current is always a thought, and different names are given to this current. Sadness, happiness, anger, all sorts of names can be given. But it is a thought, and thought means a collection of
creations from the faculties, the 5 faculties. So that means the thought is, if you sort of spread out the thought, the jigsaw puzzle, you can see that so many pieces get together to form that final thing called thought. And when you give a value, when the system gives a value to this thought, when the thought is taken as real, in simple words, if you take the coconut tree as real, if you take the house as real, without realizing that it is a creation in the mind, in respect to some information created by the faculties, then you take it as the thought is projected outside, and you take it as, without realizing that it is a creation of the mind, as a result of the system function, the system tend to project it to the outside world. So there are the coconut trees there, the house is there, I am there, so I am also part of this creation. So once this projection is done, and then it is given a value, and it is taken as a true thing, really existing thing, that is where the duality is, that is where the mind consciousness is. That means there is a thing outside, and myself who is experiencing or enjoying that thing. So that is where the duality, and it is due to the ignorance which is there right throughout up to the Arhat state of a system. So when you realize this thought is a creation which happened at that moment as a spark, and when you further evaluate on that, then it's realized that it is a collection of the creations of senses, which means the shapes, sounds, smells, tastes, and tactile feel. So it's a collection, and it happens instantly. It is not something which was stored in a memory or something. The same spark which happened some stage will spark again here. So that is a thought. So thought, when the thought is taken real, then the thought is given a value. That is where the me concept of myself comes up. Then the system realizes that thought is a creation. So further backwards, then it's obvious that this is a collection of the sense functions, sense activity. So if you go to that level, the senses, how does the senses create? As we have listened to so many of our noble friends, preachers, Deshana, and the explanations, it's very clear, very obvious now. These are again creations at that sensor level. It's not something which is coming from outside. As we learned in our school, where the light rays are coming and the sound waves are coming, and because of that we can hear and see. Now it's understood very clear that it is a sensor creation at that point, and the sensor creation is projected outside because of the ignorance, to indicate that there is a color, or there is a shape, there is a sound which comes from outside. And further at the sensor level, always the responsible reason is that the speed, because of the speed of vibration, it creates a light. because of the speed of vibration, the eardrum creates a sound. So this is the first level actually. The creation occurs at the sensor level. In other words, if a system doesn't have the physical eye, there is nothing to talk about seeing something. If the physical body doesn't have an ear, there is nothing to talk about sounds. So like that, always the physical part should be there, and there should be a vibration occurring at that level for the system to hear or see. So those are two important things. So the organ should be there, and there should be vibration. There must be vibration of that part at that time to create a sound or shape or a light. This is applicable to the other sense faculties also. And it is 100% due to the fast vibration. So the speed is a very important fact here, which results in the creation. And once this creation occurs, there is vibration. Now, if you take the eye, there is a vibration there. And what happens in no time, immediately, along with that, what happens is that there is some matching of this vibration to a vibration that happens somewhere else. So that is a nature's law. No one can decide what is going to match and when and where. So there is some matching. This is what is called the telepathization. And that is what we call seeing a coconut tree, because some form of naming is done to the shape or the light which was created, some form of matching and some form of naming. Now, this naming or this matching part occurs in relation to the previous data which has been put to the system. So I don't know whether what I explained was clear enough, but I was trying to sort of give an outcome, just outline of this system, how it happens. So when you go back like this, ultimately you find that like penetrating the body with X-rays and going deeper and deeper, penetrating all sorts of tissues. It's like that. Here also, you end up with some vibrations. Now, vibrations do not have a color, no sound, and no smell, no taste, nothing. And that, because of the speedy occurrence, it creates something then and there. Now, this is a good example is that if you take a TV screen, this is one of the very beautiful examples given by our noble friend, Aryan Wahanse. If you see how the television set is working, it's again some waves or vibrations are responsible. So outside the screen or the behind the screen, you can't see anything. You can't hear any sounds. You can't see colors or smells or whatever it is. There's nothing. And the moment it is connected to the moment that the TV is switched on, that means the sensors are functioning there. Sensors which are compatible to these waves are set up, which represents the physical body. There you get a picture. There is some sounds coming up. So this is something similar to that. From nothingness, you create a complete story. So this is, so when you sort of go back like this, finally you end up that there is nothing basically apart from the vibrations. And vibrations also do not have any physical qualities, and vibrations also are not persisting. It happens then and there. So finally, you go beyond the X-ray thing, because in the X-ray you can see at least the bones, but if you have something which penetrates that also, you end up in the nothingness, and see how what massive illusion that we are in. From nothingness, you create a whole world and a whole sort of film. So I think this is something that each person has to slowly think about and convince the system. Then only the values which are given to this so-called existing world will diminish little by little. I can see Dr. Ravi also has joined. Would you like to add something? We were just talking about the self-feeling, self-existence, just things around that. Therwan Sarana Ravi?
Yeah, Therwan Sarana, Dr. Sakuntala, Therwan Sarana, Harshi, Therwan Sarana, Randima, Therwan Sarana, everyone. Yeah, as you said, so I heard your latter part of the speech. So you were talking about kind of vibration. So as Sarana says, it's true. So if a vibration is there, the creation of the world is inevitable. So what happens here is, when you understand this Dhamma, the mechanism, the level of the frequency or the intensity of the vibration gets reduced. So ultimately what will happen, it will reach into certain place where there is no such a vibration. So that is the way we can get away from that illusion. So vibration is the causative factor for creation of this illusion. So once the vibration, the intensity of vibration become more and more less, the illusion, the creation of this illusion will not happen. But what you should think beyond that is, even since our faculties are functioning until our last breath, we see the illusion, but we know that this is the illusion. So this is very difficult to understand, because the initial vibration we had, the illusion got created. But after the understanding this Dhamma, the vibration gets diminished. So that there is no chance of creating this illusion. Yes, of course, that's true. But at that point, our faculties are already developed. I mean, external senses. So we can still see the illusion. Actually, in that point, we can't say that we are existing, because the vibration is not there. But we can still deal with that illusion. without being attached to that illusion. So it is some kind of the magic. It is the magic here. So yes, that's it. So as you explained, you all explained. I think you talked about this energy thing and all these things. What happens is the energy that has been built within that particular vibration get reduced. So as energy dissolves, it has no capability of giving rise to another subsequent vibrations. So if vibration happens, so it gets diminished then and there. So in that very moment will be the moment for who has seen through this illusion, who has seen this Dhamma. So that's why Lord Buddha said we live in one single moment only. Even that fraction of second is not true. If you believe this moment is true, then the following moments will also spontaneously become true for you. Because as long as you take this moment is real, so it can fuel up the coming moment. So it becomes also real for you. So that's how this spark continues to spark further. So that will build up your sansaric journey. So if you are able to see through this phenomena or the natural process that's happening, that's rolling out at this moment, so you will be able to see the unrealistic nature of this present moment even. So that will help you to stop that further sparks. So that will end up your sansaric journey at this very moment. That's why Lord Buddha say this is a stopping of birth. So you are being born at this very moment, but if you are able to see this very moment is not real, there is no chance of creating the bhava at this very moment. So that will immediately cease your sansaric journey right now. So that is the nibbana that you see at this very moment. So as Lord Buddha said, all three realms, Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, the sensual world, form world and formless world, all three realms are there in this very moment. So by seizing that, by seeing through this, the reality of this very moment, you will be able, you are capable of stopping this, all three realms. So that means your sansaric journey will come to end. So that is the one who become a real Buddhist, who is a person who is capable of seizing this sansaric journey at this very moment is the one who become a Buddhist at this very moment. So irrespective of the religion, what he believes, culture, from where he comes from, it doesn't matter. If somebody is capable of seeing the truth at very moment, that means the illusion of this uh, illusion of this vibration, he is the one who is excel this world. World means he is the one who is capable of stopping this samsaric journey. That is the Nibbana state. So that is the way how person can become a real Buddhist. So that message is very powerful, and let's say everyone say that will end the whole story. So we are explaining the story of ourselves, the story of our own life. So we are the one who is responsible, who are responsible for our own story, own lives and samsaric journey. So we have the responsibility of stopping or continuing it. It's in your own hand, in our own hands. So that is the most important message here. I think if you are able to see this truth, definitely you will be able to get away from this journey. So seeing through this truth means seeing that there is no doer here, there's no soul here. So even though you know it for the knowledge, but you have to experience it by yourself. That experience will come gradually along with the level of your understanding of this Dhamma. Dhamma in the sense the system in the sense how this formation gets created. So how this vibration creates an illusionary world. So if you, as long as you are not get cheated by that, so you are there. So you have the capacity to get away from this illusion. So I, me, my concept is also a part of that same illusion. So you definitely get to know that you are no longer will be there in that same illusion. You are not become, you can, yeah, you can stay away from being part of that same illusion. So that will liberate you from your illusion. So that will help you to cease your samsaric journey at this very moment. Yes, Arshi. Therewon Saranai. Therewon Saranai, Arshi. Can you hear me? Therewon Saranai, Randima, can you hear me?
Yeah, Therewon Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Yeah, we can hear you. We thank actually, that's a very wonderful explanation. Arshi, Therewon Saranai. I think it is late night for Harshi.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see Aryan Mahanse is also joined. Therewon Saranai, Aryan Mahanse. Yeah, Dr. Ravi, I think we have come to the end of the program. Is there anything, Dr. Sakuntala, who you like to add?
Therewon Saranai, I think a detailed explanation was given by Ravi also. Nothing much to add for the moment. I think if Aryan Mahanse is not going to sort of participate, maybe with Unwase's permission we can conclude.
Yeah. So I think, I think yeah, I think we can conclude the session for today and discuss tomorrow. So we thank Dr. Ravi, Dr. Sakuntala, and Harshi for and everyone who participated in today's discussion. We'll discuss tomorrow as well. Teruvan Saranai Aryan answer. Teruvan Saranai, my friends.
Teruvan Saranai Aran
Terva
Master.
Sarnaya
Teruvan Saranai
Master,
Randuma. Teruvan
Tama
Saranai
friends.
everybody.
May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Aranvas, for your noble guidance and so much effort you are taking these days to spread Dhamma through Sri Lanka. We were talking about several things yesterday, and every day the topic changes because of the discussion points, the flow of the talk also changes. It's very important to understand how much this Dhamma, how this Dhamma works, why we try to investigate what Lord Buddha said. So Lord Buddha said, there is no I, me, myself. Then why do we feel like we are there? Is how he explained everything. So dependent origination is that answer. So Lord Buddha said, if you know dependent origination, you know Dhamma. But what that means is you have to know, just not by heart it, or just not by just reading it. You need to actually know. Especially the most beautiful thing is, if the body is not you, if the mind is not you, who are you? And that when someone asks that question, where are you at this moment? I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. What do they show? The body. And even if you don't, if you fully realize that it's not the body, but still you might say, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Here means what? Maybe the mind. But then where is actually this power? Where is this problem? So that is actually in stimuli. What is the stimuli? So imagine your focus is the stimuli. That is you. So if it is the chair, the table, the TV, the settee, the floor, the roof, the fan, the windows, if you focus on them, that becomes the actual thing. But the actual trick is not the focus, it's the vision. What is the problem here is the self-view. Focus is not the problem. And power, why it has become a thing is because of ignorance too. Wrong view, and the power it has gained through ignorance is what we have to see. What is going to be zero in future? That is that power. And without power, the speed of the sensory organ is there. So you need to understand this whole thing, whole Dhamma, to understand why we are saying that it is the chair. So chair is one stimuli. What is that comprised of? That has about 3 layers. So chair, you have like we feel like the chair is outside. You have so much big history about the chair. I mean, if it is about something like your daughter, you might have a better history than a chair. You'll remember everything, or your mother, or your father, or your sister. You take the sister. So you will remember so much things about sister, right? There will be so much value. That value is actually the sensual world. Sensual world means you can actually, you feel it's actually there in front of you. Or even not in front of you. If you are listening to her voice, you might think, oh, that's my sister. And you really believe that the sound is coming from her, kind of thing. And so it's not the sound coming from her. There's a tricky area here. Yeah, there is sound. But this Sattvaputkala, that means personality, personal view that there is someone there. There's actually a view. There's no someone there. There's a system, yes. So what is a system? That system also produces sounds, right? Yes, like you. You produce sounds. Like everyone produces sounds, right? How is that happening? Is there a self or just that's the system? It's a system. The sounds are produced, the actions are produced, the thoughts are produced. So when you understand that the chair, if you feel like the chair is outside, yes, it is a sensual word. Sensual word means you have the ability to touch it and entertain it, right? Yeah, because you feel like it's outside. What about the form world? Form world is a perception. This is a bit tricky. You have to understand fully. It's actually the perception. Perception means it's a kind of a mind wave. What does that mean? It's a sound. Yeah, it's a sound. So, but it has a picture attached to it as well. If it is the sister, you have the perception of sister. You know, even if you understand that sister is not in, just imagine your sister is in UK. You can, or your sister is in Sri Lanka, or your sister is in Australia. Just imagine how you visualize that she must be there at this moment now. But actually, is she outside there somewhere? Or is it a perception in your mind? It's a perception in your mind, right? So the sister is a perception in your mind. The daughter is a perception in your mind. What is a perception? kind of a sound, but what is it? It has a picture to it. Oh, that picture. Picture actually can't have a sound to it, but they are like in one block now in the mind wave. That perception, if you pierce that perception, what is there? Well, there's a shape of light, right? Yeah, there's a shape of light. How does that shape of light come from? Is shape of light true? If you drop the sound part of it, what is there? Shape of light. So is the shape of light true? Well, there comes the trick. Shape of light is also not true. If none of these things are true, what do you feel then? You're feeling the actual speed of light, and that's it. But if you're feeling that the actual sister is in Sri Lanka, that is different. That is completely different. That's pretty solid, right? You feel like the solid sister is in front of you, or in Sri Lanka, or in Australia or UK. That's a different way. Because then you have to reach out to him or her to touch her or talk to her or hug her or anything like that. See, the sensual world, it's pretty solid. Means even the body, you believe that this solidity is a thing. Not actually a thing. It's not a thing. If you feel someone actually outside, in the sense, yesterday we were talking about in the discussion how one of our friends was talking about her 40 years of experience, and then it was told in so much power that I had to intervene and say, no, you're taking it as very real. That's why this power is increasing suddenly. So the 40 years had a picture. If you really feel that the 40 years actually happened, you're outside. Self-view is there. But if the perception is there, you still have a picture. Is the 40 years picture true? No. No. Yeah, there's attachment with the picture, but actually not there. These concepts you have to understand were not there at all. Anyway, it was just in the perception level. 40 years is never there. It was in the mind. Was yesterday there? Yesterday was in the mind. Actually, can you touch yesterday? You can't. Yesterday is a perception anyway. Is that perception actually true? No. Then what is it? Why do you feel as it's there? Because of the mind consciousness. This 40 years of freedom or anything is just, they are creations of the mind only. Actually, there's nothing called freedom. But we feel it as like that, right? So we feel like 40 years is a thing. It is actually in the mind, and that time has never been a true thing. Time is a comparison anyway. You know that. Even the scientists know that. Time is a comparison. Like yesterday, 10 years ago, 40 years ago, 40 years, I kept doing this. They're all in the mind. So what is a mind? Mind is actually sound wave and light wave coming together. If you can't understand the sound wave part of it, Vitakka Vichara will be very powerful. If the mind is still a thing to you, any perception will be a true thing to you. It will have a light mental picture attached to it. It's very, very delicate area to realize what the perception is. Perception of 40 years is imagine. Perception of, so this 40 years is coming from yesterday discussion. It's about someone's 40 years of work actually. She retired, someone's 40 years of work. So she was talking about 40 years of work and then how much power it had. So 40 years, everyone, when we try to talk about it, understand that it is not true, right? But imagine if it is your 40 years, it becomes so real to you. If it becomes so real, you are there. Basics, even self-view is there. It is so real. If you feel like it really happened. The perception level is not that bad. It's not that heavy. But it's the mind level. That means perception actually has the light wave attached to it, in the sense sound wave and light wave coming together, the mind wave is formed. The 40 years is, the perception is true, is both there. That's why it is felt as heavy. And Vitakka Vichara about 40 years, that is so much story about the 40 years. The mental pictures about the 40 years will not stop until we fully realize that the 40 years didn't exist. This sound wave actually did not exist. Then you are left with the picture, which is actually nothing, because there was never a 40 years anyway. Were you looking at something like 40 years? No. But it had a mental part of it, right? That is not true either. So this all the mental part of like, just imagine my freedom. My is also, I mean mine. There's never been a meaning to that. You really can't find I mean mine anywhere, actually speaking. Like that, even the freedom you can't find. What is that? It's a concept. It's a concept which is not even found physically. If you can find something physically, at least you will say, oh, yeah, I can see chair is there. But just imagine freedom, my freedom. So the my freedom is a mental perception, right? It's a mental perception only, actually. Can you understand? The my part is anyway a mental perception, which is never true. Because that thought is the value of the thought is I feel we get. But the freedom, my freedom, where is it? Do you even have something to say, this is my freedom? No, but you have. You have such a strong perception that you have a picture. Suddenly you have a picture for the mental, like my freedom. There's something you suddenly you get the idea, oh, this is a blow to my freedom. So there is a picture, even though it is not the picture of a flower. So there is light wave in there. So all the time, if sound wave is there, light wave is attached there. So my freedom is a kind of a perception where there is a mental picture. Imagine self-vibration or non-vibration in that sense. That might have that too. None of these perceptions are true. If you have one single word in your vocabulary, none of these things are true. Then what is left? The light wave. Is the light wave true? No. Mental picture. Picture means light wave, right? Even the 40 years had a mental picture. Even the my freedom had a mental picture. So the mental picture, every mental picture has this sound wave and the light wave. So as we talk my freedom or sister, so we took three. Sister, my freedom, 40 years of my work, 40 years of work. So the 40 years of work is also having a mental picture now. My freedom is also having, oh, just say freedom. Freedom is also having a picture now. When it becomes my freedom, it is much more profound. Sister is also having a mental picture now. My sister is more profound. But do you get this even? If you even understand that they are not outside, this perception is very important to understand. This perception doesn't have the solid part of it. In the sensual world, solid part is a solidity, liquidity, temperature, taste, smell. All these things are a part of it because you feel like there is some solid structure there. Sensual world, you can touch it, you can lick it, you can taste it, you can not touch it also. Yeah, because if there's something solid, you cannot not. You can stay without touching it. You can stay touching it, right? Yeah, sensual world always has the solid part there. So if you talk about yourself, if you are in the sensual world, your body is a thing. The perception level, this solid structure part is not important at all. You fully understand that is actually useless, but you have to have experiences with this, that the solidity is actually not a thing. You have to have the actual experience with that. Then you will be free of that, sakkaya ditthi or the self-view. Means outside will not be a thing. What about the mental picture? Now we are dealing with the mental picture, the perception level. So mental picture has the sound wave and the light wave. This sound wave is actually not true. I mean, even the light wave is not true, but the mental picture is comprised of this both. So we have to first understand how the sound wave is not true. The sound part of it. Can it be true? No. So the sound part of the mental picture, we'll discuss about that now. So the 40 years is a sound, right? Yes. The sister, yeah, sister is a sound as well. Then what's the other one we took? Freedom. Freedom is a sound too. How did they get so much power? Perception level now. How is that getting so much power? Because there are two vibrations actually. That's why. So, but why? Because of the ignorance. Otherwise, there's no problem there. You can have what you can do, whatever with your perception. It doesn't matter. But the problem is ignorance. You have taken it as true. The sound wave and the light wave. The sound wave and light wave coming together. The mind wave is there. The mind perception. Even the solidity part of it is sorted. Still, the perception is a thing. What do you think? How do you understand that that the sound wave and the light wave coming together, that mind perception, even without the solid part of it, the sensual part of it, how is it not true? It's perception. How can it be true? It's like a vibration, the mental picture. That's why it is heavy, because there's two vibrations in it. But if you fully realize that the sound part of it is just, and the light part of it is just at coming, vibrating together because of the ignorance, it's such a relief. The 40 years was just a perception only. Freedom is a perception only. And sister is a perception only. Son is a perception only. Daughter is a perception only. What that means, the sound, actually sound wave and the light wave coming together, there's a perception, yes, but it's just a creation. It had so much power because of the mind consciousness. If you feel like your structure is there, like body is there, then it's your ignorance. But the self-perception, so the body is the actual, the sensual part of it. But what about the perception, the self-perception? It's the light wave and sound wave coming together. There's a mental picture of me. Wow. This is much more profound than the sister, the freedom, the everything. Just realize this sound wave and mind wave coming together. Sound wave and the light wave coming together, the mind wave. Just imagine how powerful it is. The 40 years of work, freedom, and sister, those are the three examples we took. Just imagine the power of I or me. Even without the sensual part of it, even without the body part of it, the structure part of it. I mean, if someone has fully understood that the outside is not true, it's a perception, your body part, it doesn't matter to you. Body part doesn't matter to you. But still, there's a strong, like 33,000 watts, maybe not there, but at least 10,000 watts powerful perception. Just the light wave and the sound wave. No body consciousness there. In the sense, not important at all. If you have fully understood Dhamma, you have to feel this though. Okay, now we are talking about the perception level because this form level is very difficult to convince. So can you understand them separately, not together? Sound wave and the light wave. How did the 40 years of work have a mental picture? How did it happen? How did light get there? I mean, how did it have a mental picture? To have anything as a mental picture, the light wave should be there, right? Yeah. You can't have a mental picture without light and the sound. There's always the picture part of it, photo part of it. Why? Sister, even the sister perception, just the perception, not the sensual world part of it. Just the perception also have this sound and the light. There's always a mental picture. How is this formed? So any sound has a mental picture. So it can be non-vibration, it can be self-vibration, it can be sister, it can be nirvana, it can be freedom, it can be me. Is me there? I mean, yeah, it is a sound and there's a mental picture. Wow, is that true? No. How did the mental picture happen? Now you understand that the sound is not true. If you understand, the day that you fully realize that the sound is not true, then the perception is not true. So then what happens? Oh my God, there's a feeling because fully this mind mental picture, the mind is dropped. What do you feel? What do you feel? In the beginning, you feel the power. Just imagine an arhat. What would they feel? They would feel the light consciousness. without power. This is very delicate area, because if you feel like your actual eyes are seeing, this is again, that is sensual world. If you feel like your actual ears are hearing, that is sensual world. If you feel like your body sense is actually touching, that is also sensual world. But to understand that it is a mental picture is much more profound than a sensual world. So why people are still in sensual world? And to realize that the mental picture even is not true, that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. So is any mental picture true? But what is the strongest? Self-perception. The mental picture of me. Even if the solid part is dropped, even if you have fully realized that the naked eye experience, the actual ear experience, the solidity, liquidity, those stuff, even if you fully understand that those are actually useless, that it is all in the mental picture side, because the entertainment is in the mental side of it. You know, there can be touch, but the entertainment is in the mental side of it. Or hatred is also in the mental side of it. It's a perception that we have. So sister is a mental perception. If you really feel that the sister is outside, then it's a different thing. You have to see by naked eye, you have to hear her voice, you have to touch her. Yeah, it's a different scenario. This me also, the body structure has been attached to it as a big thing. And you fully realize it is on the thing. And then when you come to the mental pictures are like, you can have billions of mental pictures. That's the problem. And any of them, you have to realize this. You have to realize this. None of them are true. Take one single one, sister, or my freedom, or 40 years of work, or me. All these perceptions, it has a sound wave and the light wave. in any mental picture. You need to understand this. Any mental picture. That's how you can close your eyes. If you don't have to touch, you don't have to hear anything. You still have your sister in your mentality. You still have your freedom in your mentality. You still have me in your. You have if you have even idea about the self vibration. Oh, non-vibration. If you have a mental picture to it, if they are connected, yeah, it's heavy mind. It's a heavy mind. That the mental consciousness or the mental part of it is still high, still heavy. If it has some power, even if one single thought, if it has power, in the sense heaviness. So imagine you fully realize that the sound is not true. So if someone has fully understood that the naked eye experience, the naked ear experience, the touch temperature experience, anything in that sense, the bodily aspects of it, if they are true, you are actually more prone to the outside. In the sense, the body side of it. In the sense, not the perception side of it, not the form world. In the form world, it's all sound and the light only. What do you think? So if you fully realize that this mind is just two vibrations together, and the heavy feeling goes down, even the whatever the perception, because it is the sister perception which was the culprit for me perception, because there is no me perception at all. It is the mirror image of the sister perception. What does that mean? The sister perception is true, you are there. Your perception is innocent. It's very tricky. If the 40 years of work perception is true, you are there. If the freedom is felt as true, like heavy, with the light wave and the sound wave coming together, yeah, that is you. That is the mirror image, the existence existence perception, the self perception, they are true. They are similar, kind of similar. So if you feel that any perception is true, then the problem is still there. It is the form world, but still you might feel lighter because you don't care about the actual physicality. But even if you don't care about the physicality, the mental part of it, mental perceptions are still true. Just imagine someone fully understood that the mental part of it is mental pictures on none of the mental pictures are true. What is left? The fear. What is the fear? Now the problem. What is the fear? The consciousness side of it. What is the fear? It's the speed of the sensory organ. If you're thinking it was mind consciousness, if you were seeing it is a light consciousness. But basically, if you actually went through this, you can understand that if it's a mental picture, the picture side of it is actually the light consciousness. If the feel is not a thing, that means you are like a free feather, or you are like a free bird. You are like Buddha status. If the light consciousness is not a thing. What do you think? I mean, this is a bit comprehensive, but we'll talk about tomorrow as well. And we'll try to talk about this in Sinhala medium also with Aran Answer so that it double checks. Thank you, Aran Answer, for your noble guidance. And thank you so much for trying to spread Dhamma, which is so beautiful, so comprehensive, so no words to say. And thank you all Dhamma friends. If you could please join the Dhamma discussion from 3 to 5 Sri Lankan time, that would be very good so that we can have a beautiful discussion as such. May Triple Gem bless you all. May you all understand Dhamma. May you all understand that all the mental pictures are actually not true, and even the fear, none of the consciousnesses are true. None of the consciousness. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you all.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the Buddothpado 24-hour English channel, which is known as the Buddothpado PeoTV channel. So this channel operates all 24 hours of the day under the guidance of our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, who has discovered or explored the nature of mind based on the Buddhist philosophy, and has experienced the true meaning of this true Buddhist philosophy through Vipassana meditation. So this truth goes beyond all boundaries like language, geographical location, or the religion, race, nationality, etc. So this opportunity is for the non-Sinhala speakers all around the world to understand the true nature of self. Actually, the truth, the absolute truth disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddhachanan Wahanse is the absence of a self, or absence of this external world. That is the fact that the things or the entities that we believe to be externally are not permanent entities. So they are just temporary phenomena that arises and ceases instantaneously. So to understand this Buddhist philosophy, we make all efforts under the guidance of our spiritual teacher. So these Dhamma talks revolves around the fact that the instantaneous stimuli are mere projections of the 6 sense faculties of the human system. With that, one can realize this notion of self, itself is a misconception that we have begun to believe due to the power generated in each and every stimulus. So today, let's look at another important aspect of the Buddhist philosophy known as kusalaya, or the true skillfulness. So this true skillfulness is nothing but the ability to see the truth of the stimulus. So actually, when someone attains arahanthood, or the super awareness, or certain internal transformation should occur, and it happens initially through the understanding of Buddhist philosophy. It is explained as Satya Jnana, or the wisdom of truth, which is the initial phase of the path. But for that, mere intellectual knowledge is not sufficient. So
for this internal transformation to happen, one must directly experience and also be aware of how a stimulus become real, or in other words, how a chair, mother, table, or some entity becomes real. So actually there is nothing but the presence of certain vibrations. So this inner awareness must be awakened. Otherwise, this human system cannot capture the vibrations that arise and cease. This should happen through wisdom. So this wisdom happens out of true skillfulness. That is, in other words, all thoughts are illusions. They are created by mind consciousness. So a skillful mind is simply this awareness. This awareness in the sense, it should be self-evident to you that all these thoughts are just illusions created by mind consciousness. This doesn't happen without effort. For that, we must make all efforts to understand the mechanism of the sense faculties. So this awakening actually also should be consistent, like holding a torch steadily pointed inward. So that is the example, that is the metaphor, because it's actually seeing the truth of the stimulus or penetrating through single stimulus to understand the nature of all phenomena is essential initially. So in the Buddhist philosophy, the example to this situation, this understanding given by Lord Buddha is, if someone sees the stem pattern of a single mango leaf, he or she should not have to observe each and every mango leaf to understand the stem pattern. So similarly, if a single thought is fully understood, thought, stimulus, mind, all these words we use interchangeably to refer to the thought or arising of mind. So if someone understands this, a single stimulus, how it arises and ceases, that leads someone to this internal transformation, though it is a gradual process. So actually, when we initially maintain the one-pointedness or mind, that is actually a kind of concentration or awareness, this awakening arises. Avadiya. This awakening is something that is consistent. So when this awakening is there, this internal transformation is there, we can observe ourselves whether a certain stimulus become real for us. So if now I said all these are illusions created by mind consciousness. So if someone believes in the illusions of mind, actually he is not on the correct path to Nibbana. So the topic, the skillfulness, is actually to understand this illusory nature of the mind consciousness, and with that one steps into the right path. So in Dhamma, this skillfulness is also described as actually it is the fact known as kusalaya, that is nothing but the ability to see through the stimulus through wisdom. So true wisdom actually lies in not being misled by stimulus, or actually the creator of the stimulus, mind consciousness. That is the ability not to be deceived by the mind consciousness. So the bottom line is actually the Buddhist philosophy is about seeing the truth of the stimulus through wisdom. Actually, although we feel as if there is an existing mind, before we listen to true Dhamma, we actually felt that there is an existing mind, but it is merely a stimulus that arises and ceases. So what we have known as the mind is nothing but a string of stimuli. So when the stimulus is perceived as real, that is when the mother becomes real for you, when the flower becomes real for you, when America becomes real for you, when the president of Russia becomes real for you, what happens? We fall into the mundane and deluded realm of wrong view. That is, we are in the ground of wrong view. So all religions, unfortunately, operate within the same ground of wrong view, because no religion talks about the absence of self. So this we do all meritorious deeds, good deeds, and even the meditation with the belief of the self. So that is that angle that we perceive the world decides whether we are in the wrong view or right view. So even the beings in the animal realm, actually they are also definitely in the wrong view, because the external world is real for the animal system, and the animals also feel the strong existent feeling or the notion of self. So if we try to understand the mechanism of the sense faculties, this form, sound, odor, taste and tactility arise due to the interaction with the sensory faculties. So these tables, chairs, beds and all so-called entities are nothing but mental fabrications. So we every day we talk about these mental formations, how the entities gets generated, the interaction of vibrations of similar frequencies that happen in the 5 sense faculties initially. Always a single sense faculty initiates this stimulus, and it happens in 2 rounds. Actually, no gap can be identified by a human system. It was the truth revealed by Gautama Buddhachanan Vahanse that in the first round, Patigha Sampassa, the contact that happens at a sense faculty, it may be eye, ear, probably nose or tongue or the skin. However, when one sense faculty is in contact with the vibrations of similar frequencies, naturally all other sensory inputs or prior perceptions instantaneously spark, and that is the rising of mind consciousness. And with all the previous sensory inputs, mind consciousness identifies it as an existing entity. So that is how tables, chairs, beds, mother, sun, moon, world, all entities arise. They are mere mental constructs, just thoughts. So seeing the truth of these name and form constructions, actually name and form constructs rather, is the true skillfulness. So to further explain that, when let's take a single sense faculty, as every day we discuss this mechanism of the sense faculties in every Dhamma talk, because this is the basis of the Buddhist philosophy. So now I perceives a certain shape of light. So the mind, at once the mind consciousness identifies it as a sunflower. How does this happen? So simply these are the 2 rounds, Vattang Vattati, or Patigha Sampassa and Adivachana Sampassa. The eye perceives certain shape of light, and the moment that arises, the texture of the petals of that flower, smell of that flower experienced by the nose, and the texture of the petals experienced by the skin. Then if as a child at least someone has licked the flower, the taste of the flower. So 3 sense faculties: shape of light, texture, smell, taste, and the sound given to the ear previously when the system experienced this. That is sunflower, the name. All spark instantaneously. First, the shape of light arose in the eye faculty, and in no time, all previously experienced sensory inputs related to this shape of light spark at once. This is nature. This is not done by anyone. So this collective spark is the Adivachana Sampassa, the second round described in Buddhist philosophy, and that is the rising of the thought, mind consciousness, or the stimulus. So this was spread out, this instantaneous rising of stimulus was analyzed and was seen in greater detail by the wisdom of Buddha. Otherwise, any system in the human realm or animal realm or any other realm won't be able to do this. Now, since this truth is shared with us by out of immense loving kindness by Gautama Buddhachanan Vahase, and it has been vividly explained in simple language by our spiritual friends, we can see it. Actually, we can see it through wisdom. It cannot be seen through human system. You wouldn't see the gap, how these two cycles, two single sense faculty initiates and then other faculties spark together. No, that cannot be seen through the human system, sense faculties, but we can discern it through the wisdom. So that for that we should have that kusala, the skillfulness. We must contemplate Dhamma so much so that naturally this liberation happens. Naturally, this actually we will not be deceived by the stimulus because we know that it is merely a mental construct. So let's again take some other stimulus initiated by nose. Now, some smell arises, some smell is felt by the nose. The moment the smell rises, the shape of light and the texture and the taste and the sound made to the ear, pizza arises at once. Just the smell occurred, but with that all other previous sensory inputs arise, and the identification, the pizza, the first round only the nose, the birth of the nose happened, one sense faculty happened, then all other sense faculties spark, that is previous perceptions, arise instantaneously, and mind consciousness identifies, okay, it's pizza. We cannot actually stop at that point. So what happens is with that identification, the feeling that this pizza is something that exists, that pizza is somewhere there, I am here feeling the smell, that cannot be prevented. The moment we accept something as pizza, this underneath feeling that pizza is there and I am here arises. So that is the self-perception. That is the cause. Actually, that is actually the effect of that instantaneous spark, and that is the effect of the instantaneous spark of all sense faculties, and then it becomes the cause for us to go on and on in sansaric cycle, because self-perception that arises with the stimulus is the danger. So it is like an equation. The pizza equals the self. That is, the self is a fake notion. Actually, there is no self. That stimulus itself, the feeling of existence of pizza itself is the self. So we can, now when we explore the Buddhist philosophy, we feel the gravity of this illusion of self. So actually, so the thing is, awareness actually that discerns the truth within consciousness or the mind is the true skillfulness. So actually one who has not explored Dhamma does not understand the awareness or actually awakening. They may not have awakening to identify the illusion of the mind consciousness. So such a person definitely lives under the belief in a self or clinging to a self that does not exist. Definitely will be deceived or deluded by the power generated in the stimulus. So actually Lord Buddha beautifully explained this through different gathas. So sabba papassa karanam, that is all these thoughts or illusory consciousness are expressions of unskillfulness or akusala. That's clear. Akusala means inability to see the truth. Kusalassa upasampada, that is the cultivation of skillfulness or kusalaya arises when one understands the nature of illusory consciousness. Actually, for that one should have mindfulness, that is now seeing the truth of stimulus is having the ability to understand the true nature of stimulus, how the sense faculties generate these entities instantaneously. So actually he says to develop yatha bhutang pajanati, that is the seeing things as they truly are. Actually that is the basic. Seeing things as they truly are means seeing within or through wisdom one should discern that whatever the entity is an outcome of the 2 rounds that happened in relation to sense faculties. First, one sense faculty initiates, then all sense faculties arise, and that is a mental construct that happens due to previous perceptions arising instantaneously, previous perceptions triggered by a particular sense faculty experience spark instantaneously. That is the truth. So one must cultivate yoniso manasikara or wise attention to, naturally apply this concept then and there. So that's why Lord Buddha said this yoniso manasikara and yathabhuta jnana are like 2 poles of a ladder. Otherwise, one cannot climb. Without the two poles of the ladder, one cannot climb the ladder, or one cannot progress in the path. So this truth of thought generation and the proper attention, proper concentration or mindfulness to see it are essential. So one can actually recognize this understanding when they are liberated from the influence of stimulus by seeing its true nature. Otherwise, this deception or being deceived by the stimulus cannot be prevented. It should happen through wisdom. So the next part, actually the Sachitta Pariyodhapanan, is the purification or mastery of the mind. That happens with the true control over the mind. So this actually the true purification of the mind happens only by seeing the true nature of stimuli. So all Buddhas have taught this truth, that is etam buddhanu sasa. So this is the teaching of the Buddhas. That's what it means. In such a state, one awakens to their Buddhist nature. Now, actually with this beautiful gatha of Buddhist philosophy, Sabba Papassa Karanang Kusalassa Upasampada Satitta Pariyodhapanang Etam Buddhana Sasanang, it becomes so meaningful to us. So then Lord Buddha said, if there is something perceived in the stimulus, that is, again, if something becomes a shoe flower, if certain shape of light becomes a house, or if certain smell becomes bread, if certain taste becomes pineapple, if certain tactile sensation becomes coldness, if certain sound becomes the cross sound, or if certain thought that arises in the mind becomes the son or the daughter. So it would lead to actually the acceptance of the external entities, resulting in the self, the feeling of self or sense of self. And if one is not skillful enough to see the truth of this, what happens is the thoughts, further thoughts naturally arise. They are known as vitakka and vichara, initial thought and sustained thought. So now let's try to understand this true ignorance. Now someone did not have the skill to apply yoniso manasikara and yathabhuta jnana. Just imagine now the sense faculties function. So someone doesn't have the skill or kusala to apply yoniso manasikara, that is to instantaneously see the absence of this entity, or that to actually fully feel that it is a mental construct. If so, the smell becomes pizza. So the thoughts, oh, pizza is real. I mean, you may not talk, but pizza is there and it's very expensive. Or they may probably have offers. So unknowingly, lot of thoughts flow. It's kind of fast food. It's healthy, unhealthy. It's so unhealthy. So these vitakka vichara definitely arise. But if someone has this yatabhuta jnana, the proper knowledge actually, or the wisdom of truth, of phenomena, or the generation of stimulus, and yoniso manasakara instantaneously to apply these initial thoughts and sustained thoughts, vitakka vichara may not arise. So when actually someone sees the true nature of stimuli, such a person is in the level of savitakka savichara. Savitakka savichara means actually the Dhamma, natural Dhamma contemplation may happen. So this indicates the presence of the first meditative absorption, that is actually in penetrative insight. Also, this meditative absorption of Prathama Dhyana, these dhyanas come in here also. That is actually when someone fully liberates from the stimulus. It is so here in penetrative insight or vipassana, when this consistently the liberation from the thought or the stimulus happens, what happens is kind of certain meditative state arises. So this is actually the true skillfulness. So then when one is liberated from the influence of stimuli, that influence means that the feeling that something is there, I mean, the stimulus does not become real in any case, then avitakka vichara samadhi arises. So it's beautiful, this penetrative insight. The savitakka savichara nature may be there at the beginning, that is contemplation of Dhamma. So that will also gradually go away. So when the contemplation deepens and when the world is no longer experienced as real, definitely this state is marked by the absence of thought. So in this state, samadhi develops naturally, and that is the skillfulness, because this samadhi state arises when one liberates fully from the stimulus. So with that we are able to contemplate the truth. So when when one actually experiences the absence of thingness in the stimuli, that inner realization is the skillfulness. First, someone may know the truth, hear the truth, like you all listen to this Dhamma talk. Then the realization happens gradually. So what we should then understand is, so as long as someone remains in the wrong view or ignorance, this unrest of samsara continues. That is, someone has to go on and on in this terrifying cycle of life and death, because each stimulus generates power, additional power, which actually is caused by the taints, that samsaric vibration that telepathizes into the zygote. But when one is liberated from both external stimuli and internal self-view, this vipassana samadhi naturally awakens. So this vipassana samadhi is not something that one changes, or some experiences in a certain meditative posture. It transcends all four postures: sitting, standing, lying, walking. It is inner wisdom actually. This vipassana samadhi arises when one liberates from each and every stimulus, each and every stimulus with yathabhuta jnana and yoniso manasikara. So if actually you practice this will become self-evident. So that is why our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Vansi is capable of sharing all these self-experiences. He involved in this exploration for so long. Actually, he practically experienced the truth disclosed to the world by Lord Buddha 2500 years ago. How the world gets created through stimuli due to the mechanism of the sense faculties. So Lord Buddha revealed this truth as the middle path. That is a way that avoids all extremes, because illusory consciousness, this vijnanaya, belongs to the realm of extremes. The perceptions are shaped by delusion. That actually important to understand what this the concept of extremes, that is actually the duality. That is the shape of light occurs in the eye when it becomes the sunflower. There are two extremes. Even though we are not paying attention when we behave in the mundane world, the moment the sunflower is perceived as the stimulus taken as a true entity, the duality that the sunflower is external and the I that belongs to me is internal, the two extremes, two ends or two sides immediately arises. That is the Ajjatta Bahita referred to by Lord Buddha. So when this duality is there, we cannot get rid of this sense of self. So the person that sees the sunflower, the person that smells the pizza, the person that feels the coldness, the person that hears the sound of the crow, the person that think of someone or somebody, the person that tastes pizza naturally arises. So when someone fully realizes that it is not an externally existing entity, had someone not introduced these shapes of light, sounds, smells, tactile sensations, and tastes, at some point they may not develop into full stimuli or thoughts. So we should discern, we should contemplate it through skillfulness. That is, when a certain child is at the age of 3, 4, or 5, probably, when he tastes something, somebody whispered to his ear, it's milk, milk, water. Or sometimes when the shapes of light arose in the eye, somebody whispered, it's the sun, it's the star, hat, sand, the river. And when at that age, when the sounds occurred in the ear, somebody whispered, somebody said, it's the coil sound, it is the peacock sound, it is the sound of the wind, it's the sound of the rustling leaves. So when some tactile sensation was felt, or you feel cold, you feel hot, you feel this pillow is soft, this cushion is hard. So somebody said, so that those perceptions that came along with the experience reoccurs. It is repeated. It's a natural phenomenon. So when at that age, when the nose perceived certain smell, somebody whispered to the ear, it's the smell of dog poop, it's the smell of yak poop, it's the smell of the jasmine, it's the smell of bread. So now what happens is, whatever the sense faculty initiates a certain sensory input or experiences a certain sensory input, all previous perceptions, all previous data spark instantaneously, and the mind consciousness skillfully creates the notion of existence of a certain entity. So with that the two extremes, Ajjatta Bahita, external internal duality arises. The moment the pizza becomes real, I arises. I who observes. The moment the peacock sound arises, I arise too. So this is the knot that we have to untangle. So that is where initially the yoniso mansikara, the wise attention, and the yatha bhuta jnana, the two rounds, how this stimulus become real, how a individual sense faculty experiences it initially, and how it gets developed into a full thought due to the previous perceptions becoming current perceptions instantaneously, which actually causes mind consciousness to arise, and then which results in the self-perception to arise. So this phenomena is beautifully explained by Lord Buddha in Patigha Sampassa and Adivachana Sampassa. So Patigha Sampassa is the first sensory faculty contact that happens at an individual sense faculty. That is nothing but the synchronization of vibrations of similar frequencies. The sense faculties are just vibrations. Nothing exists permanently. So always, as a law of nature, the vibrations of opposing charges interact, resulting in some power, which in other words is taken as the felt as the self. So this philosophy, this mechanism of thought generation or mind generation has been described in several levels. So what we today have to do is to listen to the sermons that discuss the true philosophy and develop mindfulness to apply it instantaneously. This is the initial level. So conscious application of Dhamma, the contemplation. So then it naturally arises, because in Buddhist philosophy the path is beautifully explained. Path is beautifully explained in 3 stages as Satya, Krutya and Krutak. The first, the listening to the Buddhist philosophy should happen. Then the contemplation, active and passive, the Dhamma is seen in every stimulus. You need some effort for that, actually a lot of effort. So at Krutak, the third level, unknowingly, Dhamma acts, and without the knowledge of the individual, Dhamma acts on stimulus, and the liberation happens. That is, everything happens without that sense of self. Actually, this sense of self that arose at the instant the stimulus becomes real is nothing but that burning, which happens at subtle level. So at the Krutak level, the full liberation happens without any burning. So for everything happens with wisdom. So when one realizes the truth of what is seen, heard, then felt, no longer becomes real, or they won't feel as if they truly exist. So liberation from the influence of stimuli occurs. The influence of stimuli is the sense of self. So if the stimulus is a wall, the act of seeing it and whether there is actually a person seeing the wall is discerned only through mindfulness. So it is mindfulness alone that knows whether the wall has become a thing in the mind. So that's why the path to Nibbana consists of a step-by-step approach, moving through Satya, Krutya and Krutak. Satya, the truth; Krutya, action, you active contemplation, passive contemplation, and Krutak, the completion of the task. It happens automatically. So this is mirrored in the teachings of Anupubba Kriya, Anupubba Sikka, and Anupubba Patipada. That is gradual action, Anupubba Kriya, Anupubba Sikka, gradual training, Anupubba Pratipada, gradual path. So one gains insight through Satyajnana. First, there is Janato, and this is being repeated daily, and then Passato. That is experiencing, seeing. So that is true discernment. So just like we cannot force a chili plant to grow by will alone, you must water it and nourish it with fertilizer. Similarly, skillfulness or kusalaya cannot be forced. This kusalaya, that is ability to see the truth, grows through consistent care and practice. So when one enters the path to Nibbana, it reflects the degree of one's inner skillfulness. So actually it's so beautiful. The higher ordination, Upasampada of monks, is not a ritual. It is a spiritual commitment to prevent upadana or clinging. So actually the clinging is nothing but accepting the stimulus as real. So true higher ordination arises when one sees clearly that there is no permanent self or soul. So this realization secures the inner upasampada, the spiritual maturity of all four types of noble disciples: bhikkhu, bhikkhuni, upasaka, upasika, that is monks, nuns, laywomen and laymen. So without such realization, even someone like Gatikara would not attain the noble state of a non-return, anagami. So everything, all steps of path stream enterer, once returner, non-returner, arahant, are achieved only through yathabhuta jnana and yoniso manasikara, that is seeing the truth and having the skillfulness to see it. So this is the path disclosed to the world by Lord Buddha and being reiterated and actually having been explored through utmost effort. Our spiritual friend Buddothpado Aryan shares it with us. So let's all make use of this beautiful opportunity to liberate ourselves from suffering. So I wind up my Dhamma talk paying homage at Buddothpado Aryan's feet and worship Noble Triple Gem, and may you all be blessed by Noble Triple Gem, and see you tomorrow at the same time.
In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddha. Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpado on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpado. Awake, humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin.
Ekshanika Sita. The moment a thought is formed, it ceases or it comes to an end. All the thoughts come from the mind consciousness, Mano Vinnana. All what we think are all mental formations, or sankhara. They are all illusions, lies. Once you understand this, you begin to realize that this whole world is a lie. When the Buddha said, Vinaya loke abhijna domanassa, the Buddha meant that this world is a lie, an illusion. The Buddha also said, Rupam anittito, meaning all the araman or stimuli we receive from the six senses are not true. The Buddha said that the six senses is the world. Vinaya loke abhijna domanassa kayanupassi viharati. It means if you want to attain nirvana by being mindful of the Satara Satipatthana, you have to know that all our senses and this world is a lie. If you believe that our body, our senses, or our mind and our thoughts are all new and true, that means that you are ignorant of the pure truth. Where there is ignorance, there is no nirvana. When the world does not exist, how can you develop wisdom, believing that this body, these feelings, this mind, and these thoughts are real? If the Buddha says that the world does not exist, then the heavens, the hills, and everything else becomes a lie. They exist only in your mind consciousness, and they are only perceptions, sanya, from the six senses. These perceptions become mental formations, or sankhara, which also becomes the mind consciousness. In order to practice seeing the thoughts, it will be helpful to have some understanding of the samatha meditation or the concentration meditation. Whenever you realize that your mind is straying away from being mindful of your thoughts, bring your mind back to what you consider as the point of concentration. Your point of concentration could be the breath. Terasan, everybody.
Terasan Shani. Thank you for reading the 2 pages from the book The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We have been discussing about the thoughts and the mind. And it was briefly mentioned how the thoughts are formed. It is a system coming into action. The 5 senses, that means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. The 5 senses will create something, and the mechanism we call it vibration. There's very speedy vibration, and then there is some creation, means a light, sound, smell, taste, or cold and hard feelings to the skin. So these are the 5 senses actually. And the end result or the collective function of these 5 we call a thought. So it's important how the thoughts are formed. It's important to know with very good clarity how these thoughts are formed. Then only you can have a deep understanding about this system, how it comes to work. And they are all the thoughts are actually mental constructs and mental formations or constructs. And this mechanism, this speedy mechanism is called sankhara, where some of these perceptions are collected together, and the result is this what's called the mind consciousness or the vijnana. So mind consciousness means basically all thoughts. So we have been mentioning this earlier also. Everything is a thought basically. Whatever the action, the words you talk are also thoughts. So also it was mentioned that right at the beginning, for a beginner, it's advisable to do a little bit of concentration meditation to calm down yourself. And it means that the attention is focused on one point, one event or one action. Commonest thing is a breathing meditation where the focusing is done to the place where the airflow touches in the nose. Sorry. So it can slightly vary from person to person. For a person, it might be the nostril. So for another person, it may be the root of the nose. Or for another person, he might feel better to the upper lip. So wherever, I'm giving a little more description about this breathing meditation. So whatever the place where prominently the flow of the air is felt, can be focused, and this is a very simple meditation, what's called the breathing meditation. In Pali it's called Anapanasati Bhavanava. So it's useful for a short while to calm down yourself, and then you can research on these topics, how these thoughts are formed, and you sort of penetrate deep and deep into these matters and try to understand what is this process, how it happens. So from there onwards, I think we can start our discussion. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Teruvan Saranai. We'll start the discussion. We'll worship our Anhanse. And actually, it's so beautiful to understand this. What we so-called real dream, that's so-called world we live in, how it has formed. It's so beautiful to research about this. So I invite everyone to do that research. This dream or this world, it's just the 6 sensory organs, that's all. That's all and nothing else. So if you can understand this, that is a production of the sensory organs. We can understand how this world is different from each other. Why it is different is one reason is sensory organs can be different. The other reason is the power underneath. That's an power in that system can be different too. So we have to understand, we can't just keep saying that there is no self. Actually, we have to understand if there is no self, what are we feeling here as self? That's what we keep understanding. Yes, there is a manifestation. There is output of 6 sensory organs. Yes, dream is there. We can't say it is not there. Dream is there. But is it actually there? No, it's not actually there. It's just a production. So if you keep understanding that, you will feel lighter every day. Whatever the output of the dream. So output of the dream may be that you are very short of breath. You can't breathe. You may be struggling to survive. Even that, it's just part of that dream. Then we understand why we are then struggling there, why we are suffering, what is the actual burning here. Burning here is due to the ignorance that we keep believing that there is this continuity of this dream is the important thing. That is not the important thing. Actually, there's nothing like that. So anyone can ask questions. If someone has dwelled on anything, yesterday we had our great teacher come into the Zoom discussion yesterday. It was so beautiful. Something he highlighted was, there's so many things that he highlighted actually, how the sadness and the happiness is in the mind, but at the same time, whether you are sad, whether you are happy, how this tranquility can be underlined thing. So that is the thing that that is a beautiful thing that we try to say. And so if you understand the Dhamma, what is Dhamma? Dhamma is this understanding of the mind, how this mind works, in the sense how these sensory organs work. Not only the mind, all the sensory, 6 sensory organs, how do they work? How do they bring up this illusory world? It's so beautiful, yes. Or sometimes it's ugly, yes. But how? How is it formed? And why do we feel alive in that dream? So anyone can unmute and join the discussion. I think Dr. Sakuntala went for the programs Monday.
Yes.
Sunday or Saturday, I'm not sure. I think both days.
No,
didn't
Sunday.
Sunday.
Sunday to Sunday, yes.
How was it? How did you feel?
It was actually good. It was the first program in that center. Actually, it's not easy access to that place because the road is not motorable. About 1.5 kilometers out of that, about 1 kilometer stretch is not motorable. Actually, the 3-wheelers also find it very difficult to go up there. So we had to do the walking. But when you go to the top, actually, it's a very calm and quiet with lush greenery around with the mountain tops. And we were on top of one mountain and there were peaks around, all covered in green. So there were about 37 people altogether. First 2.5 hours, we discussed the darshana, that means how these thoughts are formed, because there were several.
My question was, how did you feel?
Yeah, I could now, especially when I was doing the walking part. That I will say, because I other times actually when I was doing the talking.
Are you the person who is holding the?
Yes, mostly yes.
Oh, okay.
So that time actually I was engrossed in the explanations and answering the questions, etc. But during that walking session, we walked down that whole stretch, 1.5 kilometers back. Because I have done the steps several times. I mean, more or less that practice was there, and automatically that I felt that there was no person walking. I could feel the senses which were sort of alternatively taking role, and the senses were alternatively felt. But there was no tiredness or no concern about the sunny weather also. And didn't realize that a long stretch walk down, it was sort of kind of tireless and effortless walking at the end. So even though we were explaining the steps one by one, probably because I have done it several times earlier, I automatically felt that I was going to the third and fourth steps of this practical procedure, so that there was no thinking part, and felt that automatically the action is taking. So it was like the sensor functions were taken all alternatively one after the other. So it was very relaxed and very relaxed type of walking meditation with very little thoughts, I would say. Time to time there were disturbances, time to time sort of thoughts came up, and then I got dragged away. But more or less most of the walk was like that.
Thoughts can come.
Sorry?
Thoughts can come. It doesn't matter. Then you have to know that thought has come.
Yeah, thoughts can come. I mean, I was carried away by some of the thoughts.
Yeah, okay.
Occasionally, because there was one place where there was a strange sound of a bird, and several people who were walking sort of got distracted to that, and they even went up to that place to see what was the bird. So that time I felt that my thoughts also sort of got along that one, without realizing that it is only a sound. So there were a couple of occasions like that.
That's really interesting. That part is really interesting. Just imagine someone is doing this insight meditation, stops that and run away to see a bird. That's a beautiful example of how this mind works. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
It's really good. It's like smelling like a cake, and the meditation is over. You run to eat that.
It was a very unusual, very strange sort of sound. I mean, we knew that it was a sound, the bird sound. And then at the end of the meditation, we had a little discussion about that stretch also, how we walked and how the people experienced it. And then the comments came. Some people said it was we saw the bird. Yes, we saw it. It was a valikukula. Valikukula is that our natural bird. So they went up to that. So it was complete distraction from the point of this walking meditation.
Yeah.
So they went and peeped up. I got distracted. But
actually, can you see that the exact point is missed, isn't it? Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is.
Yeah.
So this mind sensor is so thick that no penetration is done, or no liberation is done, and not only that, and you get carried away. So actually, that means you have slipped to the complete outside.
Yes.
Yeah.
In between, there were thoughts, as you said, I mean, sort of flash of a second, some thoughts will come about some topic. And then I realized that it's a thought, and then sort of it became one of the senses that I was observing. But this particular one, I felt that I got carried away by that sound, and because the others sort of wanted to go to the edge of the road and peep and find out. So that was one of the points that I could remember. Yes.
Interesting. Any questions that came up with the question and answer thing?
Now what we did was we explained them each step, and then we because the latter part of the program was done in a different temple at the base of the mountain, base of the hill. So that place actually didn't have much space for this walking meditation. So we more or less walked around the bo tree, and some were asking, especially when they had most of them had a difficulty between differentiating the sensor from the thought. Now, for example, felt sand. So straight away it was like that. Now, not something like felt something hard, and the interpretation of the mind was sand. So things like that.
Actually, we'll elaborate on that because Joel is also here. So
yes.
we need to understand that this bodily sensations, mainly bodily sensations, the skin and the mainly skin I'm talking about. There can be sensory output without the mind getting involved. So the solidity, you don't necessarily need the mind sensor to understand the solidity, the feel.
That feeling of hardness, isn't it? If Joel has a difficulty, because feeling of hardness is what is,
solid kind of thing. And if you have like a description in that, like this is so soft or this is very hard, or even though it is kind of can be told by the sensor, still if you have like a description coming up, that is the mind sensor, that is all right. So this is the tile, because immediately that is what it comes, when you keep even if you are, imagine you are blindfolded, like kind of your eyes are covered by a cloth, then definitely you are asked to walk somewhere, you can feel something, and it is kind of the carpet, or it is some kind of the tile, and sometimes it is watery, kind of it is slippery because of its watery. So even when we don't have other sensory organs, still just the bodily sensations, the skin, you have different outputs. So that's the thing. So mind sensor is already involved in that, but actual sensor function doesn't need the mind sensor. But it's very important to understand that, especially if you're doing the walking meditation. And also it's a tricky part because you don't directly feel the it is I mean, we just have to keep understanding how this mind works. Anyway, if the walking has become true, it is difficult to feel the mechanism, because the mechanism actually didn't have anyone. But if you are in the mind, and if you are in the mind and you are walking, then you can't feel that it is happening, just a happening thing. Walking is just a mechanism, just a what do you say that? Kriyavali, or what do you call that? Like
Action, can you say action? Or?
Action, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's interesting to keep doing this and try and understand this touch. It's actually, touch has no definitions, but we do have definitions. It's okay, but if you understand that the definition itself is not true, then only the piercing is, piercing will happen, or the dissolving of the mind can happen. Whatever the word you say, it doesn't matter. The liberation from mind can happen, because until you are deceived by this mind sensor, you still have the problem. You just have to know that. That's okay. Anything else? Do you have any questions, Charles? Or you are just listening today, probably?
Just being selfless these days makes life easy. And,
yeah, that's good.
And what I noted down yesterday was what Aryan once was saying, that that was real. He said, love is not benefit or business. And love is everywhere. Be selfless. And love is a feeling. I was just pondering these things, and I think yesterday Auntie Sudharma said, when you're doing something, you won't feel that you're doing it. You just go on doing it. You don't feel tired. You don't feel anything. And that's nice. That's awesome. And also when I'm doing this concentration meditation, suddenly I see I'm sleeping. I don't know how I go to sleep when I do that meditation, but I go to sleep. This feels good, really good. Thank you.
All good. So, anything else? Yes, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. First of all, I worship Bhagyanan's feet, spiritual teacher. And Dr. Kokila, I was listening to Dr. Sakuntala's experience, and I was wondering whether at that point, when she heard the call of the bird, with some sort of awareness that it is the mind sensor, that thought occurs, that awareness without contemplation, with that awareness, if she walks to that place and see the truth, see the bird, but without contemplation, without any attachment or aversion, get that experience, and then continuing to walk. What is
yeah, definitely Sudharma. It shouldn't have done.
No.
Yeah, definitely it should have happened like that.
If Aryan was there, I would say so. But the problem is, it is us who go there, and our inquisitive mind trying to find the bird. It's definitely different from the talk. I can understand. So we can't really justify that in that way. But
of course, no.
Maybe when Aryan is there, this is the thing. We can't really if we are in the path, we can't really talk about the fruit, in the sense the outcome. So the outcome we can't compare with the now we can't put Aranwansi in that position and think that this may be the way that Aranwansi must be doing. That is not how it works, actually. You can't really compare like that, because he doesn't feel alive, so it doesn't necessarily mean, the burning is not there. I mean, I should say in that way, the burning is not there. It doesn't matter whether he actually even see it or not, or recognize it or not. It doesn't really matter. That is the thing. But this practice is different. Practice is for practitioners, like the people who try to see this truth in one at least one particular moment to get to the non-vibration. That's completely different to the person who is already achieved that. So you can't really compare. So we can't really say that. So that what Sudharma said was, it's kind of the Lord Buddha doing that, or Aranwansi, someone around doing that. Then you can say like that. But the problem is, as practitioners, we are in the path, so we go there to practice and see whether we can feel the non-vibration, the sensory function without that power that we talk about. So to feel that, you can't really miss the practice when we are doing it, because then only it will train you into that exact moment that where we feel the non-vibration. So just imagine you keep hearing multiple birds. If they are just hearing only, that's it. But that's the Arahant's state. If it is hearing only, that's an Arahant state. But in the path, when we are trying to do this, because we are in the path, we try to try and bring it up. When we do that, first step would be we hear the sound. In the sense, not we, there is a sound, and you identify it as a bird sound. And then whether the bird sound is true? No, bird sound is not true. That it is a bird sound itself is just a thought. Then the hearing part is just a mechanism. It's just hearing. And then if you feel it only, the non-vibration will be felt. So this is very tricky. This is just an explanation. This is not the experience. If you actually experience it, it would be direct, very direct liberation from mind, exactly to feel that whole first bit is not there. That thinking part is also not there. And that dream part is also not there. The bird sound part is also not there. It's a sound only. If it's just a sound only, there's no self there. That's how you can say that. So it's a very unique experience. So
Interestingly, Dr. Kokila, with all that effort, Dr. Sakuntala saw the peasant or the jungle fowl in her mind. No, there wasn't a jungle fowl outside.
Yeah.
That happened actually at the time of the discussion, because I didn't see it. I just heard the sound.
And then at the end of the discussion, we just asked the participants, what were your experiences during this walk? Then only they came up. Until that time, I had no about this jungle fowl. What was the bird? I had no idea. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, but the thing is, we miss these very interesting moments. We miss them. We miss the chance. Basically, feel without the mind power. We miss it. We miss the chance to feel without the mind power. Do you get it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, true, yes.
Yeah, we miss it.
Now, yeah.
Yeah. But it's very interesting. Actually, even the missing part is very interesting, because once you see something and you understand that it's a popcorn and it is completely missed because you feel like eating it. Likewise, you hear sound and you understand it's a bird sound, and you're completely lost because you want to know who that is now. So that's the thing. The liberation of mind doesn't come that easy, because our mind is a pattern. It just seeks next one, next one, next one, next one. So yeah, it's very very regular pattern that we are addicted to, thinking and thinking and thinking. So the thinking is actually not true. Thinking can happen, but the feel, it's difficult. It's covered by all the thoughts. What do you think, Sarangika?
Interesting example. And it just shows, isn't it? It's obviously a common experience for people. And that goes to show that, there must be complete embedment, isn't it, through the practice, in order for the instinct or the impulse not to kind of jump to the mind and go in search of the jungle fowl, isn't it? The stimulus suddenly becomes real, no matter how, even if one is quite entrenched in the walking meditation, the moments, in a moment's notice, something out of the ordinary, something unusual. If it was just another, a cricket chirping or something, it would have been fine and everybody would have gone on with the meditation. But something out of the ordinary, the mind is always ready to jump, isn't it? Ready to latch on to a stimuli. And it just goes to show, there's nothing wrong with it, as we all
kind of it gives the more strength to them. You keep feeling more and more. That's it. Did you get it? Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Doctor?
Embedment, isn't it, through the practice, in order for the instinct
kind of it field of existence, without the life field, yes, for that instance, definitely it has happened. So, in that instance, it has happened. And at that instance, you clearly get the idea that all we have studied, all we have listened, all we have taught, that field of existence and the life field, if the field of existence is not a thing, a life field is not there. So this is very, very, very specific. The beginning of the path. It just in one moment to feel the difference between the sensory faculty function without that power. So whether it is going to happen in every stimuli, then the story is over. There's no story, then there's no path. There's no path complete. But if someone is in the path, this may come and go, yes, but it's not there all the time. But when it comes and goes, each time the kind of it gives the more strength to them. You keep feeling more and more. That's it. Did you get it? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Doctor?
Yes.
Just a question regarding Dr. Sakuntala's experience of walking meditation or any meditation, concentration meditation.
We don't really we don't really emphasize on concentration meditation, Joel, because that can actually trick you.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't really emphasize on that. We actually invite all the people to do insight meditation. And insight meditation is the practice that we incorporate into the walking.
Okay, right. So in walking meditation, she said that she got distracted by a sound, right?
No, actually that is also not true. What Sakuntala was going to say was the sound, so our steps are a bit different. So the steps are, sound is coming, then the mind sensor tells it's a bird sound. That's the first step. We don't deny the sounds. You'll try to stop the sounds or anything. We are completely free, Joel. Completely effortless. This process is completely effortless. Because in concentration meditation, you had to put an effort. This completely effortless, very free mind, very beautiful state. So you just go naturally, you walk naturally, and there's a sound, then you understand it's a bird sound. And the reflection is, if you are reflecting state, so this doesn't, everyone's states are different. So in the beginner, you have to reflect. Reflection is the actual, it's a bird sound. That is just the mind output. The mind says it's a bird sound, but bird sounds is a perception. Actual sound didn't say it's a bird sound, but we say it's a bird sound. So that is a perception. That perception is not true. It's just like a, just another thought. So it's a mind sensor. And then the third step is, so the first step is whatever you hear or see or smell or the skin or the taste or any thoughts, whenever they happen, You identify them as they are. There's no any change, or we are not going to spoil the experience. We are just experiencing the experience, and the yes, sound is there, but then when we understand that actually it's not a bird sound, it's a sound, then I don't think we have come to that point, Joel, the third part, that how we understand whether the sound is real. This is very tricky actually. We have to actually in one session we have to discuss that, Joel, so that you understand that sound is actually is a production of the ear. I think we discussed it slightly, but not a lot. Sound is just a production of the ear, human ear, because we are talking about the humans when we talk about this one, this six sensory organs. So six sensory organ means 5 sensory organs, when they vibrate at the same time, this mind is formed. So we understand that it's a valikokula, the sound of a valikokula. So that's the mind sensor. It's a thought, basically. But actual, there's a sound too, like this sound is the sensory function. Sensory function is actually the fast vibration of the ear. And fast vibration of the ear, if there is no fast vibration of the ear, you can't actually hear anything. You are deaf. But because there is vibration in the ear, we can actually telepathize to any sound. So when we say we hear something, what actually happens is the two vibrations synchronize. They synchronize. They become one. That's how we hear. So it's actually, we can't really say the sound is outside. It's actually that if there is a vibration here in the ear, if in the meaning if you are not deaf, there is a vibration in the ear. If that is synchronizing to anything, that's what we call as we heard something. Anyway, that hearing is just a function of the ear. It's not a but when we hear something, it is because of the fast vibration that we hear something. Otherwise, if this whole thing, if the fast component is not there, you can't actually hear anything. Even if you understand the light, the function of the eye, there's specific cells in the eye that vibrate so fast. That is how we see light. If there is no fast vibration of the cells in the eye, you can't really call you can see, you're blind. So that's how the light is formed also. So it's very important to understand that the function. So we never actually, we don't really emphasize on concentration meditation. If someone's mind is so flustered that they can't even come to senses, then you can do 5 minutes concentration meditation, yes. But it's not the highlight of this insight meditation. Insight meditation means reflection of how these sensory organs work. Knowing the magic is the trick here. Not trying to solve the magic. Actually, we try to see through the magic. If we know the magic, you just penetrate it anyway. It doesn't become a thing. Did you get it, Joel? I think Aryan also Joel. Yes,
sorry.
Joel.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Just did you get the point? I think we need to discuss it one day about this ear function, the eye function, the nose, the basic sensory organs. We need to understand that it's nothing coming from outside. It's actually production of ear, which synchronized to the anything outside. But the valikokula is definitely in the mind sensor.
Yes. Doctor, another thing that I just wanted to ask you is that sometimes, like yesterday, Aryan once said, don't even think about tomorrow. But sometimes it comes to my mind and I start to worry. How can I stop worrying about the next minute? And I get disturbed when I worry about my future and all those things. I know it's a perception, but sometimes when that worry comes, it's very scary. Uh, how can how can I practice this and come out of this worry?
Yeah, don't even worry about trying to come out of it. Just try to understand how this works. Then you will definitely understand. You are not the person who started talking on the first day, Joel. So you have changed even now. So you even can, the way you talk has changed, the way you express yourself has changed. You're feeling so free. So the same thing will continue to happen. Nothing is going to hamper you. Even if you now just imagine you get a thought, okay, what am I going to do tomorrow? Yeah, just another thought. And if you don't burn that much, so just imagine you get just an example, 1,000 watt burning now when you think about the future. When you go on understanding how this mind sensor works, one day a thought will come to you, oh my God, what am I going to do about my future? And you'll be wondering where the burning is. So the thought, it can be there, Joel. Thought is not going to run away. Thought can be there, or thought might not come also, because if it doesn't really, when it doesn't bother you, the thought may not come. But even if the thought comes, it doesn't necessarily mean anything if the burning is not there. So imagine we are planning something for tomorrow. We have a program like Dr. Sakuntala went to a program like that. So just imagine like that. There's a program tomorrow. So there's a thought, there's a program tomorrow. Yes, it's just another thought. So, but then when you keep understanding Dhamma, what happens is this underlying burning will slowly go away. It takes time. Well, what can you do? You can only do try and understand these 6 sensory organs. How this has created such a world that we were engrossed in. We were like, can't say even the how much engrossed we were in. Like we thought we are inside that, and we were crying. We were happy one time. We are sad sometimes. Everything. But when you keep understanding this world of you, world of someone else, world of an animal, world of a dog or whatever, how these worlds are formed and how they feel that it is actually true. How does it become a thing? That's what we keep understanding. So the underlying mechanism, understanding how this works, is the key. How we understand that this notion of self has come because the importantly in the stimulus. What is you is actually the stimulus. So what we keep understanding is if the stimulus is a thing to you. So I can imagine now, because you on the first day your question was, I get agitated by the thought of the job or some stuff like that. But now today you are telling the word, even thinking about tomorrow can make me feel a bit jittery. So upset or worried. So that's what I'm thinking. So that's your thinking. So what thinking or this mind sensor brings up the thought tomorrow. Just someone might talk about tomorrow and you might be thinking, oh my God, is there a tomorrow or something like that? I don't want tomorrow to come, or what am I going to do tomorrow, or what I'm going to do in future. It's okay. The question is okay, but the burning will be gone. So you will tell it one day. Don't worry, you will tell it one day that even if a thought about the future comes, It doesn't really bother you. So the understanding what is future is a thought now. Future is a thought now. If I'm thinking about anything about the past, now past experiences that you have told us, like neighbors coming and telling, or relative coming and telling about you, how that's the past. But we ponder about it at this moment. So this moment you are born, in that particular moment when it is a thing. So when you think about the future, if the future word has terrified you, because sometimes it can happen, even you were a counselor, so you know definitely that the future brings us anxiety, past brings us depression, because you can't depress about the future. It's actually, future is the anxiety, so the past is the depression. But we are not actually trying to suppress any of this. Is what we are trying to understand is how this works, how this miraculous world is brought about, how one thought now here is projecting to the past or to the future. That's all. It's a projection. It's a mind projection. So the mind can project anything. Mind projected the Valikukula there. Mind can project anything. So mind can project about the future too. What is going to happen to me in future? So anything about future can be blur. So because you don't have a clear idea. It's okay. Who has a clear idea of future? Do you think the clear idea is actually true? It's not the point. But if you actually understand this Dhamma and you become so light, and you even the future thought has come, you will not burn. And actually you might be able to do something now without worrying about anything. That's the beauty of Dhamma. Are we running out of time or?
4 more minutes are there.
Oh, okay. Did you understand, Joel?
Yes, doctor. I think tomorrow, if you can just elaborate on the sensor faculties,
Yeah, we'll
about this
elaborate, and I
sound
think
and
we should
this,
start.
it will be
Yeah.
clear.
Yes, 100%.
Thanks, doctor. Thank you.
Share at what time is now? At what
time is 9. My time
yeah,
is
it's
9.
okay time. So, but I want to tell you something.
Yes, Saranans.
Everybody, our eye creation. World is our eye sensor creation. Yeah, sensory world is a sensor given us. This world, nobody is here. No one is here. System is working only. That is the Dhamma. Nothing else. Who is sad? Who is suffering? No suffering or sadness here. We understand. We won't understand what happened here. What is the system? What is the Dhamma we are talking is dependent origination? What is this dependent origination Dhamma? These are sensors. Sensor creations. Nothing, anything. What is the Buddha's inside meditation? Dependent origination. What is this dependent origination? Dhamma. Buddha not told the concentration meditation Dhamma. Because first Buddha's Dhamma discourse is the 5 teachers Dhamma Chakrapavatana Sutra. What is Buddha's word? Never heard before them. Buddha no.
There are some errands.
Oh, yes. Never heard before Dhamma. The meaning is Buddha's word is never heard before Dhamma. Ubbe answer Dhammesu. Is the Tripitaka is there. Pali words. Ubbe Anusutesu Dhammesu. Never heard before Dhamma. So, first time Buddha explained this Dhamma. We know concentration meditation. So Hindus are doing. Today also doing. So at the Buddha's time, our teachers also did that. Concentration meditation. Buddha also did that. But it's not the way. It's not the way to liberation. It's not way to freedom of mind. It's not way to ending the suffering and sadness. So it's not the way ending the cycle of birth. So that is why concentration meditation is not the Buddha's way. Today, whole world, many guys doing concentration meditation, they are thinking it's a Buddha's path. But it's not a Buddha's path, it's a Hindu's path. So Buddha's path is inside meditation. It's dependent origination. What is this dependent origination? Is our sense creations. 6 senses. How creating these senses? They ask the dependent origination. It must mean sati idang hoti, it must mean asati idang hoti, it must upajja idang upa, it must nirodha idang nirodha. Is the dependent origination. Is the Buddha's word, it's the Pali. But what is the meaning is this? Cause and effect Dhamma. It's not the concentration meditation. Otherwise, it's not the action and effect Dhamma. It's a cause and effect Dhamma. What is the cause? What is the effect? Cause is vibration. Effect is a something. So, what is I? Buddha's word is I is the word. What's the I is the word? I is the birth. Your I given you to everything. The example is the I. But you know I given the sound, light. But otherwise, your ear given the sound. This, like a factories, it's a product. Yeah. We are talking outside their sound. We are talking outside their light. But it's not true. It's a deep meaning is inside. Why colorblind guys can't see red color, can't see green color? Because it's not outside. It's their own mind. It's their own eye creating. That is the world. Your eye is the world. It's okay. I won't tell this. Dhamma is our senses creations. Dhamma is nothingness, final effort is a nothingness. You know, cause and effect Dhamma is a huge story we were talking. How is light? Light is an effort. Cause is vibration. Is very important. It's a speedily sparking happening. That's the vibration. It's very important. That's the meaning. How is creating our senses? How is coming this light, sounds, smells, taste, and hot and cool, smooth and rough? How is coming the alive feel? How is coming existent feel? How is coming alive feel? How is coming soul? So nobody is here. How is telling that? We have a feel. No? We have alive feel. How is talking about nobody is here? That's very important. I think huge explain we won't do. Today, tomorrow, and couple of days. It's okay. Tomorrow we can do this. Today time is over. As everybody, I like everybody explain this. Suranka and Sudharma and the Chandani. Dr. Chandani know this. Dr. Chandani can explain very well. I think we won't get the chance Dr. Shandani, and the Sudharma, and the Suraka, also everybody. Yes, Kokila. You
Yes,
won't explain.
Saranast.
Everybody won't explain this.
Yes,
Not
yes.
only our Dhamma friend. Everybody won't. I think this very special point. How is light is coming? How is sound is coming? How is this sensation? How is LI feel is coming? I know. How is this happening? Death or birth? What is this death and birth? How Buddha's guys win the death and birth? You know, Buddha's guy win the death and birth. They have a death and birth. What's this meaning? It's okay. We can talk about coming soon. Next time. It's okay. It's okay, everybody. It's okay, our chair friend. As you, very important. I think everybody given the questions. I think it's very important. Yes, chair. Thank you so much that questions because our guys are like sleeping. No questions. It's very important. It's okay, Kokila. There was right. There was everybody. Tomorrow we can discuss again. There was
Thank you, Aryan.
it's such a beautiful thing. I couldn't finish, actually. I couldn't finish watching the Zoom discussion, the morning one. I just was seeing the scenery in Polonnaru, Madirgiri area. It was so beautiful. It's actually such a change that has happened within few days. I think we all have come to such an extension of this journey of 5 years. I mean, when we talk like that, it becomes it is to, when we talk about it, it becomes a thing. But actually, when you feel it, how the Buddha status has evolved into and seeping into people's mind. It has to seep into others through the teacher. I mean, no way that it can happen otherwise. So we can see how it is happening out there. It is so beautiful. If you have the chance, that is a really good chance for you to actually feel Dhamma, as well as, it's such a good opportunity for you to feel what Aryan Wanse has been talking about for all these years. This wonderful journey from down south to Polonnaru area was planned in a different way, has changed into such a different outcome now, which has brought together everyone in every possible way, and I think people out there are so must be feeling so glad that they have the shelter of the teacher as well. So the non-vibration, association of non-vibration, is such a beautiful thing if you have the chance. I mean, when you know about it, you are much more into that, because if you know, we all know that Lord Buddha's Jetavana had someone as a neighbor, but has never seen Lord Buddha, has never talked to Lord Buddha. And once Lord Buddha mentioned, if I try to talk to him, he will definitely end up in mirror, not the way now. So we kind of can understand, even if you are so close to Lord Buddha or the Buddha status, you will never feel it unless you know it. And it is a pity, like we can't understand how these things happen, but that happened. Even though he was the neighbor, he couldn't see Lord Buddha. He couldn't understand Lord Buddha. If he can't, then he can't become the Buddha status at all. But Sri Lankans have that such a wonderful opportunity to associate this non-vibration, and it will definitely change you. And most importantly, this change is going to change a lot of other people, in the sense, a kind of a mind which is closer to non-vibration. If they feel this, they will definitely turn so fast and so willfully. They will turn with so much gratitude. And gratitude is, I mean, gratitude can't be even expressed. That's such a gratitude we have. We have so much gratitude for Lord Buddha, and can we express that? I doubt it. But in the same way, we can't express our gratitude to our teacher, the noble friend, who is trying his best to change everyone else's vibration to non-vibration. And if you feel it, that is the change that will happen. Not just listen to him, not just talk to him, but if you feel him, and if you actually, in the sense, if you can vibrate to that non-vibration, that is the best part of it. So people might not understand that either, because it is very difficult to understand. But we can actually understand something else, because even the King Kosala, or I think I am correct, used to visit Lord Buddha a lot. Sorry if I'm wrong. Correct me with the names. I can get them all incorrect. But he used to talk about a lot of other things. But actually, did he get Dhamma? Not really. So likewise, we may have the association, but we might miss it. So just be out there, be open-minded, let the non-vibration reach you, and let it change your vibration, and it will slowly happen. That's the beauty of it. Actually, this journey, which is happening from down south to Bolonaro area, has manifested so far without much problem, and it will continue to do so. And with the blessings of Lord Buddha's relics, and with the blessings of Aryan Mahasays, everything is happening smoothly. It's just need to get everything in the non-self angle, and things will happen in that own way. And as Aryan Mahasi is always telling, if you can feel that there is no self here, if you can actually feel it, not just talk about it, because we can hear a lot of bhikkhus, a lot of venerables talk about these Lord Buddha's Dhamma in different ways, but I don't think anyone actually have explained how a person can actually win this world as well as the other world, in the sense the three worlds that Lord Buddha said. No one actually explains it properly. No one actually explains how to conquer the vibration of the self vibration, which brings about this cycle of birth. So this cycle of birth is a bit complicated, but still it's very easy to understand if you relate it to one stimulus. What is that stimulus? You can take any example, whether it is your house, whether it's your family, whether it's your whatever, chair, sun, moon, country, world, whatever the stimulus. The main factor which mattered was we felt it as out there, and we felt it is true. That is because of the quality of the mind sensor. That's the main quality of the mind sensor. And if you keep understanding this mind sensor is the trickiest part to understand. But even beneath that, even if you understand this mind sensor and understand this world of thoughts, you get up in the morning, you look around, it's world of thoughts. But if you understand that it's just world of thoughts and you feel it too, and you don't feel any interest in that, in the sense, not into the level of the just liking or disliking. Actually, if you actually feel that it is not true, that is the important part of it, because you're not actually in that mind. You're not in that thought world, and you're not in that mind sensor anymore. And then you can feel everything. And then when you feel everything, you know that it is just your sensory system. It's just a system, just a system. And if you keep understanding that, that is the end of your entertainment of your sensory organs. Whether it's the eye, whether it's the ear, whether it's the tongue, or whether it's the nose, or whether it is the skin, kind of. These organs, when they vibrate collectively, it is manifested as the mind, and mind becomes our world. It is like a new world to the baby. Baby didn't have that kind of understanding in the baby level. Baby could only feel something, it's a kind of a vibration. Why we use this word is that it's the most exact word we can use to show that it's just a feel, because there's no interpretation in that. There's nothing. There's no interpretation as such to say that it is a light even, because it's just something felt here. That felt here part is also due to ignorance, because it is not felt here, but it is felt as felt here because of the not knowing that it is due to a sensory organ function, rapidity of the sensory organ function. If we knew that, we will not be vibrating here into a fetus. But it started. Why? Because ignorance was there, and due to that ignorance, the vibration of that the last thought, whatever the stimulus, actually didn't end up there. It just had the that vibration left, because that has not been dealt at all. Whatever the 50 years or 40 years you have lived, or 60, 70, 80, whatever the time you have lived, is only this kind of mind we remember. Our mind world, or the dream, or the thoughts. So we live in kind of in the rapid, the thoughts are the fastest. Thoughts happen so fast that no one can actually find the distinction between one thought and the other. So that is why we are not even trying to do that. But we keep understanding that this rapidity, or this speed, is the main reason that it is felt as happening here. So when we understand this, the whole thing, the feel, the film, the value that film got is all due to this vibration. And that vibration is not a permanent thing. It is actually arising with the stimulus. It's arising with the stimulus. This is very important if you can understand that it is just arising. I think I can see.
Excuse me, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, I can see that they have
Sorry.
the change.
Sorry to disturb you.
Yeah,
We
that's
have
okay.
to. Yeah,
That's okay.
okay.
We will join the program, the Sahanayatra, and we can see they are walking back. It is so good that
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Actually, now they are distributing the goods for the people who need help. Yeah.
oh, okay. So they come to the village.
Yes, yes. Higurakkote.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mencari Thiruvan Saranai. Thiruvan Saranai satu dakine
මේ අපි ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ පොළොන්නරුව ප්‍රදේශයට. පොළොන්නරුව ප්‍රදේශයේ සහනාධාර कार्यालय हरहा ग्रामदारी हरहा तमा में
आदिश වෙන්නේ පාට ඕගන් දීලා නේද තියෙන්නේ? තා ටිකක් පස්සට යන්නකො.
समाज सेवा पदन समाज सेवा पदन महाराणा මේ කටයුතු සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ අද දවසේ අපි මේ පොළොන්නරුව මැදිරිගිරිය ප්‍රදේශයේ ඉඳලා දැන් පොළොන්නරුව ප්‍රදේශයට ඇවිල්ලා මේ සහනාධාර දාන්නම ඇති අපි දැන් දින ගණනාවක් තිස්සේ තිස්ස මහාරාමයෙන් ආරම්භ වෙලා මාතර දාල කඩවත මීරිගම කුරුණෑගල මැදිරිගිරිය අද දවසේ මේ පොළොන්නරුවට ඇවිල්ලා ඊයේ රාත්‍රියේ ඉඳන් මේ ගෙනාපු භාණ්ඩ සියල්ල ඇසුරුම් කරලා වෙන ඇසුරුම් කරලා දැන් මේ පොළොන්නරුව ප්‍රදේශයට ගෙනත් තියෙන්නේ මේවා බෙදා හරින්න. ඉතින් මේ ප්‍රදේශයේ ග්‍රාම නිලධාරී කාර්යාලය තමයි මේ වැඩිලා ඉන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ ග්‍රාම නිලධාරී මහත්මිය හරහා තමයි මේ කටයුතු සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. ඒතරම වෙනාටි ඉස්සන් හතරෙන් අනාථ වන කරන ජනතාවට අපිට දැනගන්න ලැබෙන විදිහට මේ ප්‍රදේශයේ සිංහල ජනතාව, මුස්ලිම් ජනතාව වගේම දෙමළ ජනතාව සියලු දෙනාම සියලු පවුල් දෙසිටිනවා.
නෑ ටෝකන් තියනවා නේද? ටෝකන් වලට විතරයි ඉස්සෙල්ලා කරන්නේ. ටෝකන් අරගෙන ඉන්න එච්චරයි. ටෝකන් දෙන්නේ නැති මේ ඉතින් කට්ටියක් එන්නේ. මේ හම්බුනේ ඒක මගේ ලිස්ට් එකේ ගත්තේ නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ අරන්
ඇත්තටම මෙතන මේ අපේ ප්‍රඥා මෛත්‍රී ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ මැදිහත් වෙලා මේ කටයුත්ත මේ අනාගාර බෙදා හැරීමේ කටයුත්ත ග්‍රාම නිලධාරී සහ ඒජේ කාර්යාලය හරහා සහ මේ ප්‍රදේශයේ සිවිල් ආරක්ෂක බලකායේ අනුගමන නිලධාරීතුමාගේ සහයෝගයත් එක්කව කටයුතු සැලසුම් කරලා තියෙනවා. මේ පිළිසෙට කලින් ටෝකන් එකක් ලබා දීලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ තමයි මේ කියන්නේ ටෝකන් දීලා තියෙන හැටි විතරයි වෙන්නේ කියලා මොකද ඒක ක්‍රමවත් සිදු කරන්න අවශ්‍ය නිසා යතන මේ විදිහට කරලා තියෙන්නේ. කලින් ටෝකන් එකක් නිකුත් කරලා තියෙන බව දැනගන්න ලැබෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ ටෝකන් පිළිවෙලට තමයි දැන් මේ සහනාධාර විඩා දෙන්න කටයුතු සිදු වෙන්න යන්නේ.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and all Dhamma friends. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear.
So we are right now we are at Gallel in Polonnaruwa district. So the handing over of the parcels, of the donations that we brought from under this huge project of Buddothpado Sahana Yatra are being handed over to the flood victims in the area. So all the officials, including the Grama Niladhari and the representatives from this Pradeshi, that is Divisional Secretariat, are here, and people are lined up and they are waiting. They are kind of uh, when we look at them, we feel really sorry because some of them have rendered homeless due to the recent floods, and people are like coming and they have got this message, so they are being issued some token so that without any hassle we can give away these parcels to them. So that is the situation right now, what we experience right now here, Dr. Kuntula.
Yeah.
And this Venerable Pratnya Maitri Thero of Bhavanirodha who has been a follower of Buddothpado sermons couple of years ago, is playing a main role here. He is organizing everything and he is looking after us also, the team, and he has a lot of connections with the police and the divisional secretariat, and he is actually playing a main role with Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi. So uh, we are very fortunate to be a part of this program to relieve the sufferings of the people, at least in some small way, to convince them that there are still people to look after you. So this great initiative of Buddothpado Aryan Mansi is actually, we all should be grateful to him, and it is a symbol of humanity that he always talks about. His only intention is to relieve the sufferings of people in every way possible, providing them with the necessities, looking after them in this, when they are desperate, and also sharing true Dhamma with them. So may the Noble Supreme bless you.
Yeah, it's so beautiful to see that we could actually do something. I think there's always eagerness in getting some support can make them a bit uneasy, but I think it will settle down once they receive all the support. And we are very actually the morning before this I couldn't finish watching that how you all were like walking through the temples. It was so good, and yeah, we just keep doing what we can do. And
Yes, Dr. Kokila, there people are like some of them are arguing, they want to be in the queues, and they are so curious to come closer and get the parcels because this organ getting them, in queues is also kind of, we have to make some effort because they have suffered a lot, it seems. When we look at their faces, we actually feel that we have also made some sacrifices. The entire team, but we don't feel that when we see how they are getting them and having some kind of relief with this Buddothpado relief project. So now these people are uh, receiving the gift, relief parcels. They will, uh, the, everything brought in this container was parceled last evening by another team at the Bhavanirodharama temple in Polonnaruwa. So I think you can even now. This Prajna Maitri Thero is here. He actually, when we observe his I mean, enthusiasm and his skills, we are really proud as Buddothpado followers because he show a lot of, qualities of Buddothpado Aryanwanse himself. Because definitely we were talking about this yesterday also, very straightforward, making decisions, very active. So definitely, and he is actually, Dr. Kokila, he gave a very warm welcome to Buddothpado Aryanwanse, and he was very direct, and he introduced Aryanwanse and paid his gratitude, and he said, I am with you in whatever you do, even in future also. I'm so very grateful to you, Aryanwanse. I am with you. So we really felt it. The true qualities, the gratitude of someone who has been
Yes,
benefited
gratitude. That's a
from.
good
Yeah,
good
that's
word.
it. That's
Yeah.
it, Dr. Kokila. Yes.
And we have no words to express that gratitude, and we try to show it in whatever the way.
මේ මුස්ලිම් ගම්මානයක ඇත්තටම මේ බඩු පාසල් බෙදෙන්නේ මේ ගම්මානයේ ඉන්නේ ගොඩක් මුස්ලිම් අය පේනවා ඇති නේද? පේනවා ඇති නේද මේ කටයුතු පේනවනේ?
එහෙමයි අරනස්.
ඔව් එහෙමයි අතරම මේ අවතැන් වූ ග්‍රාම සේවකගේ උපදේශ පරිදි තමයි අතර මේ කටයුතු කෙරෙන්නේ. टोकन පිළිවෙලට ග්‍රාම සේවකගේ අනුදැනුම ඇතුව අපේ ප්‍රඥා මෛත්‍රී හාමුදුරුවෝ මෙතන ඉන්නවා. අතර මේ එක ස්ථානයක් දැන් මේ වගේ ස්ථාන කීපයකට බෙදන්න අපි ලාස්ති කරලා තියෙනවා. අඳුන් ඇත්තටම විශාල ප්‍රමාණයක් තියෙනවා. නමුත් ඒවා එකපාර එහෙම දෙන්න බෑ. ඒක ඇත්තට වෙනම ළමයින්ගේ වෙනම දෙන්න ඕනි කියලා කිව්වා. ඒක නිසා මේ වෙලාවේ වියලි ආහාර මල්ල තමයි ගොඩක් වෙලාට මෙතනදී ලැබෙන්නේ. නමුත් නැවත වරක් අඳුන් ඇත්තටම ලාස්ති කරලා තියෙනවා විශාල ප්‍රමාණයක් මෙයාට බෙදන්න. මේක එක අදියරක් විතරයි මේ කටයුත්තේ හැමෝටම මේ පේනවා මේක අතරම හොඳ මෙහෙයුමක් නමුත් අදියර කීපයකටයි කරන්න වෙන්නේ මේ වියලි ආහාර වඩුමල් ලබා ගැනීම සඳහා මේ පිරිස රැස්වලා සිටින ආකාරය හැමෝටම පේනවා මේ බුද්ධෝත්පාදෝ ශ්‍රාවක පිරිස බුද්ධෝත්පාදෝ ශ්‍රවණය කරන අය අතරම මේ සඳහා අතරම දායක වෙලා තියෙන්නේ ලෝකෙ පුරා සිටින බුද්ධෝත්පාද දේශනා අහන ඒ කාර්මික හදවත්වල අයට ඔබට පේනවාදී ප්‍රඥා මෛත්‍රී හාමුදුරුවෝ අපේ හාමුදුරනේ හොඳයිද ඒ කටයුතු හොඳයි නේ එහෙමයි එහෙම ඉස්සරහ තව තියෙනවා මේ වගේම
තවත් අසරණ වෙලා තියෙනවා දැන් අපි පුළුවන් විදිහට අපි ඒක ගනුදෙනු කරනවා දැන් අපි පාදේශීය ලේකම්තුමාත් එක්ක කතා කරලා අපි ටෝකන් දීලා කාටවත් අසාධාරණයක් වෙන්න අපි
මේ ඉන්නේ අපේ මේ ඉන්නේ මේ
ග්‍රාම සිංහල අය ඉන්නේ කීයද මෙතන දැන් දෙන්න අය තුන් දෙනයි පස් දෙනයි ඉන්නවනේ ඒ කියන්නේ
ජාති භේදයකින් තොරව මුස්ලිම් ජනතාව කියලා බලන්නේ නැතුව බෞද්ධ ජනතාව කියලා බලන්නේ නැතුව නේද බෞද්ධ අය විසින් ඇත්තටම මාතර ඉඳලා මේ තිස්ස මහා රාමේ මාතර ගාල්ල ඉඳලා එන ලොරියක් ඇත්තටම මේකේ ඇඳුම් පැළඳුම් තියෙනවා විශාල ප්‍රමාණයක් ඉස්සරහට අපේ ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ කටයුතු කරයි ඒවා වෙනම බෙදයි මෙතන යන්නේ අතරම වියලි ආහාර බඩු මලක් බෙදෙන එකක් අපේ ග්‍රාමසේවක මහත්මියනේ මේ කතා කරන්නේ ග්‍රාමසේවක මහත්මිය ඔව් මේ වසම ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් අපිට කියන්න මේ වසම නම මොකද්ද
මේ වසම 189 කොටලිවිල මේ වසමේ මේ ගම දෙකක් තියෙනවා මේක සුවසද ගම සුදුනලිගම කියලා සුවසදම කියන්නේ දෙමළ ගම්මාන සම්පූර්ණ දෙමළ ගම්මාන සුදුනලිගම කියන්නේ සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම සිංහල ගම්මාන එහෙම සිංහල ගමේ තියෙනවා මේ දෙමළ ගම්මාන තියෙන්නේ
ඉන්නවා හරි තොර ඔබතුමීගේ නම ග්‍රාමසේවක මහත්මියගේ
මම එයාර නිපාරා
රිෆාරා අපිට ප්‍රාණාසින් නෑ හොඳයි හොඳයි අපේ ප්‍රඥා මෛත්‍රී හාමුදුරන් මේ මෙහෙම ඉන්නවා අතරම මේ CEO ඒ කියන්නේ කවුද අනදින නිලධාරිතුමා හමුදාවේ අතර මේ පිරිස දාලා මේවා පැත් කළා ඉර අපි අතරම එළි වෙනකම් මහන්සි වෙලා මේ කටයුතු කරන්නේ ඔබ හිතනවට වැඩිය ග්‍රාමසක මහත්මිය මේ අපේ හාමුදුරු ගාව ආරාණේ විශාල ප්‍රමාණයක් රැස් වෙනවා මේ වතුර බෝතල් මම හිතන්නේ මේ අර දැන් වතුර බෝතල් බෙදනවා පේන්නේ නැති නේද? මේවා කඩලා බෙදන්න ඒවා කඩලා මේ හැමෝටම එක එක දෙන්න වතුර බෝතල් ඇත්තටම ඒ වගේම ඇඳුම් පැළඳුම් මේ අපේ හාමුදුරට කතා කරලා ගෙන්න ගන්න අපේ ආරාණේ යන රැස් කරලා තියෙනවා ගොඩ ගහලා තියෙනවා මේකේ ආව විශාල ප්‍රමාණයක් ඇඳුම් පැළඳුම් ඒවා ගොඩාක් වටින ඒවා ලක්ෂ ගානක ඇඳුම් පැළඳුම් තියෙනවා අපේ හාමුදුරේ ඒවා ලස්සනට විනිවිදව කරන්න ඕනි කිව්වා පොඩි ළමයින්ගේව වෙනම කාන්තාවන්ගේව වෙනම ලොකු අයගේව වෙනම මොකද අවතැන්ගුණ අයට තියෙන ඊගාව ප්‍රශ්නේ තමයි ගෙවල් වල උයන්නේ කොහොමද බඩු මුට්ටු ඕනි ඇඳුම් පැළඳුම් ඕනි ඉතින් හැමදේම සකස් වෙන්න ඕනි මේ සැලසුම යනවා නිවාස සදන තැනටම වෙනකන් ඉතින් අපේ හාමුදුරුවොත් එක්ක ඉන්න අපි බලමු මේ ගම්මානේ නිවාස කොහොමද හදන්න කොහොමද සැලසුම් තියෙන මේවා යට වෙනවා ආයෙ හදලා වැඩක් නැහැ සුදුසු තැන්වල නිවාස හැදෙන්න ඕනි. ඉතින් මේවා රාජ්‍ය ආයතනත් එක්කලා පොඩ්ඩක් සාකච්ඡා කරලා ඒ ආයතන නේද? විහිකලා විතරක් ඉන්නවා අපේ ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේලාක් පේන ඇතිනේ තරුණ ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ. හොඳයි නේද? හොඳ කටයුතු වලට අත ගහන්න ඕනේ නේද? ಜಾති ભેදයක් නැහැ නේද අපි හඳුරන්නේ. ඒවයි. ඉතින් අතරම වික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලා ඇවිල්ලා මුස්ලිම් කියලා බලන්නේ නැතුව ඒ කරන කටයුත්ත අපි අගය කරන්න ඕනේ නේද? එහෙම නේද? ඒවයි. බොහොම වටිනවා ඒ කටයුත්තට. හොඳයි අපි මේ තේලියට හැදිලා ඉන්නවා පේන්නේ නැති නේද? මේ පිරිස තේලියට බොහොම පිළිවෙලට වෙන කටයුත්තක් විනිවිදව වෙන කටයුත්තක් එකක් කියන්න ඕනේ. හොඳයි බොහොම වටිනවා අපි ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් අපි යමක් කියමු අපේ කවුද ඉන්නවනේ හරි බොහොම වටිනවා. ඉතින් මෙතන ඉන්නවා අපේ මේ කවුද මේනින්හන්සේ මේ පණංගල මේනින්හන්සේ මේ වැඩසටහනේදී ඔන්න ඉන්නවා ගාල්ල පළාතේ ඉඳලම ගාල්ල ඉඳන්නේ ගාල්ල ඉඳන් මේ කටයුතු වලට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා මේ තනුජා ඉන්නවා මෙතන පේන ඇතිනේ.
පුතේ දාන්න පුළුවන්.
එහෙමයි ඔය ජගත් මහත්මයා ඉන්නවා මෙතන. Yeah it's okay. Yeah. හොඳයි අතරම ඉදිරියේදී අපි හිතනවා මේ වගේ ආපදා අවස්ථා එනකොට අපේ රටේ මිනිස්සුયો රජයෙන් හැමදේම බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්න එපා. මිනිස්සු කටයුතු කරන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් මේකත් බුද්ධෝත්පාද දේශනාහන ඒ පිරිස ශ්‍රාවක පිරිස ඒ වගේම ඔබ සැනසෙනවා ධර්මයේ දැකලා. ඒ වගේම ඔබට මේ විදිහට ජීවිතේ අසරණ අවස්ථාවලදී විශාල වෙහෙසකට වැටෙනවා විශාල දුකකට වැටෙනවා විශාල කම්පාවකට වැටෙනවා කිසා ගෝතමීලා වගේ වටාචාර්ලා වගේ වැටෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ අවස්ථාවලදී ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් අසරණු අයට දැන් මේ අයට අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා ඇඳුම් පැළඳුම් මේ අයට අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා ගෙදර දොර උපකරණ කුස්සියට අවශ්‍ය කරන ඒවා උයන්නවත් මොන හරි තියෙන්න ඕනි. ඉතින් එතකම්ම මෙයාට කෑම දෙන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා ආහාර සපයන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. ඉතින් කැම්ප් පාසල් 500ක් අපි මේ පන්සලේ ඉවුවා. කැම්ප් පාසල් 500ක් වියලා නේද අපේ හාමුදුරනේ? නේද අපේ හාමුදුරනේ කැම්ප් පාසල් 500ක් හදලා අපි ගම්මාන වලට කන්න අද මෙතන අද හරියට මෙතන මෙතන මේ මිස්කි පාසල් කැම්ප් පාසල් 500ක් උයලා දවල්ට ආහාරය පිණිස සපයලා දැන් මේ දෙන්නේ වියලි ආහාර මේ එක දවසේ නේද? එහෙම නේද? දවල් ආහාර සඳහා කැම්ප් පාසල් 500ක් හදන්න ගෙනහලා අපි හාමුදුරනේ බෙදුවානේ. ඊට අමතරව තමයි මේ වියලි ආහාර මෙහෙම බඩු බාල යන්නේ. හැබැයි මෙතනින් ඉවර වෙන්නේ නැහැ අත්තනම. අපි දැන් ඇඳුම් පැළඳුම් දෙන්න තියෙනවා සූදානම් කරලා නිවාස හදන්න ලෑස්ති කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒක ඔබතුමියලාගේ අතේ තියෙන්නේ. මේ ඔබතුමලා තීරණය කරන්න ඕනි කල් ගන්න නැතුව. මොකද මේවට ආධාර සපයනත් මේ මොහොතේ දකින්නවා මේකේ ගින්න. දකින්න නිසා එයාලා දැන් දෙනවා සහයෝගය. හැබැයි කල් ගියාම වෙන්නේ යාට අමතක වෙනවා. තාත්තා ඊට පස්සේ ගෙවල් හදන්න එහෙම ඊට පස්සේ නහය ගන්න වෙනවා නේද? තන්තව හදා ගන්න ඕනි. ඉතින් ඒකට සුදුසු අය සාකච්ඡා කරලා ඒ කටයුතු වලට ඒව වෙන්න ඕනි. මොකද අපිට ඕන විදිහට මේ ගෙවල් හදුවට අතරම ඒවා යට වෙනවනේ. ඒක සුදුසු තැන් සකස් වෙන්න ඕනේ. හොඳයි එහෙමනම් හැමෝටම වටිනා අවස්ථාවක් අත්දකින්න ලැබෙනවා. හොඳයි.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and all Dhamma friends. So Aryan Mahase always reminds the contributions made by Buddothpado international community, Buddothpado followers, disciples who are like you, people like you who are joining these sermons, room discussions from Australia, and UK, USA, all and Singapore. I mean, we have such a massive, huge community. He has, through his sermons, he has formed a huge international organization. I mean, not as a kind of body, certain body, but still people who work together towards a single goal. So if anyone is willing to do something on behalf of their motherland, we can make an open invitation, because this transparency is not there always. People collect funds, people collect donations, but sometimes we cannot trust that whether these funds actually are used to relieve the sufferings of needy people, those who are really in need of them. But this transparency and through Zoom discussions, how these donations are being collected and how they are being utilized, and for what kind of people your donations are being offered or going to, you all can witness. I mean, it's so transparent. So this is not a kind of strange thing for Buddothpado listeners. His vision is to relieve the sufferings of entire mankind. So it's, this huge project, this Buddothpado relief project, the so many victims who have rendered homeless, who have lost everything, at least the only a few clothes. I don't know even if they had that when they were facing the disasters during the past few weeks. That's why when getting this message, when they get this message that Buddothpado relief project, this huge vehicle, this team has arrived in this village, Galal, people from all over, I don't know, there are several lanes, people appeared at once, but it is also well
Yeah,
organized.
not only this
They
place.
are given,
Yeah, several places we are arranging. I think this is the one
yeah,
place only. Yeah,
this is just one place,
Sudharma,
Galal. We are going to several other places, and also this will not be the one and only project. So Buddothpado Aranhanse, as he right now revealed, will work together with his disciples, followers, and will provide them with houses also. Those who have lost houses, there will be some constructions in future. So we all can contribute to them and be a part of that also. So it's such a beautiful moment, and since this is, I mean, how we experience the oneness. It's not that people come here to give donations to someone else, but still we become that suffering itself, because we have been training to kind of for several years. We have been I can't say taught through the sermons. We have gradually got that message, got that feel, rather than the message, the feel, to be someone else suffering itself. So Teruvan
Yeah,
Saranai, Dr.
it's so
Kokila
beautiful.
and the team, please.
So nice to see
Yes.
everyone. Yeah, even with the tiredness of yesterday, I can imagine how tired the whole team would be after traveling from maybe awake from 5 a.m. to maybe till midnight, and still so much happy today and trying to help everyone. And
he's telling that more is damages their homes. They want more like this. You know, it's okay. Okay. There are Muslims more than here, but it's okay. No problem for religion. We are all of them are humans. It's okay. People, it's the same. We know this Dharma is loving kindness is the our truth. Someone understood what is the Dhamma. Nothing here, anything. Everybody is same like nature. Yeah. So Dharma is okay.
yeah,
Yes, I am answer Teruvan Saranai. So our team also represents Buddothpado followers from all corners of the country. Hambantota,
Yes.
Ambilipitiya, Gaul, Matara, Kurunegala, Kendi, unimaginable because they are actually now the people who, even the nuns, Panangala Mehenin Mahanse is they are, I mean, from the very first day she is with us, and no one feels tired, no one complains. That energy is there, Dr.
Yeah,
Kokila, in
I can feel
everybody.
that.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. And even to be, I'm honest, last night we arrived at the accommodation. I mean, by 1:15 a.m. Sri Lankan time. But
Yeah.
nobody was complaining. Nobody was. That's the beauty of this Buddothpado sermons. That's the miraculous nature of these sermons.
Yes.
We even we didn't know that we had that capacity, that potential, that energy. So, I mean, it is all because of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's great vision and the wisdom. So
I
you
think
can,
his energy
yeah,
must be creeping into everyone else as well.
exactly. He says that when he was delivering that sermon there, he was telling now he feels as if he has been there when this Vatadage was being fed
Dharma
that child. I mean, yes,
is a young
Aryan
guy is
Mahanse.
here, joined with
Yes, Teruvan
Mathara. He's coming from Abilipit, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Abilipit. Yeah, what do you think about this?
I think this is the most needed in this now in this time. It's very sad to see.
Yeah.
We went to the homes that
Yeah,
are
yeah,
covered
yeah.
from the
Yeah,
floods. They have nothing.
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 So,
So even a little help is very valuable.
yeah.
This is the time it's very most needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dresses they want and everything they want. No, not
Yeah.
only they enough, not enough. There's goods or
Yeah.
fruits. So
Yeah.
yeah, I know that. It's okay. Because we won't help. What you can do, you won't do that. No, what you
Yeah,
can do.
yeah.
Yeah,
Anything.
anything. Yeah, it's a good idea. There's an ability. That's for younger. So that's the youngest ideas. Is he is what you think about? It's nice, no?
Yeah, of course, nice.
Yeah, it's okay. That's a very
Even downside of the road.
Yeah.
Some homes flooded over the roof. Over the roof.
Are you saw there?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
went there. It's okay. Yeah.
The cleanliness is zero. The
Yeah,
toilet.
Everything. Yeah. That's why water is there very worth. I mean, that's why 4,000 water bottle is here. Yeah.
Drinking water very needed.
Yeah.
Everywhere,
Yeah. That's why it's okay. That's why you are here. No, otherwise, yeah, you won't support them. Yeah, you are youngest ideas because they are coming. Age is growing. They are the next time is doing. The future is there. What do you think about Sudha?
yes, Aryan Mahanse, not only Buddothpado followers, they are children now also actively involved. Now these two young guys, Mudita and you, Timira, and they are the sons of one lady who has listened to Buddothpado sermons for several years, and since she cannot come, she sent the vehicle with these two kids, and they are with us, and they are a real strength for Aryan Mahanse because they are good drivers also. And this young energy is very important for a project like this because overnight they were packing all the stuff that we brought from there. These
ඇත්තටම මේ මෙහෙමදී අපි කියන්න ඕනේ අපේ ආරක්ෂක අංශයේ අය ගොඩක් සහයෝගය දීලා තියෙනවා. මේ ඇත්තටම මේ ඉන්නේ අපේ අපේ ප්‍රාදේශීය ලේකම්. තරම ආරක්ෂක අංශයේ හොඳ සහයෝගයක් තිබුණා අපේ සාරේන අංශයට. මොකද මීය රෑ එළි වෙනකම් බඩු කරා සිවිල් අංශය. ඇත්තටම ඒක අගය කරන්න ඕනේ. එකමුතුව දෙයක් එහෙම කරන්නේ ගොඩක් වටිනවා. මොකද අපි වුණත් ඒ දකුණු පළාතේ තිස්ස මහරාමෙන් මාතරින් ගාල්ලෙන් අතරම කඩවතින් මිහිරිගමින් කුරුණෑගලින් ආපු ගමනක් මේක. අතරම පන්සලේ තියෙනවා ගොඩ ගහලා පන්සලේ තියෙනවා බෙදාවියට අනිද්දාට විධිමත් ක්‍රමයකට නේද අපේ හැමෝටම විධිමත් ක්‍රමයකට ඒ කටයුතු කරන්න ඕනේ.
අපි දැන් ඇඳුම් වගේක් තියෙනවා. ඒක මේ ලස්සන ක්‍රමයකට හදලා පවුලක මට ඕන ළමයා ඉන්න පවුලක විස්තර වයස.
නැත්නම් ඒවා අභාවිතා වෙනවා.
ඔය විදිහට ඕගන් එකකට දෙනවා. නැත්නම් ඔක වෙන්නේ නැහැ දැන් පේනවනේ.
මොකද ඇඳුම් කියන ඒවා ගොඩක් මිල අධිකයි. මොකද එතන විශාල වටිනාකමක ඇඳුම් තියෙනවා.
ඒක ලස්සන හදලා ඒ අපේ පොඩි කාලේ දෙන්න
ඔව් ඒක තමයි. මොකද ළමයිගේ අතේ ළමයිගේ අතේ ලොකුවට ලැබිලා අඩකුත් නැහැ. ඒකයි. තාමත් අතර මේ කටයුතු කරනවා. අද බෙදා දෙන්න.
මෙතන 25 හරියද?
It is important to remind that this is a multicultural village. So there is no difference, no discrimination whatsoever. Most of the victims are Muslims and Tamils. So they are talking to Aryan Wahanse and the team, and they get the message of true Dhamma. So this temporary relief is provided. I mean, all these provisions like rice, dal, milk, and drinking water, even the clothes. So sanitary items all are being provided as temporary relief. And believe that they with this they will get the true message of the Lord Buddha, true Dhamma, because it is, although they are Muslims, Tamils, by birth, it is questionable. They will definitely get that message because they are very fortunate. This Prajna Maitri Thero, who has been a follower of Buddothpado sermons, is with them always, and he actually is a great strength for everyone. So we see how they are receiving their gift packets, relief parcels, and heading towards their homes. Maybe they have starved for many days. They look so Okay, Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai, Sudharma. Thank you so much.
What do you think about this, Sudharma? Yeah, there's other two guys. They are boys. There's ladies here. Is what's her name? Yeah, Nikki.
So happy to see these people are very people. In the disaster moment, that will be very nice. It's very heartwarming, I would say. So nice. These people are getting the essentials and necessities for them. These helpless people.
Yeah, we won't do more. We won't give the message others. Yeah, not only the government. Everybody won't think about, and you can help what you have. It's okay. You have money. It's okay. You come here. You can see. You can help them. That's nice. That's nice feeling. No? That's nice feeling. අතරම අපිත් සමග කටයුතු කරන්න සම්බන්ධ වුණු තරුණ හදවත් පෙළ අදහස් යොදලා කියන is a newcomers with us join this creation. It's okay operation. So okay. Yeah. So
such a beautiful thing to see young
yes,
people.
Dr. Kokila, it's beautiful. This whole idea of this project, Buddothpado Relief Project, came up a couple of days ago while Aryan Wahanse was traveling from Tissamaharama to Matara. Because in Buddothpado, what happens is there is no much planning. Then and there, because we actually thought, so it is, he never plans a lot. When there is a need, that reaction comes. When there is a need, he comes up, he does the need people.
Okay, yeah, 1 minute, please. Yeah, come. English, 2 minutes. No, Singaling kata. හරි. මොකද හිතන්නේ අපේ මේ මෙහෙයුමට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා ඉන්න අපේ මේ අපේ නෑ සෝෆේ. මොකද හිතන්නේ මේ මෙහෙමට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා ඉන්න අපේ මේ කතා කරන්නේ කවුද තනුජ මහත්මිය. මුලින් ඉඳන්ම ඇත්තටම බුද්ධෝත්පාද සමග හිටපු අය. මොකද හිතන්නේ මේ කටයුතු ගැන?
ඇත්තටම මේ මුලින් ඉඳලා සම්බන්ධ විශේෂ කෙරේ හරිය සතුටුයි. මේ වගේ ගම් අතරින් පීඩා වෙන අසරණ මිනිස්සුන්ට දිනක් කරන්න හැමෝම එකතු වෙලා එකම කටයුතු කරන එක තමයි. ඒ වගේම ගොඩක් අසරණ වෙලා මේ මොහොතේ මේ ගමේ මේ ගම්මාන මිනිස්සු ඉන්නේ. ඒත් ලැබෙන ආධාර ගම්වක් වෙන ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ජීවන අරගලයක් ප්‍රමාණයක් ඔයාලට ආධාර කරත් ඒ ආධාර මත බවක් තමයි තේන්නේ තරම් ඒගොල්ලන්ට අවශ්‍යතාවය.
ඔව් එහෙම අපිට එක වචනයක් කියන්න ඕනේ මෙතුමිය මයංගනේ නිවාසයක් හදලා දුන්නා අපි දුප්පත් අයට ඒ නිවාස හදලා කොලාවේ මේ මෙතුමිය අතරම වැඩි වශයෙන් සදා දායක වුණා කියලා අපිට මතකයි. එකක් කියන්න ඕනේ මේ වෙලාව. ඔව් අක්කා नाम තියෙනවා මම
So Aryan Hanse never wants the credit of anything he does. He only expresses his gratitude to other people who are with him and who have helped him always during this journey. Whenever he talks, he always talks about how the people like you all who are located in other countries all over the world have been a great strength for him. And now here the team, I mean the main, there is no kind of that much of organization, but still the people who make the maximum commitment towards his projects, like people like Ms. Tanuja, Kanchana, Nirosha. We have to leave for a while, Dr. Kokila. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai. Yeah, it's very
Dr. Kokila, one of the mothers who has come to receive the donation is here. She will speak to you. Amme then they Madamaya then ධර්මයේ ශ්‍රවණය කරනවද? හා සැබෑ බුදුදහමේ මේ අවුරුදු 2500කට පස්සේ ලෝකෙටම තියෙනවා. දැන් අපිට ওই ගෙවල් කැඩුනා කියනවනේ අපි දුක නේද? ඉස්කෝලේ කියන්නේ ආර්යවංශයේ ගෙනල්ලා මේ පිරිනමන්නේ මේ අම්මලාගේ දැන් බඩගින්න දැන් දුක නිවන්නේ ඊයේ තමයි ධර්මයක් තියෙනවා මේ ගෞතම බුදු සාසනේ සත්‍ය ධර්මයේ මතු වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒක මහා අමාරු දෙයක් නෙවෙයි. ඒ කාලේ බුදු මහත වෙච්ච කාලේ ඔය සෝපාසන
බුද්ධිතේ ඉන්නවද?
ධර්ම මාත්මේ අපිට පොඩ්ඩක් දෙන්න අවස්ථාවක්. නිවනින් සැනසුණා ඒ ධර්මය. අම්මා ධර්මයේ ශ්‍රවණය කරන් ධර්මය අහන්න. හොඳද? ඒකේ පණිවිඩයක් තමයි මේ ඔය කරුණාව මහත්ගේ කරුණාව දැක්කනේ අම්මලාට තියෙන. ඒක තමයි. ඉතින් ධර්මය අහන්න සැනසෙන්න. දුක නැත්තම් ඊළඟ ධර්ම තුරාවක් දුකනේ යන්නේ නේද? ඒ ධර්මය ආවම ගම් වතුර තියා බෙල්ල කැඩුමක් කවන්නේ. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Aryan Hanse asked me to talk to one of the mothers who has come here, and that I think you heard
Yeah, I
what
heard
she
it.
was
I heard it.
saying.
Yeah. And
Teruvan Saranai. Most of
Asanti
them have
Miss was
left
trying to contact
already.
you.
Now we are going to leave for the next location. There are so many small villages which has been like affected severely due to floods. So we, under the guidance of this Pero, Buddothpado and Hanse, he will take us to the next location. And what I want to remind is this is a beautiful opportunity for everyone. Those who listen to Buddothpado's sermons and those who didn't listen to them so far. On behalf of your motherland, on behalf of these desperate people, on behalf of these innocent villagers, peasants, if you can do something in this terribly shocking situation they have faced, a serious natural disaster, and they have lost, almost everything. Please, this is a great opportunity for you to pay your gratitude to your motherland. Please join hands with Buddothpado Aryan and make sure that your funds and donations are given to the real needy people in the country. Teruvan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි මහත්මිය ඔබතුමිය මේ ප්‍රදේශයේ ග්‍රාම විද්‍යාර්ථිනිය. අපිට පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්නකෝ මේ වැඩසටහන ගැන කොහොමද මේක සංවිධානය වුනේ? මේ ගමේ විස්තර මොනවද? පවුල් කීයක් ඉන්නවද? කොහොමද කොච්චර අසුකමනේ කොහොමද ගම් වතුර තත්ත්වය? මට ඇත්තට සිංහලෙන් කතා කරන්න බැහැ. Can you speak in English? No, can you? Come on. කොහොම හරි කියන්න. ඔබට තේරෙන විදිහට සිංහලෙන් කියන්න. පොඩ්ඩක් නෑ. හර්ෂණ අයියා පොඩ්ඩක් එන්නකෝ. මේක පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්නකෝ මේක. කියන්න මගේ වසනේ. මට කියන්න තියෙන මම අපේක්ෂා කරනවා. නෑ යාට පොඩ්ඩ ලැන්ග්වේජ් ප්‍රශ්නයක්. ඔයාලට පුළුවන් සිංහලෙන් කියන්න. ඔයා ස්තුති කරන්නේ. ඒකට හරි වසම ආය වෙන්නේ මෙහෙම කරයිද? මේ මට කතා කරන්න බෑ. ඒ දන්නේ ඒක සිංහලෙන් කියන්නේ. සිංහලෙන්. අයියා පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්නකෝ. ස්තුති කරලා කතා කරන්නේ. ඔබතුමා කියන්නේ.
අද දවසේ ඔබ අපේ ගෞරවනීය ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ ප්‍රමුඛ ඒ පැමිණි සියලුම දෙනාට අපි සමාන්කරු ප්‍රාදේශීය ලේකම්කාරය වෙන ස්තුතියන් දෙනවා. මොකද 189 කොටලිය කියන මේ ගම්මානේ තමයි මුලින්ම මේ ජල ගැලීමෙන් මුලින්ම විපතටපත් උනේ. මේ මොකද අපි 2012 වර්ෂයේ පස්සේ අපි මේ වගේ ජල ගැලීමක් අපි දැක්කමයි මේ සියලුම ගම්මානේ මේවට ගෙවල් 14ක් විතර තිබ්බ තැනක්වත් නැහැ. ඉතින් ඒවත් නැවත මේවා කරන අවස්ථාවේදී ඔබ අපේ ගෞරවනීය ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ වරක්කොංක මහා සංඝරත්නය වගේම දසිල් මහතාවන් ඒ වගේම සියලුම පැමිණි සියලුම දෙනාට තමන්කරු ප්‍රාදේශීය මහලේකම්තුමා වෙනුවෙන් අපි ග්‍රාමීණධාරීන් වෙනුවෙන් ස්තුතිය මේ මොහොතේ පුද කරනවා. මේ වගේ අවතන් වූ ජනතාව වෙනුවෙන් ඔබ තුමාලා දැක්වේ සහයෝගය.
එහෙම අපිට දැනගන්න හම්බුණා පවුල් ලොකු ප්‍රමාණයක් මේ ගමේ ඉන්නවා කියලා. 300 ගාන. ඒක මේ 300 ගානම ගෙවල් මේ
ඒක මේ ඔබතුමාලා දකින්නදී අර ලොකු මේ ලේන් දෙකේ පාරෙන් ආවේ එතනට එනකම සම්පූර්ණ ජලයෙන් යට වුණා. එතකොට මේ පැත්ත කිසිම කෙනෙක් අපිට තියාගන්න හම්බුනේ නැහැ. මොකද 27 වෙනිදා එළි වෙද්දී සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම අඩි 8ක් 10ක් විතර ජල කඳ එන්නේ ඉස්සිලා සම්පූර්ණ මෙහෙ හිටපු සියලුම දෙනා මුලින්ම අපි ඉවර හරහා
මොරගහ කන්ද මේ
මහවැලි කන්ද තමයි මොරගහ කන්ද. ඒ කියන්නේ මොරගහ කන්දේ අධික ජල ධාරාවක් මහවැලි කන්දේ කොටීමත් එක්ක තමයි 26 වෙනිදා තිබුණු සිංගම් වතුර මහා ගම් වතුරක් බවට පත් වුණේ 27 වෙනිදා.
වෙනදා ඒ වගේ වෙන්නේ නැහැ.
මේ දක්වා 2012 තමයි ওই විදිහට සාමාන්‍ය ප්‍රධාන පාරේ වතුර දැම්මේ. 2012න් පස්සේ අවුරුදු 13කට පස්සේ දැක්කේ ඊට අපේ පැරණි අය කියනවා මේ වගේ ගම් වතුරක් දැකලම නැහැ කියලා. විශේෂයෙන්ම අවදාවත් යට වෙන්නේ නැති මහා පරිමාණ මෝල් මේවට සම්පූර්ණ අක්‍රිය වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. මොකද මේ මහා පරිමාණ මෝල් කියන්නේ පිටරට හාල් යවන මෝල් පවා මේකට ගන්නම දෙයක් නෑ. විශාල පාඩුවක් අක්‍රිය කරන්නත් අපි හිතන්නේ විශාල ගාණක් කියලාට ඒ අක්‍රිය උපවා ගන්න. ඒ වගේ ලොකු විශාල හානියක් තමන්කරු ප්‍රාලේකට කොළොන්නරුවේ තමන්කරු ප්‍රාලේකට පස්සේ උනා වසම් 14කට ආසන්න ප්‍රමාණයක්. ඒ වගේම වසම් 55 තියෙන 43ක්ම ගස් කඩා වැටීම් ඇතුළු මේ ගම් වතුර දික්තාවා කියන මේ කුඩි කුණාටුවෙන් දැඩි ලෙස හානි වෙනවා.
එතකොට දැන් ගෙවල් යථා තත්ත්වයටපත් කරන්න අමුතුවෙන් මේවා දන්නවා.
ඒක අතිගර ජනාධිපතිතුමාගේ උපදෙස් අනුව ආණ්ඩුවේ සියලුම මැති ඇමතිවරුන්තුමාලාගේ උපදෙස් මත එයාලගේ නායකත්වයෙන් දිසාපතිතුමාගේ නායකත්වයෙන් මේනකොට ඒවට වැඩපිළිවෙල යොදාගෙන සංගණනය කරමින් දැන් යනවා. අපි හෙට දිනේ වෙද්දී රුපියල් 25000 දීමනාව මේ සියලුම දෙනාට ලබා දෙන්න කටයුතු කරනවා. ඒව තමයි දැන් මේවට යන්නේ. මොකද තාමත් සමහර ඒවා සංගණනය කරනවා. මොකද සමහරු හිටපු ගෙයක්වත් නැහැ හොයාගන්න.
හොයාගන්නම නැහැ.
ඒතර ඒ යාළ පැදෙන එළියට ගිහලා දැන් තමයි එන්නේ සමහර අය. එහෙම ගැටලු තියෙනවා.
හොඳයි ඔබතුමාගේ නම පොඩ්ඩක් අපිට කියන්න.
මම හර්ෂණ ප්‍රියංකර ගාමිණීදාරි.
හොඳයි බොහොම ස්තුතියි. හොඳයි ඉන්ද්‍රාණි මහත්මිය අපි හැමෝම සම්බන්ධ ඇත්තට මේ මේ ගාමිණීදාරි කතා කටයුතු අවසන් වෙලා තියෙනවා. අපි නැවත තව ස්ථානයකට යන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. PeoTV නැවත සම්බන්ධ වෙනවා.
හොඳයි තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි හැමෝටම.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි කෝකිලා මහත්මිය.
Yes. We worship Arananse as usual, and thank you, Dhamma friends, for doing this Buddothpado Sahanayatra and trying to help people not only with Dhamma but also with all the needy things for the life to upgrade their life at this type of natural disaster. Thank you all. We can talk about it because we have a kind of a communication method, and we can talk about our view about me and me, mine, myself. But the main important thing is how self-view has originated. So in the humans only we can discuss about self-view and actually try to understand that, and actually the humans have the ability to touch or in kind of co-vibrate into self, non-self level. So like every day we talk about no self angle, no self perception in the sense non-vibration. We talk about it every day. It's not easy for us to actually become that, but we don't stop talking about it, because the more we talk about it, more powerful it gets and more consolidated it becomes, and the feeling can arise. Once you understand that there's no point in this dream, the value of the dream is the thing that we feel as we are living. So that will go down. So the value we have given to the dream is can become so subtle, and the self-perception also becomes subtle. So you have to understand this in order to understand the various forms of self-perception. So we have Surangika also. Is there any possibility we do have a discussion today? I don't know if there is any program in Buddothpado Sahanayatra. Anyone can take over this at any point, but until such time we'll keep having a discussion in English medium, in English language. Is it possible, Suranika, or I can see Dr. Sakuntala also, any one of you can
Thiruvan
actually join.
Sannai, Dr.
Thiruvan
Kokila.
Sannai. Thiruvan Sannai.
Thiruvan Sannai Dhamma Principal homage to Buddothpado and Mahansa. I think there was probably no activity today, but as you said, I think they're welcome to take over the Zoom for any activity that they want to show via Zoom. I was listening a little while ago to the morning Zoom. I think Dr. Sakuntala had raised a question with Aryan Vahansa, Dr. Kokila. I think I just heard the last 1 minute of your conversation before joining the Zoom, the aspect that you said about how the perception also becomes more subtle and subtle. And I suppose because of that, it is something that is difficult for people to figure out. And that is where I think sometimes the bit of muddling up and confusion arises. Dr. Sakuntala, perhaps you can, I think there was a good conversation and a discussion with various people. Based on that conversation, I recall Aryan Vahanse didn't have a good reception. So halfway through, he, I think, went out of the Zoom, but there was, I think, Manil and some others as well who joined into that same discussion. And I think that was quite a good discussion. Perhaps we can raise that with Dr. Kokila again.
Yes. Yes, actually, initially what I mentioned was that the self-perception, right at the beginning, a person who try to understand this Dhamma in the way that our noble friend explains to us. Initially, what we pick up is something which is very obvious, the superficial or the crude ones, I would say, defined ones. So we feel that we don't get angry like earlier. We don't crave for things like we did earlier. So that sort of level is something lots of people identify. And then if you are not careful, sometimes a number of people or a small percentage will stop at that level, thinking that I don't get angry now. I am quiet and I don't crave and go behind the things. I'm not clinging to my children or grandchildren, etc. So superficial rubble is removed. So a person can stop at that level unless the noble friend gives a little knock and wake up the person and say that this is not the place, this is not what you have to stop at. Beyond that level, then a person will start sort of finding in the finer things where the the self-perception is identified, and small events maybe at home front or when you go out, the small incidents which are not very obvious, the person will identify, this is me, the self-perception is here. So like that, the minor things will come up. And further, beyond that, what is more important, or what was actually disclosed by Lord Buddha, is the level, the final level, where sometimes a person might feel that I have now seen the what is the word for the shunyatavaya? In what can
maybe nothingness.
Nothingness. Okay, yes. So we hear a lot of people in the Zoom discussion say that I don't have any fire within me and I am very neutral and I don't feel that there is a value to the thoughts, so I'm quite okay. So in such situations, that's much finer and much trickier place where myself, a good myself, appreciable myself is remaining, where the the thought is that I mean I don't feel that the world is there, and I'm not taking the things as valued things, but a good person, an improved person, or a person who has understood the Dhamma teaching remains there. So that is one of the major pitfalls, I would say, unless the noble friend again says that where are you going like that. So that is one of the things that we very often hear, and we ourselves have felt it, and lots of instances where Aryan Mahanse says that that is you, that is your ego. So that is one of the facts that I was trying to explain. And there was one lady who was explaining her experiences. She more or less said that the same thing, and she's I mean, in the day-to-day life, she really feels very light and very tranquil in her mind, and the defilements are almost not there, and she understands that these are the sense faculty function. That's all, only a vibration. So that sort of that part, I felt that it was knowledge than something she understood. There was another mother actually. She's from Anuradhapura. She gave a very good experience actually. Her house has been flooded, and within sort of minutes, like they had to take a decision about leaving the house. And her husband is a heart patient, and her son was at home, and there was no time actually to collect anything, any valuable. And only thing that she could pick up was the medicines of her husband, and she left. And she explained beautifully that, I mean, she was not feeling any sort of heaviness in her mind of the fact that she had to leave everything and go. And she said she has been listening to Dhamma for about, I think, if I remember correctly, about 2 years. And it was a wonderful experience that she got with this disastrous situation. So I think these are the facts, or these are the experiences which are worth mentioning, because you have to actually face to some sort of challenging situation. Otherwise, you cannot test yourself. Sometimes many people, I mean, including myself, I'm sure, I mean, when the home front is very sort of calm and quiet, and no challenges and no problems, and sort of flowing very smoothly, you don't realize the situation, you don't realize the challenges, you don't realize your hidden defilements. And this, I think, these present day, the experiences for many people, it's an important way to check yourself. And then Aryan Mahanse explained about the current, or the current, which is not a thing. I don't know whether I have given the sort of correct wording for that. Deyak nowana ginnak. That was how he used it. Actually, he asked me whether I have experienced, and my answer was not complete, and he didn't accept that as correct. But that mother who explained that example that I just gave, her explanation was taken as correct. So that means, I mean, you can feel as a in your mind, you feel that some sadness or some form of stress, because that is just simply a product of the mind sensor. But if that product or that thought is not given a value, then it's just becomes another sensor function only. That sort of situation, and also Aryan Wahanse was explaining, there were some people who came to collect the donations. Some have lost many things. Some have lost their vehicles and houses were underwater, and they didn't have any clothes even to wear, even to change. But they were with a smile and they looked very relaxed. So that sort of a situation, those are the examples he said that where still they have a fire within them, but the fire is not given a value, and that fire is also uh, just another sensor function only. I think those are the things, if I could remember. Anything else to add, Surangika? I don't know whether you could listen to it, listen to the whole thing.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I mean, I wasn't paying full attention to it because listening to it here and there, but I think you captured some of the essential points of the various conversations. So, and Dr. Kokila, I think what was being, I think there was another person right at the end also who was saying various things. And I think the point is that when the common pitfall, as you said, Dr. Sakuntala, is the thing where people say one feels the peace, one feels the calmness, whilst the self-perception is still evident, isn't it? And there is a person feeling the calm, there's a person feeling the shunyatava or nothingness. And that becomes evident only when the person starts talking on Zoom. So what Aryan Wahanse was trying to emphasize and draw out from anyone coming onto the Zoom is that the feeling of nothingness or the feeling of emptiness and non-self-perception is not something that is just understood, but it is felt. And if it is felt, the way that any kind of thing is articulated on Zoom, from that it becomes evident whether the person is still holding on to a person and self-perception and talking about an experience of non-self-perception, or whether it is in fact the experience of non-perception, self-perception that is being said by the way it is being said, isn't it? So because I think he also used the common example of the salt, and saying how can you express how salt tastes through words, because that is something that has to be felt. The other example he gave was that little Samanera who went ahead and told the person who was trying to murder the other monks, saying that, they are not suitable, just, take me and let me be the sacrifice. So if you think about those words, the words don't say anything like I am nothingness, or I have become arahat, or I am feeling calm and there is an inner transformation. That is what Aryan Wahanse was trying to say there. None of those words were ever used. All that Samanera monk said to the the rogue or whoever it was leave the other monks alone. If you need someone to be a victim of whatever your scheme, I'm available, and I'm offering myself. That's all. Even if the person says I am offering myself, the word I or myself doesn't have the self-perception in it. So you can't take the words and say that that person has an I. that person has self-perception because he used the word I or myself. No, it is the way it is being said and the feeling that Aranwasi was saying needs to be the non-self perception. Dr. Kokila, if you can explain that a little bit more, because it is when people go to articulate, he said the story, the articulation gives away the self-perception.
Yeah, actually, it is, this truth is now. It is what you feel now. So, if a noble friend is listening and the sense, whatever the noble friend feels, is the other end vibration. So if it is, it would be different levels. It is correctly said. If there are 8 billion people, the vibrations are kind of 8 billion types. How a noble friend can understand, or actually feel, the word understand is wrong, feel that is now, not then. So actually he's not listening to the actual story sometimes. He can feel it now. So that when you listen to the thing, it's mainly how he can feel the other vibration, how strong the other vibration would be the actual marker for whatever the answer. Because the answer can be like Lord Buddha, I don't remember the name of the Venerable, but I don't know whether it's Buddothpado Venerable, but there was a time that Venerable said, I am in whatever dhyana, the highest dhyana. But how Lord Buddha would understand that, how Lord Buddha would understand that he's, whatever dhyana it is, whatever the meditative state that Venerable is, how the noble friend is going to feel that that this is not working, in the sense that the way, it's not even the sound, it's how do I say that?
It's probably the vibration that can be sensed, isn't it? The self vibration.
Yeah. Even the self view, you can actually get it. You can actually get
Tervansana, you're on mute.
No, sorry,
Yeah.
I just had to mute because the kids came in. So, the self view also can be felt if you kind of listen to 100 people day-to-day life. If you feel like when you listen to, just listen to 20 people maybe, or 10, so you can see how different the vibrations are, and how deep, or how it's not the word deep, actually, how strong that vibration is too. But it is the same vibration, isn't it? Like it can be one day, one person might appear very calm, and at the same time, the same person might talk differently in another day. So it's very difficult to say, but the noble friend is going to feel it on that quiet moment, and that's it. But then if the noble friend has the the association for 2 years or something, if you have been under the same teacher for 2 years, just imagine, and the noble friend, the teacher, it has an idea how much, and okay, how much is it now, how strong the vibration is. But this is from second person perspective. Just remember, this is second person perspective we are talking about. Now, the most difficult part is the first person kind of perspective. What is that? Like getting it here, feeling it as you are someone else. This is the most interesting thing, I would say, because once the self-will is broken or shattered, or whatever the word we use, or has no power, the self-will will be having no power. You know that the self vibration is kind of a construct, because we thought it is there forever. But now, if you have the non-self perception, you know that the self perception is a construct. So you know, with the help of the noble friend, that how self perception is a construct. You just can't be like imagining that. You have to feel that too. That how do you feel that? You have to feel the non-self perception or absence of vibration. So that whenever someone feels that momentarily, like a fraction of a second, whatever, that brings you so much light to this picture. What is the light? There are several things. Several things would be, we understand that what is this, how these sensory organs work, how there is no self in any of them, and how there is no self in the body or in the mind, and how there is no self at all, like at all. So in that sense, when the self-will is broken, do you think that person would take the outside as, outside for granted? No. Like that is a complete kind of understanding we have. It's not that the person has no defilements. He completely has it. But the problem is, not the problem actually, good thing is, whatever said and done, that system is sure that whatever the defilements are, there's no self. How? By experience. So, defilements have no owner means this can't be explained in such a way, because it's a kind of understanding, very deep knowing kind of thing, where that the glass, when you look into a glass, that you see things that is not true, like that. You know that everything is kind of a perception. You still feel that. All the perceptions are kind of still true. You're still in the dream. But the extension to the outside is not there. So someone who has felt this non-vibration, at least for a moment, will have a kind of a meditative state which is not limited to any posture, anything, nothing at all, whatever. So that is very specific thing, that it is not related to any posture or anything at all, that the person can't be taught again. Even Lord Buddha can't come back and say, you know, this tree is there, that is there. See that tree that is there. See, the one you who is seeing that is you. You can't do that, because now after listening to Dhamma and feeling that whole thing is kind of a self-perception, is actually feeling you here kind of thing, and that is a misnomer, like a I don't know whether you can call it misfeeling. Yeah. So no, you can't do that. You can't do that, because definitely that it's very evident that it is a perception now. So knowing that it's actually a perception also, that self, we feel it as gross now, like the self, yes, this I'm Kokila, I'm a doctor, or whatever, these things, you know, like, but then if you know everything is a perception, it's kind of like a joke, you know, it's there's nothing to talk. So then no one likes to keep, like, you know, talk about jokes. So we can joke about it if you want, but what I'm saying is, so if someone is aware that everything is a perception in the mind, even the body, the self, even the me, my mind, if you know that it's a perception, that's a win-win. That's a win-win. But that's where that you will have a non-breakable kind of a meditative state that stream winner would have. No problem. But it's a very minimal kind of a meditative state compared to an arahant, where there's no defilements at all. But this person would have all the defilements, but still the perception level is well understood, well felt. Then the person understands why then this the Aknona burning, you know, some burning is there, yes. Then that, you know, there's a stage where you have the burning and you have the Dhamma fighting each other, kind of. I mean, that's just a word that we are used, but there's nobody's fighting here, but I'm just telling. So there will be a state like that, and this goes on until the defilements are fading, and it is fading because there's no one to own that. Actually, it's the main thing, because it is a self-view that fueled every defilement. That is the main fuel. But now the main fuel is not there. It is slowly reducing. Slowly. It's a slow process. But then in the meantime, the noble friend keep telling you that these perceptions, whatever perceptions you have, you know, the sun, moon, earth, people, or anyone say, truth, freedom, family, me, I, all these perceptions, you still have the perception, you know that it is not out there or anywhere, but still you know that perception is giving you trouble. Then slowly you keep understanding none of these perceptions are true. So what do I feel? Then you understand, okay, then none of these perceptions are true. Then how does a feel happen? Feel is actually the main factor that we have missed so far, because we are covered by our thinking. Thinking is a priority in humans. You can't stop thinking, can you? No, we can't. We just keep understanding about this. So, perception-wise, when we keep understanding this, how did this happen? Then you go back. You keep going back, because you had to actually go back to the beginning. Even to be a stream winner, you have touched the actual bottom of it. The fish jumping up example was taken even today by Aaron Hanse. There he actually took the water as the whole defilements, which is a good example too. I mean, we were trying to give that different ways of meanings to that last time. But actually speaking, if we take in that way, the water is the defilements. The fish, when jumping up to the air, if we take it as no defilements at all, or zero vibration or non-vibration, or no self-perception, this is all just an experience. And can someone describe that? No. Even the fish can't. But will fish know? Yeah, fish will know. But then the fish is going to go back to water. So likewise, but what happens to the fish in the water now is these defilements are going to get little by little, the dream world, your dream world, the perception world, or kind of this thick mind is going to get thinner and thinner. At one particular moment, you might feel how much vibration you had before is actually reducing. And if you have a moment again, if you you have to pierce this mind bubble to feel the vibration and the non-vibration. So if that happens, you will understand how much reduced the vibration level is. So but a teacher understanding that is different, but you yourself understanding is the most important thing, because teacher can't do anything unless teacher can just guide you. No one can be driven to water, to drink water. It's just there should be some thirst and some understanding, some drive for you to feel the non-vibration. So this whole thing, the main factor that we can't get is for you to become like the baby, for you to become like the non-vibration which you have never felt before. Because becoming the baby is fine. Kind of that is very difficult as well. Actually becoming the baby while you are an adult, that doesn't mean you're acting childish. So don't get this wrong. Oh my God, that's the problem. This is not that. Lord Buddha was not acting like a child. That's not the point. This talk has nothing to do with the childish activities or childish moments or childish thinking. That's not the thing. Lord Buddha knows everything and anything about the world, as well as all the vibrations and all about non-vibration as well. So, but the status of mind is the difference. So when you talk about that, and the non-vibration is something that has not been felt before. So non-vibration has to be felt. And that's where the tricky part is, I think, because we can keep talking about it. But the key factors here is key factors I can add here would be, the question Dr. Sakuntala asked there, I remember that how would you know? Well, she will know if someone else is talking now. She's asking about the first person now. So that's the thing. If you listen to someone, it's not that difficult for you to understand. No, there's some kind of self-view there, or there's some kind of a self-perception there, or some kind of a self-vibration there. There's three different levels. I don't think if you know yourself only, you can actually think about or predict these things too. Because someone an arahant talking is different to the non-returners talking, isn't it? So there's always differences in these things. So the non-returner knows only about that level. So the non-returner can talk about the arahant state because yes, he or she has the experience, so it can be extrapolated or kind of it can be told, but actually Lord Buddha's experience is different. Noble arahant is quite different, and Pacceka Buddha, Pacceka Buddha has felt all this but can't explain it, isn't it? It's very difficult. So it's a main thing for us to understand here is actually just not give any value to any of the thoughts at all. That's the perception level. The perception level, if you keep understanding whatever we think is not true, you have to feel that too. But the thing is, if you keep understanding that, you will definitely feel it because you have like a right eagerness, or what is the word for that? Samavayam, kind of. You have what's the word for that? I can't even remember. Yeah, you have kind of a, I don't know whether we can say wanting, but some eagerness to change the system to the non-vibration. And this saviññānika and aviññānika view, or the self view and the non-self view, is very important. Because if you keep looking at this world and myself, I, me, myself, in that angle, it is going to be there forever. But if you go into no self angle or aviññānika, or not in the consciousness, in the alive, alive angle, because we feel like everything is alive and has a purpose and everything, in that field. So if you can look at it in a different angle, things get much better, and the feel improves. If you go to think, the question Sakuntala asked was actually, when we try to tell this goes wrong. Actually, it's actually kind of not true. Not true, because then no, it's not true. How do I say that? It's even that sentence is wrong, because if you talk openly, that's it. If the vibration is there, it is there. If it is not there, it's not there. That you can't do much, can you? If you look at it in a avinyanaka way or non-alive way, can you change anything? You can't. So you just let it go. So when you let it go, you definitely know until you are becoming an alarm, there will be some vibration there. So are we going to hide it? No, we are not going to hide it. So we are actually going to expose it so that it becomes evident to everyone, and everyone will be like, telling you. Your teacher will specifically tell you. So it is so good. What Rahula did was, everyone should, give me some advice. That was his kind of a motto thing. And he actually took all the advices. And he was so humble to do that. So, I don't know. Did I talk any sense? Is there anything?
Yes, I think you gave a sort of very detailed description about that question and the answer that Arenwahansi gave. Yes, as you said very correctly, I think it is it all depends on the person's understanding, the way that how you feel is expressed is something. Can you say unique to that person's experience?
Yeah, that is actually importance of talking, Sakuntala.
Yes.
Because imagine there is a monk in Lord Buddha's time. If there is a monk who has never, been exposed to Lord Buddha or any teacher in that sense, you can just, you never know, because only Pacheka Buddha can actually, and Buddha, Samma Sambuddha can understand this without a teacher. Everyone else needs a kind of some guidance. So it's very important that people talk in these Zoom discussions openly. And some others actually do. Anything else to add to
that? What I felt was now when somebody tries to explain what is felt using words, the words may come with just a unique way or a specific way to that person's understanding. You cannot have a sort of definite pattern, or as you said, sometimes the explanation looks very artificial, but it should come as a natural flow, and the words picked up should be very natural and specific to that person's understanding.
if the actual talking was natural, what Arenwahanse is going to tell to that person will be so matching, and there would be a bond there. I mean, not a physical bond, but a bond there, so where the person actually can become the non-vibration, because there's no what is Mawapana?
Pretending? Or?
Yeah, there's no pretending. In the sense, there's no people are not doing pretending that I should pretend. No, this is kind of in a very natural to humans, where we try to put things into words. When we try to put things into words, sometimes we unknowingly, if you listen to last night, that long Andolnatmaka Deshana, every specific discussion you can pick up very subtle things, and it's so that's being vulnerable to the teacher. I think that is so good. Like when you voice something, you definitely you whatever you're voicing is going to get, it's just going to come out, and then what is coming out is the natural thing. And if there is self vibration, there is self vibration. If there is self view, there is self view. If there is self perception, there is self perception. Nothing can be done about that. It's just understanding this and be open about it and be okay with that and take the advice and try to, get this message properly. That's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, a crude level will be the tone of the person and the wordings selected. But now, I mean, even in a classroom, the teacher will be able to identify from that level of a student the way that the child is talking and the tone and maybe the wordings. But what Aranoha say picks up is something much more finer than that. And as you said, that the vibration is what he's trying to understand, but he's picking up, isn't it? In a very deeper and more complex level.
Yeah, because when you might be. So I have this experience all the time. Like I try to tell something very specific, what I said was correct. But to the end, he could have like shouted at me from the beginning to the end. And then I can be confused. But I wasn't that day. Actually, I wasn't. I was, as soon as he raised the voice, I knew, yeah, he got me. Like I knew that, because that's the importance of that, because what you tell is nothing of that importance, because anyway it is your thoughts. None of these thoughts are true. But if you are telling something with so much eagerness, so much power, so much vibration, and you are telling even the correct, nama rupa, whatever, like you're trying to say that, and you're saying that with so much power, and Aranwan says like, oh my goodness, like, what am I going to do now? This, if he's thinking like that way and changing the tone and, shouting at this, and then you're like, yes, either you understand it or either you completely feel sad about it. It's one way or another. If you're in a very early stage, I don't think Aranwansi shouts at anyone in the early stage at all. I don't think so. He does that to like all the followers who had been listening for a long time. He doesn't shout at anyone who has listened for a short time. There's no need. Definitely there's not. They are the beginners. What is there to shout? But if someone has listened to them about 4 years, and if you're getting some kind of that kind of answer from Aranwansi, it is definitely good, because you kind of understand, okay, there's some problem somewhere. Then you keep trying to understand that. It's subtle messages also. It's not even told directly. He doesn't tell these things directly either, but they are very subtle. And if you are brave enough, or kind of feel enough, if you feel enough that teacher is trying to give this message, that whatever the message is, that your power is too much. But basically that, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, your power is too much. You can't match this side. It's too much. That's it, I think. I mean, I can't, I can only imagine into that his level because I can't talk for him, but I can only imagine that what is happening when I worship Aranwans every day, kind of not physically, but you know, the gratitude is so much because this is you know, people judge by looks, judge by voice, judge by so many stuff, you know, the past, the future, whatever. They judge by so many things, but non-vibration can't be judged. Can't be judged. And people who judge will be in trouble. Definitely will be in trouble. Not in the physical way, not in a like a worldly way. It's just becoming non-vibration becomes so difficult. Yeah, if somebody can add something, yeah. I don't know whether I'm talking too much.
Yeah, I think what Taran Vansa tries to do is for people who have listened to the Zoom for talks for several years to try to, you know, compel them to get out of that active thinking and the passive thinking into the field. And the field is an unknown territory. And there are, I think, as we've discussed several times, a lot of pitfalls. Some are big pitfalls and some are little pitfalls or little potholes, almost like if one is going on a path. And if one gets into one of those little ruts or potholes, because it is small, it is, and you know, if, for example, if that sensual world part of it has been diminished, or that part has kind of been liberated from, that is like the example of the little dirt getting captured in under the fingernail type of thing. So one can imagine from that how much of defilements and mammoth sense of vibration has been dissipated by the dissolving of the sensual world. So for an instance of that little pitfall is absolutely maybe not even noticeable. And the experience that is recounted on the Zoom is someone happily being in the little pothole.
Yeah.
Not knowing that there is still a path to traverse, there is still a lack of recognition that there is still a languishing in the pothole kind of thing. So Taran Vansa is trying to say is by getting people to recount their experiences, just like you said, Dr. Kohila, it is through the expression that he also can then lend that helping hand and be able to sense the vibration, if there is any, in that person. And because that can come out only through that expression, there is a tendency, a couple of tendencies actually. There is a tendency of certain people to not talk because of that enormous relief that is obtained by the diminishing of that sensual world type defilements. And by doing that, there is a sense of contentment that some think that, this is enough for me. That mountain of sorrow, mountain of suffering has now gone away, and I have this sense of calmness, which we hear Mother speaking about, and that is good enough for me. From the place where I was, from the burning that I felt for 30, 40, 50 years, which I had no way of assuaging. Oh my goodness, Aryan Mahansa, you have no idea how much of relief you have brought for me. This is good enough for me till the day I die, kind of thing.
Yeah, but Suranka, I should add there something.
Yeah.
You know, that is okay, but the problem is one has to actually feel the non-vibration to actually come into that permanent kind of nonsensical component. Because when today morning also Aranwansi was trying to say that you can temper for a fraction of a second. You might feel in one vibration, one particular
that fish example, wasn't it? So that's,
in that he said something specific, because he was trying to say
even with that Buddhakshani, he said you fall back into like the fish into the world of defilements as well through the fish example.
The problem I was going to tell was that even without that, people stop somewhere in marga kind of thing. What is that called? Even
the path,
even before that.
Krutyajnana thing,
No,
or even before that.
No,
so
even before that. Even before that.
That's
what
the
I'm
part
trying
that I
to
was
say.
trying to say. The mothers, lots of people get that sense of calmness even before that, and that
is the
itself is
tricky
enough
part,
for them.
Because to become a stream winner,
stream enterer,
stream enterer, it is easy for you to enter it, but then whether that is going to be kind of it should be a experience for that to register kind of the thing, so that to get rid of the self view, or have to have all these jnana. That he couldn't finish that talk, unfortunately. That was not the time, I think. Unfortunately the whole
that was such a waste. Yes, that's right.
Internet and all that wasn't working properly, so he couldn't finish that talk, which he actually could have been such a beautiful talk, where he was trying to tell that these are quite specific but different fields. So that's what I'm saying. So just by one specific moment, you can't really have all that. So then that is only the beginning. So even before the beginning, moms can feel, oh wow, this is so good, like this is so good, and they feel so calm, and they kind of will not get actual experience because they are so happy in that particular pot you said. And that is the problem, I think, that Aranwansi is trying to push everyone to the field, kind of to understand this thinking is not true. Because you have to go through all this to feel it even momentarily. Even though it is very, 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 very momentarily, and I mean, it's not even by force. If you take it out of force, it's nothing, it can't be actually original. So it has to happen. But to that to happen, also, there should be at least one specific moment where you have actually liberated from the mind. So
but this is where the prajna also comes into play, Dr. Kokila, because surely the mothers, surely one must think, and we all have gone through this experience.
Yes, 100%. We all have
other,
gone through, so it's very.
Even that initial sense of relief, the calmness and all that is not going to last, because there is always, as long as the Satyajnana or the true Dhamma thing has not been understood to the fullest extent, and that happens only through the full liberation and reaching this non-vibration, as you said, there will come a time, invariably, where there will be something that will become a thing. And that something that will become a thing is going to torment the person.
That's the exact thing he said. I can't exactly remember Aranwansi's words, but he said, Sotapanna kenegge බාහිරින් මිදිච්ච එක දිගටම තියෙනවා. එක වෙලාවකට බාහිරින් මිදලා දැන් තව වෙලාවකට නෑ එහෙම ගන්න. If that thing has stabilized, if the stream enterer level has stabilized, you're already in second one.
What there was he? I think he used the word samadhi. He said because every moment to moment, one moment there can be a relief, but in the next moment,
specifically, you go back and listen. There is one particular part he said that. But what I'm trying to say is, everyone, what we can do is trying and keep understanding this beautiful Dhamma. That light perception. There's no light in light perception. So what is it? Nothing. Just the rapidity of the vibrations. So in that sense, and even the ear. But just knowing theory doesn't help. You have to feel this. So to feel that, you have to actually make this like a habit into the life. That is
exactly,
that Aranwanse's program, which is so good. But you don't have to have those words in that.
That's right. And that is why the Pihita no Sitimin Vayam, the Karaming thing comes into play, because there is a effort that has to be made, a concerted effort, and yet not something that is too overt, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because if one goes into that self-contentment mode, then there is no prajna being.
But Surangika, can you see the catch? There can't be contentment because vibration is there until you become an Arahant. So how can be you self-content?
That's the thing. So these mothers, through
everyone,
ignorance, thinks that
we can't
there
say
is
even
going
mothers,
to be
because all of us can be in that thing. All of us actually.
All of us, yes. I mean, like sometimes there is a point where 1 month, 2 months pass by and no self vibration, and or no burning sensation or cause for suffering or something becoming a thing, and then out of the blues can be just a tiny thing, and then that's a reminder that the Dhamma philosophy has not been understood. And as Arunvasa said this morning, all that has to be done is keep on understanding the true Dhamma and unraveling and unpicking the essence in the thought, the fact that there is no essence.
And if you want to actually feel this, just be open and be simple, like a child. I mean, not childish, but some qualities are there where I mean, we can be in trouble. We in childhood we are in trouble sometimes for telling the actual thing, and we are kind of suppressed by even our family members. Mother might say, "Why are you telling that in front of everyone?" And we will be like, "What? Isn't that good?" No. And then we will learn that, and we will learn how to suppress our the truth, basically. So we keep doing this forever, and now we don't talk about truth. We just talk, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. That person is dying. That person is dying. But
we say things which are the accepted norm in society rather than the truth.
Yes. No one really says, "Oh my God, I'm actually suffering." No one says that, because no one is ready to hear that even. Because the other person will collapse if that person will say, "I will never ask how are you again," because that person said, "I'm not well." And what am I going to do? Call the police or something? Because they are in trouble now. So no one tells the truth. No one actually speaks out properly, because there's so many stuff, that you can't really speak. That is the truth. Being a mother, being a family member, being kind of stuff, so we are taught from childhood, there are things that should not be talked, and there are things that, so that's okay. That's okay. We are not asking you to talk all the, the unnecessary stuff, but actually when you try to talk, just talk naturally so that even the teacher can understand your vibration. I think that's all you can do. And keep understanding Dhamma. Dhamma is the truth. Truth is what? How is this self-vibration works? How self-vibration works until you become an Arahant. And this thing, seeing this momentarily, if you have seen a duplicate, just forget about it. If it's a duplicate or original, you can't decide. You can decide it later, once you get burning. With the self-view, if you actually feel like, oh, that is my house, and you're like, really, that's my house? And then you might feel, what am I thinking? Am I not supposed to be like a good person now with Dhamma? Well, obviously that could have been a thing. Or otherwise, Aranavanse turns this really nicely, because that is actually the perception that we are worried about. Actually the self-view is gone, but then the perception is still a trouble. So that is the perception. And when someone is actually in the field, then you turn it the other way around. You turn it to, that is whatever it could be the eye vibration, it could be this ear vibration, it could be the mind, it could be the other sensory organ like touch or other things. And that's it. So you can keep understanding this. There's no end to it. If there is end to it, that means that, in Lord Buddha's time, some Arahants came to Lord Buddha and said, the Kalayutta Kara. So when we say that, when we think about that, what Aranavanse says is very true, because then definitely they are aware. They are not like halfway aware. I don't know whether I'm this or that or this or that, it's very difficult. But actually speaking, it is only the teacher that should be discussing that. You're not going to discuss this with everyone. That's not the way. And that can be actually a problem in Dhamma Vinaya, I think. I mean, we don't know too much about these things. That's part of venerables. So, I think we have come to the end of English song discussion, but I think it was a really interesting discussion today. Thanks, Dr. Sakuntala, also for starting the discussion, and Sarangika for taking part in these discussions. Also, things become more clearer, more whatever the problem, then you understand if there's a problem, and then you can ask Aranavanse, because we are kind of in the middle. So Aranavanse is the final person you can go to if you have any serious questions. And
I think even this last few days experience itself, maybe we'll discuss it another time, Dr. Kokila, but the last few days experience of people, Buddothpado listeners in other countries, and the thoughts that go through the mind when all those activities are happening in Sri Lanka itself has been an experience on the path. So we can talk about it some other day, now that we...
Yes, we will hand over the song discussion to Sinhala song discussion at 4 o'clock today. And thank you very much. And I appreciate all these people who host these things actually with
Yes, indeed. Yes.
From 5 a.m. to till midnight, some or other there is someone to host this. We never worry about that. We just join and we start talking. And that has been an easy task because there's someone hosting and we don't have to worry. So thank you all. And so much merits for these things, and all these merits would be actually hopefully lead you to feel the non-self vibration. Thank you everyone. We'll
Yes.
worship Paranwanse and may Triple Gem bless you all.
Yes. Echoing the words of Dr. Kokida, our blessings to all those people who are hosting the Zoom. And we pay our homage to Buddothpado and Namaskar.
Every person who are listening and who have joined, may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. This is the English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado Dhamma discussion series, which we have every day from 2:45 to 4 p.m. We discuss the things disclosed by Lord Buddha initially, and for some time, for several hundreds of years, the true Dhamma has been sort of hidden because there have been lots of things added to in the initial Lord Buddha's teachings. Maybe the influences from the other religions. So we have been actually following something mixed up. And our noble friend Aryan Wahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, did lots of research and did lots of reading and studying of these things that Lord Buddha has preached long ago. And then finally he himself understood the true Dhamma, and that is what we are following actually. And we are very much to the practical aspect. Actually, there is very little place for lots of knowledge and the theory part, rather than adding more knowledge. With the basic knowledge of true Dhamma, we try to build up the practical aspect, and Aryan Mahase has taught us 4 steps in our practical experience, which gradually takes the participant from the level where he strongly had myself to the level where it becomes very obvious that just the system is functioning, and there is no doer, and all misconceptions are the ones that gives rise to the feeling that there is a person or the self who is responsible for all these activities. So that is the basis of the true Dhamma, or we call it Darshanaya. And we try to have that basic analysis initially, and on top of that we try to understand the practical aspect, where the world is created as a thought. Everything is a thought basically, but it gets projected to the outside world, and it's assumed that all these things are existing outside, and I am myself is experiencing that existing world. So this is the biggest myth or the biggest illusion. And the first experience is that first thing that the system has to understand is that these are all creations in the mind. And taking it further, then as the second step, it is explained that there is nothing in the thought also. There is nothing called mind. It's a flow of thoughts, and thoughts are appearing at that moment, or thought is born at that moment, that instant. And if the thoughts which are born at that instant is taken as real, that is where the self is also created. So that is where the Atma Sanya, or the feeling of self-existence, also arise. So in the second step, that is what is tried to convince, that there is nothing permanent called thought also. And further, it's in the what's called when we describe it as a third level, or the third step of the practical experience, where this system understands. I'm using the word system for the person because there is no person actually. There's a system which is functioning, and system means there is a series of sensors occurring. Sensor in the sense there is a function of seeing, hearing, and feeling. Mainly three things: ditta, sutta, mutta in Pali. So collective action or collection or merging of these three together the results in the thought. So this process is something continuous, non-stop, until the physical body stops functioning. So there is no way of controlling this. So this is an automatic and ongoing process. And finally, the fourth step is fourth step means that understanding or trying to convince that there is no person, no myself in this process. This is just something uncontrollable or unplannable system which is functioning. So these are the basic things that our noble friend R.N. Wahanse trying to explain. It's not easy because the trend has been to going downwards along the river, but here trying to swim upwards. Trying to understand that there is no real world outside, but it is only a creation, is not easy. But you can know it as a knowledge, as something that when you go on listening to these Dhamma discussions, the thoughts sort of give some sort of convincing feeling that yes, I know it. I know that there is nothing outside. There is nothing, no one called mother. But those are actually very superficial knowledge only. But what should happen is that it has to be convinced, or like an example is that it should be like in the hard disk of the computer, not something changeable. Okay, so I can see Dr. Kokila and Surangika both joined. So, Dr. Kokila, can you add something to? I just started on some basic topic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Terence, I actually, the last two things that you said about that this is a process and there's no self, that part is something you feel. Even though we talk in that way, that whole second and third and the fourth one would be something that has to be experienced, and even all the things are the experience, but specifically the fourth, we can think about it. We can say also in the program when we give it as a kamatahana, something to understand. We usually think about it in the beginning that this is a process and there's no self, but actually the experience, when you come to that level, the experience has no because the second part where we talk about that perception has no chair in it, when actually perception has nothing actually in it, it's just a vibration. In that level, it has already gone to the field level. It has no thoughts at all. So that is where the problem is actually, the thinking. Initially we think about the whole four things, but actual experience has no thinking at all. Even the first two, there's no thinking at all. In the experience, it's just experience, and that's all. So yeah, specifically, are there anything like we can talk about? Is there anything that we can talk today? Do we have like, so I think because Shani has for some time we couldn't get Shani, and because of the, I think, Buddothpado Yatra, we haven't read the book, so we are just discussing stuff on day-to-day basis, whatever the topic that we come across. Is there anything we can build up the discussion on?
Actually, yesterday or day before yesterday, in your night discussion, 11:30 p.m., I'm trying to remember, somebody asked about the perception. Was it difference between the perception and the thought? Or she asked something, and you did a nice explanation, and
there's no actual difference. It's just that it's just the way we talk about it. It's if we talk in the thought pattern, because perception is a word came from Pali, like sanya.
Sanya,
and
yes.
In Sinhala, we can talk as in thought. Oh, yeah. When we say chitta kampana, again, thought.
Same, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Actually speaking, the word, I don't know whether the perception gives exactly the meaning that we want to convey with the word sanya. What do you think? I feel that it gives a more superficial meaning. I mean, word sanya gives a very deep meaning, and you can go on, I mean, you can explain from very various aspects. But this is my feeling. I
Actually,
may be wrong.
perception actually can go on. No, I think it is okay. But the thing is,
It's okay.
Perception, when we talk about the mind, perception is different. That is chair. But when we come to the feel level, the perception is the light or the sound. That is the feel level. So there is a perception there too. We can't forget it. But even sanya has that same thing. Because manovinyana, or the mind perception is kind of different, and main sensory organ, the perception is a feel only. But there also we talk about it as a perception. There's no problem with the perception. It's only the rapidity of the perception that brings the feel of existence, or the vijnana, or the alive feel. So actual sanya has no problems. Actual perception has no problem. But the problem is when it happens so fast, the life, and it brings the alive feel, and that's where the actual perception of self is kind of happening, or the kind of, we can talk that you are born in that particular that instance, that stimulus. That is actually difficult to understand. But if you keep listening to Dhamma, you can understand that you are born in every stimulus how you're born is when the perception is felt as a thing. How you feel it as a thing is because of the speed. And if you actually get this 100%, you have no doubts about this Dhamma at all. It just has to be felt though. That is the challenge, I would say. I mean, there's always a challenge in everything. So I think we all have taken that challenge so gracefully. And yeah, I couldn't listen to Aran Hanse's sermon today. I couldn't. I mean, I don't have
Actually,
time.
I just listened to part of the Kurunagala discussion. Just now I was actually listening.
I saw it, but I couldn't listen to it.
Yeah, one question he was trying to explain. I couldn't listen to the part that he explained. He was asking, what do you mean by all, can you call it these 31 mundane planes? Yes. Just everything is in one mind, one thought. How can you explain?
One stimulus.
And then one stimulus, yes. And also he was asking right now also one thought, and in 50 years is also another thought, and maybe in your previous birth also it is just one thought. So how can you explain that that all 31 non-mundane planes are in one stimulus? So he was expecting the answers. I couldn't listen to the rest of it. Maybe we can talk on that topic from what we know.
Well,
or if
it's very
Sarangika has
difficult.
a better, I know.
It's very
If
difficult to
Sarangika
talk
has
in this language, but we can try.
Mm.
Have you listened to that, Sarangika? I mean, I couldn't finish it. In the sense, I didn't even start it, but I think it should be very interesting one.
And I know actually when you were saying about it, Dr. Sakuntala, then only I knew that there was such a thing. I haven't.
There's a separate one, actually, some less than 1 hour, short one.
Yeah, I just looked it
Separate
up
one
on
from
my
the
other
whole.
phone. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll have to listen to it later. So,
Yeah,
but
but
essentially the question was, somebody asked the question, or Aaron Vance asked the question, if it is one stimulus after one stimulus, whether one can experience the 31 planes. Was that the question?
No, how
Yes.
one stimulus is. So how was the question told in Sinhala?
එක අරමුණේ 31 ලෝක ධාතුවම තියෙනවා කියන එක පැහැදිලි කරන්නේ කොහොමද? Something like that, something to give that meaning.
What do you think, Surangika?
Well, I mean, the experience of the sense of defilements is all at a particular stage. It's one vibration. If you think about the Vatang Vatati thing, it's one vibration. The light, sound, color consciousnesses combine to form another vibration, which is the thought. I.e. mind consciousness, i.e. the thought. And so in that sense, the degree of vibration in that thought, and to what extent the thought has, the object of the thought, the mind object has become a thing, that would dictate in what plane of the 31 planes the vibration echoes, isn't it? That's my take on it, because from that question, it doesn't mean that the stimulus, that one stimulus has all 31 planes in it. That's not what it meant, what it means. What it means is, where is the vibration in that mind object, and how much has that mind object become a thing? To that extent, that would dictate whether it is, I don't know, how do you say, sanya sukuma, whether the perception is the extent of defilement in that perception, or whether it is in which plane. Like if you think about the sensual world, the form world, and the formless world, whether that stimulus was based on the sensual desire, the things that form the sensual world, meaning the object has become a thing and the external world has become a thing, then to that extent the planes of existence that form part of the sense.
What do you think, Sakuntala? Do you have like a different one?
More or less same. What I felt was now, as Surangika said, yes, I mean all 31 are not going to exist in one vibration, because the thought
Why not?
means because it's only at that moment, it is only in one plane, but the plane can change with each thought. That is how I understood. I mean, in this thought, it could be in a sensual level. Even within the sensual level, it could be like, I mean, you call it the hell, heaven, or various levels are described, even the animal level, so that sort of things. And in the form world and non-form world. So any of them, it's only one plane for that particular thought, or for that particular spark, or the vibration. And the next vibration can vary, can be something different. That is how I understood.
Yeah,
if we clarify that further, Dr. Kokila, so for a stream enterer, so Tapanna, to the extent that the external world is not a reality, then it won't be the 31 planes, but it can be any other stimuli beyond that point, if you know what I'm trying to say. And then where the thought itself is also understood not to be a thing or a reality, then to that extent the 31 planes will be further restricted or limited in the stimuli that is experienced from moment to moment. Because if one is still on the path and not reached arahathood,
well, even before that, even now, just take a normal person, has not heard Dhamma, nothing at all. Just take us, what is Utachana means
a lay
mundane person or mundane person. I don't know whether I could actually come out with the proper thing, what I'm trying to say, because words are very difficult here. But what I'm trying to say is, it is one vibration though. It is whatever the level, it is just one vibration. So when it comes to that vibration is the self-vibration. And the vibration has not changed, whatever whatever the plane, the vibration has not changed. So the vibration, even though the intensity is different, the lower intensities are also at the same vibration. So nothing has changed there. It's just the same vibration with different intensities. So this is the vibration that due to the intensities, we feel the difference in kind of existence, whether it's a sensual world or the the form world or non-form world. Usually, most of the time, according to Lord Buddha, most of the vibrations are in this end. What end? The Satrapa end. What is Satrapa? I don't know. The heavy side. So the humans is kind of, is it in the middle? I can't remember now. But I can't remember even the words for Satrapaya. Does anyone remember the animal, the Preta and the Sura and the Niraya? Or is that the 4 things?
Yeah, I think those are the 4 years.
Yeah.
Preta, Niraya, animal and Asura, no? Asura,
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So the kind of that's kind of the usually that is the home. That's what Lord Buddha said. That is the home, in the sense the level of the vibration is mostly that. It doesn't mean that the lower levels can't actually, there is a possibility for the lower level, but until that the power of that, the initial power we get for that initial vibration, that will go for that particular length, and then when that power is gone, eventually this will come to another level of the vibration. So that's why even after the one who tried to basically harm Lord Buddha, the venerable
Devadatta.
The venerable Devadatta, he actually they say he actually is coming to a better place than someone who has gone to Asanya Tale. So just see how ironical is that situation, and the person who has achieved such a lower level because of that person doesn't feel anything, in the sense there's no person, that particular vibration is not vibrating at all. That's the meaning. Asanya is, there's no sanya. But the thing is, even after how many kalpas, whatever the kalpas, still there is a possibility of the vibration. So there's a irony of things here, because Lord Buddha said even that venerable who had tried to harm Lord Buddha is going to be a Pacceka Buddha after going into the lower realm. But someone who has gone to the Asanya, where there's no perception at all, like there's no feel for a long period, there's no feel at all, there's no vibration, there's nothing to talk about, but there's still a possibility that that vibration to happen. So this is the thing, that the vibration, that particular vibration we talk about, the self vibration is the culprit or the point here. And that self vibration, even though there is no vibration for kalpas, which kalpa is like a long time which there is no even description in the literature, still you would pass all these good times and you would pass times and once you get a vibration, the vibration starts, there's no way you will be in a time where you can vibrate into non-vibration or synchronize to non-vibration, because there's no non-vibration to synchronize. So Buddha Shunya Kalpa. So when we talk about these things in this way, you can see even when there is no vibration in the asanya, or there's no perception, means there's no vibration, because it's a field level. This is all in field level, the non-form. So there's still a possibility of vibrating again. So only Lord Buddha could understand this through experience, that these things are such a way, and he told everyone. And this, whatever the vibration we are talking about, whatever the level, all the levels, there is a level of the vibration, yes, but the vibration is same. I don't know whether I tried to make the point clear, because it's all confusing. But the point is, it is always the same vibration, even though the intensity is different. I think Suranita tried to say that. So in that, the main importance of humans is that humans are actually kind of the junction or juncture where the deciding factor, because the formless world, whatever the vibration level, it's only a field level. No field level can synchronize to non-vibration in that level, so it's useless. Whoever who is having very high intensity vibration, the same vibration, but it's just vibrating so fast or very, very strongly, that can't synchronize to non-vibration either. But this vibration in humans is in such a level that humans have this amazing ability to experience all three levels of intensity in this situation, in this system, in the sense, in this, whatever the time that you're in this so-called human vibration. The human, because there is a level going to the mind, in that beautiful formation of mind, because it is there, all the three levels can be found. Do you get the point? I don't know. I mean, So it's only in the humans this powerful powerful ability is there, because once you get into the other level, the higher, like very highest vibrations, then there's no way that all three are felt, because it's already very high. So it's in one extreme. In the other hand, who is in the non-form level, they are in the other extreme. They can't synchronize to any of these other levels, but specifically humans have this beautiful ability. In one stimulus, you can feel this variation in different levels. So at one point, that vibration might synchronize to a deva vibration. The Aranwansi asks, Mother, would you like to come with me to the deva field? Then Aranwansi might say the same thing for the Brahma thing. What does that mean? It's only this humans have this ability to synchronize to these various levels, but in the same vibration. Is there anything to add, Dr. Sakuntala?
Now, if it is, if the sensual world experience is there, that means all three levels are there. But I don't know, please correct me. And if
Yes, 100%. But the variation is also there, because there are people who can be in, because Buddothpado, Venerable Buddothpado, I think the word is correct in here, actually was in Arupa Dhyana.
Yes.
So he was in that level that he can't telepathize. So that's where Lord Buddha actually didn't go to those teachers who are already in Arupa Dhyana, because they can't take this Dhamma in that way, because they are already in the field level, and whatever it's very difficult for them to come back to. But
those are the results of the long-standing concentration meditation, isn't it? Those asanya
but that becomes a norm. If you do it for a long time, then it becomes a norm, the normal way of the thing. Because Vakkalata Dikkalasaning means very, very quickly you synchronize to that. So
yes.
That's a pretty quick one, isn't it? So when it becomes a normal, it becomes a default. It becomes a default, and the default one is going to happen when you are dying anyway. That's how when people are vibrating.
Good morning, everybody. So let's start our morning Dhamma discourse. We'll start simple.
Right now, a small contact appears, a small sense of contact, a sound, a sensation. Well, it feels small, but it won't stay that way because our mind sensor start to work, start to do its work. That sensor contact itself is simple, right? But when the mind starts to work on it, it starts to get complicated, complex. We won't notice this. It happens in a split second, so fast, in a rapid speed. So we can't notice it, but we can see it from proper observation of this thumb. So once this that's a contact appears, it triggers the content that's with the same frequency also, just like a tuning fork. When one tuning fork is hit, rest of the tuning forks with a similar sound wave, with a similar frequency, start to move to resonance. Likewise, when, let's say, sound, when a sound was triggered, a vibrate, a frequency that's similar to that sound also starts to vibrate. It doesn't matter when, when this whole samsara, if there is something similar to that, it starts to activate. It starts to empathize with this moment. So then you have thoughts. That sound triggers thoughts with the highest frequency, with the most matching one. We get as thought, not just simple sound anymore. It comes as a thought that carries that sound along with other sense of contacts like vision, smell, taste, touch, everything. So that sound, it doesn't come alone. There is a chain of sense of contacts. A thought comes with it. Everything happens so fast. So now this thought is felt like a real thing came to mind, even though it was triggered by one of sense of contact. Feel as if the thought came along itself. Once the thought came, it's not stay as it is. It forms an object.
So now we hear a sound. It triggers the thought. No, it's not a sound anymore. It's an object that makes that sound. We see a vision, see a bunch of colors, but it triggers similar pattern before. And now we don't just see some colors, we see a chair with the touch, with its hardness, with the smell, with the taste, with the name, everything in that chair, in that book. So even from the smell, even from the taste, even from the touch, these same similar things, thoughts appears, happens. So now that thought makes us live as something, an object, three-dimensional, with the depth, with the width, with the height, awake is there, a thing, real thing is there. Now it's slowly getting more complicated, little by little. Mind doesn't stop there. Mind adds more information, more thoughts on it, whether it's a good or bad, or safe or unsafe, or who gave it. Many different thoughts, a complex network of thoughts were triggered by this thought. It's not just an object anymore. Now it has significance. It has more comments on it, more value, more power on that thought. With those emotions follows, by aggregates follows. We have sadness, we have happiness, anger, hatred, greed, lust, everything follows with that, with those thoughts. But if you can see it, can you observe that did these emotions, these aggregates or these other thoughts, did any of those things came from that chair, from that vision or that bunch of colors? Or are all those things, informations are regenerated, recreated, refilled as thoughts in our own mind at that moment? Nothing changed outside, just only that chair as it is. But there is a whole complex process is carrying out in this mind center, making that vision into an object, and then more comments on it, whether it's good or bad. When aggregates follow, you get happy, sad, greed, avoid, and more thoughts follow. None of them happen in that colors, just bunch of colors. That's it. This whole story was created, built in our own mind. You can notice it yourself. You can see it yourself. And that thought, that chair, it doesn't stop there. Maybe it follows more thoughts. And now we're in somewhere else. Not even right at this moment. Now even the chair is also forgotten. We are thinking about something completely different. That's how these thoughts work. That's how this mind works. It always takes us to far, far away from this moment. This mind never let us live in this moment. It always taking us into its depth of illusions. So let's say we think we get bored just once. That's the first. And let's say another thought, we get it multiple times. So which thought is powerful? It's obvious that the second thought is powerful. So when we keep using the same thought again and again, it makes obvious, feels as if reality. That's why this thought becomes stronger and stronger and makes us believe this illusion is real, is the reality, is the truth. Now there is definitely an object there, a chair there. We don't even question this reality because we have used it so much. It comes as natural as the reality, as the truth. So each and everything now we see as objects, things, and existing outside world, three-dimensional space, with things, with objects, with people, with the animal. The more we use the thought, same thought, the more it gets powerful, it gets stronger, real. So we are more trapped in this illusion. That's why we feel as if there's continuous self-fear. This self is the one that we have used most because each and every time we have used this self with whatever object outside is. If there's an outside object, there is this self is outside. If there's something outside, then there is this self always experiencing that. So now this self has gotten way more powerful than other thoughts. It's not now just a simple mere thought, not anymore. It's a reality, an actual thing, solid thing, not a simple thought. That thought has gotten powerful, so now it feels real. It's so strong.
අම්ම කවුරු හරි කෝල් එකක් ගන්නවා. නෑ මම නෙවෙයි වෙන කවුරු හරි කෝල්
It feels so strong, so powerful as the reality itself. So now we just don't take itself as a simple mere thought. We take it as an existence of a continuous self. So now, each and every time, whatever we take as the truth from the outside, there is this self who is experiencing those things. This is happening to me. This is my feeling. This is my object, my situation, my things. I am affected by these things. Now everything becomes personal, deeply important. Now the self feels real, undoubted, a really existing self with a body, with a mind. But if we try to look closely, penetrate through it, and see to where is exactly this body, we would never find a self, just only a powerful thought enough to believe as the reality. That's it. With those thoughts, we get emotions. We try to keep them. We try to be happy. So we want more. We want to keep them. We start to cling. We get grieved. We get lost. Or if we don't like it, we get sad. We get anger. We get hatred. When we believe those thoughts are real, we get emotions with those thoughts. Now those thoughts trying to run in this illusion. And Not only that, but there is a self also now there who is getting sad, who's getting angry. So now there is this existing. Also, not just momentarily, we feel as if this is existed throughout the time, throughout this whole timeline, past, present, and future. So now look carefully. There's this story in this illusion, past, present, and future. Past is something before this happened. Future is something like this will happen. But that also another seed, a thought, a power, a powerful thought. Each and every thought is created right at this moment with that resonance mechanism. So that's how every thought feels right at this moment. It might be resonance or have similar things like the previous patterns, but it is not that one itself. Every thought, each and every time, recreated, rebuilt right at this moment. So there's only this moment of its construction, but yet it feels like a real existing timeline that's done by this mind. We think we separate those thoughts into past, present, and future, even though they appeared reconstructed, happened right at this moment. A fresh new thought each and every moment. Let's take past. Something happened in the past, and suddenly, right at this moment, you get the thought of it. And you think that the past, that the past came itself to this moment. That's why you remember past. But it's not like that. That thought of past was revealed right at this moment. Something triggered, maybe a sound, maybe a vision, anything triggered that thought, that previous thought. And immediately that thought was recreated at this moment. It didn't came from the past itself. It was recreated. Something similar to that frequency of that thought was revealed at this moment as a thought. If you can try to closely observe this thought that occurred right at this moment, is it really about the past, or is it just this power of that thought makes us believe it as the past? You can observe it yourself. That thought doesn't carry the exact vision, exact sound of the past, just the fragments But combining those visions, sounds, everything, this thought carries the power. That's why we feel as if it's the exact past. We are blindly believing these thoughts because it's powerful. We are believing it's the past itself, but it's not. It's that power makes us trapped in this illusion, believe this illusion as if real, as if it's the past, as if it's the future itself, but it's not. It's something rebuilt, something similar to that dream, not the reality. You have to observe it yourself. Is it really the past event, or is it something really similar to that one? You can observe it, then it will slowly start to break your belief in this illusion, in this fake reality. Like this past, like this whole timeline. Now we feel as if there is a continuous self in it, a continuous time in it. That's how it makes us feel like this whole time, this whole perception of this continuous self, continuous time, continuous things are built because of the ignorance of the truth. We were driven by the thoughts, driven by this illusion. That's why we feel time is real. This self is real. Thoughts, objects are real. But each and everything is rebuilt again and again, each and every time, moment by moment. But it happens so fast, it feels continuous, just like an old movie with still frames. Everything is momentary like those still frames. But when they are played together, it creates this continuous movement experience, as we call the film. Likewise, thoughts, this sensor contact, everything happens so fast, momentary moments, but happen so fast. So they create this illusion as a continuous movement. This mind fills the gaps, those tiny gaps between those momentary moments, and gives us a smooth experience, a continuous experience. So So, as we know, now what we call this time is also fake. It's a concept, illusion, built from those thoughts. Thought doesn't care about time. It cares about the frequency, the vibration. If it's matched, it starts to telepathize, resonate to that moment. Whether it's now, whether it's a month ago, whether it's a year ago, whether it's 10 years ago, or whether it's even before this life, throughout this samsara. This time is something humans has built. It's not the reality. It's not the truth. There's no something called time. Just another concept, a thought. We live as existing. It's just everything happening, appearing and disappearing. That's it. Time is waiting for us these days. In modern days, time is created because of this existence of the sun. Let's say there's no sun, then how can we believe in this concept of sun and time? Is there time? How can we separate days, months, years, and then you can notice there's nothing as time, just a void, an empty space, just existing, just appearing and disappearing. No time, no days, no days, no months, no years. That's what actually happens. What we believe as time is something built up long. For a long time we believe this as real. That's why we feel as time is existing. But if we can see through that, if we can see it as something built up, like we said, now everything is appearing and disappearing. When the right conditions are met, things happen. So now, when the sun is no longer just the void, just that empty space, in that space, when things appear, with the telepathy, doesn't matter the time, how long it has been passed. When the right frequencies happen, that previous one, no matter how long it was, start to telepathize to this moment. So now comes the shift. Instead of believing this truth, this illusion, you start to see it layer by layer, just fragments, objects, meaning as just an interpretation, not the reality. is also thought. Once you slowly start to see this truth, this reality, it loses its solidity. We don't force it. It happens automatically. The way we see it, the way we interpret it, this perception starts to loosen, less fixed, loses its solidity. Now we slowly become less heavy. When the structure loosens, it becomes simple. When you see each and everything is built, there's nothing, no objects here, no self here, no thoughts here. It starts to loosen that power that delusion carries. Each and everything is done by this mind, no matter whatever it is. This mind creates this whole story. This mind narrates this whole story, this whole illusion, just from a simple figure, simple sense of content. We see just bunch of colors, and then suddenly the mind make it an object, a shape, a thing. Not that, not just that only. When more comments follows it, whether it's good or bad, where it's made, where it came from, who gave it, everything. And if it's not good, more emotions follows like had, hatred, anger. And if it's good, happy, clinginess, greed. And then we don't stop there. We're trying to react to those things. If we're happy, we try to get more or keep it safe. If we are angry, we try to move it. We try to throw it. We are just reacting back and pulling it up, pushing it away. So this whole scenario happened because of that one single sensor contact, which was a vision in this story, this example. Not just a vision, just a bunch of colors. That's it. And while this whole story was happening in our mind, that vision, it was the same thing. Nothing happened out there. Everything happened in our mind. There's nothing outside. Everything was created in our mind. But our ignorance is we are believing everything is outside. We are unable to see that whatever mind creates, builds, those thoughts, they are the constructions from mind. We are unable to see that. We see them as outside or something is outside. We are blaming on outside always. If something happens, we don't blame ourselves. We blame something from outside. Make this, made it. But we are the ones interpreting in that way. So how can we blame something in that outside with this to us? That's our ignorance of the truth. But once we start to see this truth, how this illusion works, it will slowly start to loosen its ties. Not fully collapsing, but loosens its form. Because we see the way we see. Eyes never change. Eyes perceive colors as usual. Ears never change. Ear also perceive the sound as usual. Even the thoughts, they appear and disappear. We can't change it. It's a natural phenomenon. So the mind sensor works naturally. The thoughts were created naturally. So we cannot stop them. But believing that there is an existent self, that's ignorance. That's not happened naturally. That was ignorance of the truth. That is the one we are going to lose. The power of this self, believing there is a self, believing there is this things outside, and the power, that clinginess, that greed, that fire, that suffering for those things. That's the thing we are going to lose. Rest, what naturally happens, they are still happening as usual. Even the thoughts, they appear and disappear. But taking them as me, as self, happening for self, or affected by those things, that's going to stop. That's the one that's not going to happen again. So we should try to understand this now. We always have to do is to penetrate through this thought and try to understand this illusion, how it works, how we blindly believe these thoughts are real, how we blindly suffer for these thoughts that we believe as the truth, as the reality. Just try to see through it, not just take this as just a knowledge. Try to use this knowledge and try to observe this world, what we believe as real. Try to experiment with yourself. Try to see, try to observe. That's how you can see this illusion. Not at once, but slowly. You will see it eventually. That's the only way to see this Dhamma, to see this truth. The only thing you have to see is there's no self here and there's no outside world you believe to be real existing. It's bit hard because we used to this reality, this illusion, this fake reality. We lived in it for a long time, for ages. That's why it's hard for us because now we are so used to it, so used to it. It's really hard to see through this illusion, this reality, because now it automatically happens. The perception, it automatically happens. The way we think, the way we observe, the way we walk, the way we talk, the way we sit, everything was so used to those things. Everything was done for a long time. Now it comes as habitual. We never think twice before we sit because we have done it so much for so long. It happens automatically, even without thinking. We are so got used to this reality. Now it's hard for us to question it because we see this as the ultimate reality.